Good evening, folks. It's April 22nd, 2022, and we got a full house tonight. I chatted with a couple of folks. Eric is still in the recovery stages. I did let him know that hey, if he wanted to come on, he could, but I kind of discouraged him from him a little bit because he's recovering from surgery. He mentioned he was going to have his hip replacement, so he did that. So right now he's chilling. Hopefully he's comfortable and relaxing a little bit. He gets the night off, but I have more than adequate substitutes tonight. More than adequate. Tonight, Brad's back from his Western tour, so we'll get a chance to chat about that a little bit. That'll be fun. We'll get a little on the ground talk. And if we're going to talk content, we need a Hall of Famer of the YouTube variety. We need a subject matter expert on the content. We have Bob Lewis. Good evening, Bob.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes. So yeah. So let me be clear, and I kind of want to lead off with this right now. And what we're going to do is we'll talk through, and if we come back around to it later on, we can. But there's a couple of pieces I want to touch on. Obviously, I made a video a couple of days ago that was a response to a Dakota Sports Card Anonymous live stream on Tuesday, where we had Chris Hoge from Card Ladder, Christina from Card Ladder as well, and basically talked to the two of them about what good content is. Playing off of what I've shown the last couple of weeks, where Chris was doing a big Instagram stories blitz with all these ideas of what is good content. He had little badges and all kinds of stuff. And I had some fun making fun of it over the last couple of weeks. But then he came on there and he talked and talked and talked. And I just sat there going, "You spoil me, content gods. You're too kind." So at that point, I had to make a video. And I only got halfway through. And it took 90 minutes for me to break down all the things. But we're going to have a little bit of fun with that. Now, I will say the response has been overwhelming. The response was very strong. For a 90-minute video that's a response of another live stream that's an hour, that took an hour and a half, tons of comments, tons of engagement, comments, thumbs up, and thoughtful comments. Really some thoughtful comments. Some people took some time and actually responded to pieces of it, which really impressed me. And that was really encouraging, and that was good. So I appreciated that.
Go check that out.
Yep. So I'm going to read a couple of the comments here to get caught up and get her started. So Josh, good evening. Yep. And more. Yeah. We're definitely going to chat a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about Brad's shows over on the West Coast, get a vibe from the ground floor a little bit as well. So we can do that. And we'll talk about some other things, but we'll start off with this one just because it's an obvious one. Yep. Good evening, Baz. Yep. It is indeed on. That's true. Bob does have many names. Andy, good evening. Oh, and another thing, people reached out directly through Instagram DMs. So it's like I'm getting feedback left, right, and center. Like in addition to comments and stuff, even the people that didn't leave comments reached out and said, "Carlos, I saw the thing," and then we had little mini chats on it. It was, and I joked because I said, "Hey Bob, would you be interested in coming on?" He goes, "I was going to ask." It's like, so needless to say, like it struck a nerve. Is really what I'm trying to get across here. So good evening, Big Scott. Absolutely. Yep, watched the Dakota video. Much ado about nothing. Didn't take much out of it. No, it was a lot of stuff. The reaction to it, I think, is more interesting than what was actually said, and I think that's how that works out. Yeah, Brad, what do you think? What's good and bad hobby content? We're definitely going to touch on that. So let's kind of get reset. I'm not going to go through all the ground. There was a lot of things said in that one. Definitely a lot. So let me go through here. International Borders, good evening. I'm here for my hobby GED. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people took to a lot of the hashtag scholarship. There was a lot of that. So definitely a lot of that. Yep, absolutely. Good evening, Tuan. Good evening, Korean Cardboard. No worries. Sounds good. Good evening, Mark. Yeah, and evening, Bob. Now that's hashtag content. That's right. That's right. Friday nights. Thank you. Appreciate that. Perfect. All right, cool. So like I said, I'm not going to rehash a lot of it, and we'll get to it. There's different pieces that people pulled from it, and I want to give everybody a chance to give their piece. Now, one of the big pieces that I tried to focus on was that Chris really came off from the perspective of really trying to kind of talk down a lot of content, being very judgmental about it. It was a lot of judgment. Now, I was chatting with the guys, and I didn't want to tip my hand too much. But the truth is that young Master Hoge is not new to this. He's been down this road many times before. And back in the day. So one of the pieces that I said is that he made the statement that prior to 2016 there was no content. And then of course I defined a whole stack of content that existed all prior to 2016. There was a lot of it. One of the areas though that I covered, one of the ones that I gave as an example was forums and message boards. One forum and message board that existed and exists today is the blow up message board forum. Y'all may be familiar with that one. So why don't I show you a post on the Blow Up Message Board forum from the heady days of 2019, the days of yore, and why don't we look at it together, and we'll have some thoughts, as that sounds good. So let's do that.
Go to it, young Carlos.
Oh yes.
Oh, it's the way.
But to be clear, one of my favorite things in the world is that people don't realize I have more receipts than I ever share, and this is one of my favorite receipts. So I'm not going to read you all of this because it's a word vomit. You can 3 guesses who wrote it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zip through a little bit of this. I'm going to focus on a couple of specific passages. And I'll give you the context after. Let me give you the passages first, and then I'll explain the context after. So this is in middle of an argument. And in the middle of the argument, there's a lot of discussion to it, trying to establish credentials of looking at PWCC data sets. Again, you can imagine who wrote this. So anyway, talking about Michael Jordan market and all that. So there's a lot of it. And talking about basically developing an algorithm to try to predict auction prices. This was back in 2019.
Sorry.
So here. So let me scroll down a little bit here. The initial concept was the whole PWCC data set and people on Blowout questioning it. So going into it. So like I said, I'll read you some select lines and then we'll discuss. So I understand that from a methodological perspective, this is a difficult topic to grasp. I'll do my best to explain it. Oh, how kind of you. Hashtag scholarship. So anyway, he goes into trying to explain his whole thing. He goes, using an algorithm, I predicted with an average accuracy, 83.3, the ending price of a wide range of PWCC auctions, bragging about the accuracy of his algorithm. So if you're interested in market transparency and snuffing out suspicious behavior, predictions generated by a proven algorithm are an invaluable tool. If an auction ends that far afield from the prediction anticipated, and the auction is one the formula was likely to predict accurately, it implies that something odd happened in the auction. I'll skip ahead. The most useful thing you could do if your goal is in obtaining market transparency is to take your approach of burying your head in the sand while floating all falsifiable conspiracy theories on a message board. Since your type, you people, are so obsessed over the reputation of the speaker rather than the accuracy of the message, maybe you'll understand this. Please tell us what we should understand. Relying on years of experience, and observing tens of thousands of auctions, I have developed an algorithm that accurately predicts auction ending prices. I've demonstrated the experiment's success twice by publicly announcing my predictions well in advance of the auctions and thus comparing the predictions to the results. I take this market extremely seriously, and I've made meaningful contributions to understanding it. What intellectual accomplishment have you offered the hobby beyond making a chart that tracks first off the line National Treasure RPA cards that appear on eBay? We are in 2 different leagues, but I'm here to encourage you to step your game up. Sometimes we need a push to realize our full potential.
Wow, when there's more eyes like me, than paragraphs, something's wrong.
May 2019, the Hoja spoken.
Yeah, that's a lot of eyes in there. More than Ozzy could do.
So Brad, now do you get why I enjoyed what you said? I don't have a video for you, but did my dramatic reenactment convey the tone that I was seeking?
Yeah.
So yes. So needless to say, look, I want to make sure, and part of that video that I made, the first section was dedicated to explain the prism that the rest of it was going to go under. I did that on purpose. I did that because it's important that you understand exactly the angle that I'm going to take on it, because then the rest will make more sense. That's the academically responsible thing to do if you're going to make a thesis going forward. You have to make clear, this is where I'm coming from, and then, take it at face value from there. You can decide if what I'm saying makes sense or not. You figure that out, but let me lay it out for you. So there is a consistent track record of a certain amount of arrogance hidden behind kind of an academic thing. But what people need to understand, I'll leave out who, but people, I don't give a crap about Chris one way or the other. I don't dislike him. I don't like him. I've talked to him and our dealings have been good. And I have no personal issue or problem with the guy. I also don't care if other people like him or don't like him. That's on you. That's for you to figure out on your own. My thing, and the only time I care, is when somebody says something that's objectively and verifiably wrong. When people say things that are objectively and verifiably wrong and speak them as fact, that's where I walk over with my hashtag scholarship. Drop some hashtag scholarship on the table and be like, nope, let me begin why you were wrong. That is how I can get 90 minutes worth of rebuttal into about a 20-minute worth of a live stream. Because you just said so many things wrong per capita that I needed to break down all the things that were wrong. And I only got halfway through the damn live stream. And there were people who wanted the director's cut with the full version. They go, it's like, oh, make the 4-hour version. It's like, I don't know if I have that much energy, but it could have been. If I had gone the whole way through, it could have been. So like I said, I wanted to establish there is a track record. This is not new. So this is the audience that you're getting. Again, this isn't meant to be a persecution of the guy because I don't care. You can feel however you want to feel about him one way or the other. But the approach was never right. And the tone of the approach was never right. But the problem is I can go back in time and find that this is not the first time you've given this tone. That's not a good thing, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, you made some good references in there, and I was, one was Beckett, one was a few other things. Who are we looking to be these leaders? People with the most amount of money and business savvy, so to speak. We're talking about Luber and what have you. I've never seen anything interesting from him as of yet. Brad, were you at the other show where you said he got up and said some amazing stuff, and we never did catch that video?
Yeah, the Beckett Industry Summit.
Oh, that one. Okay, yeah. Still waiting to hear that one because I'd like to hear what he has to say.
The great irony is we've got all these industry summits and these trade shows and things now where people speak at them, and nobody thinks to put a camera on it. Like, why don't you make it accessible so we can actually watch the damn thing? That would make it easy. Like, you could do that. Get a tripod, put a camera, hit record.
Yeah,
that would be nice. But I wanted to give that as the context. Again, in the same vein, I've laid the groundwork. So we all understand where we are, and that's how we're going to do it. So let me touch on a couple of these comments here, and then I want everybody in the panel to take their stab at this one. So thank you for that, Baz. Eric had hip replacement surgery this week. So he reached out and he said he'd make it like a game time decision, but I encouraged him to kind of chill out for the week. If he wants to pop on, I can always throw him a link, but I kind of encouraged him to take it easy and chill out. So I wanted him to do that. So that is the answer to that question. This question. Okay. So we'll make sure. Name sorry, he won't be. He'll have to make fun of you directly through text message. He's recovering. So we wanted to give him a break. There's no sense in him trying to get around just to get on camera when he's uncomfortable and recovering. I think he only had the surgery in the last day or two. So he needs a little bit of a breather. Give him a break. So we'll give him a break. He gets the week off. I'll see if I have the energy for it. I got to look and see if the second half has enough other things that don't just repeat the first half, because he kind of goes in circles a little bit. So I just don't want to rehash the same old ground. If I'll listen to it again, and if the second half has a couple of interesting things, maybe you'll get a truncated version where I just hit on the new stuff. If there's some new stuff to make fun of, I probably will. So I never miss out on an opportunity. Yeah, it won't be too much. Well, the thing is, Baz, that the content that came from it made it worthwhile. I'm not discussing their video content because I don't care about their video content. Their video content is pretty generic. Well produced, very, very well edited, but it's pretty generic. You can take it or leave it. But we'll see. Let's see. You'll have to ask that for yourself. And Ziggy always wants on shows. So he always asks, but he's going to have to wait for his invite. No. It's in the mail. Yeah, I love the response video. I tried to watch the whole interview to Coast Channel, but couldn't keep listening. It's very difficult. It reminds me of the student who never does the readings but still talks. Yes. Well, that was the reason why I enjoyed bringing an actual textbook into it, referring to a specific section that is like, actually, this fits quite nicely. And I've had that damn textbook for 20 years. It's like, actually, guys, there's some good stuff in this kind of thing that can cover a lot of this ground if you want to play that. So that's how you play it. Yep, that is how you make good content. Okay. So I do want to actually talk about this good content concept because I think it would be kind of fun to actually chat about it, and then Bob and everybody can get in on it a little bit. Before I do though, is there any kind of impressions though about the interview, the segment after, any of the kind of direction that Chris tried to take with it? He was all over the place, so you can kind of take anything you want out of it or nothing. It's really up to you. So you guys tell me, is there anything that struck you or anything that you want to kind of chime in on before we talk about the good content more in general, not specifically Chris's stuff?
There was good content? Oh.
There is a theory of what good content is.
Oh, I must have missed it. I went at too fast of a speed. So.
Yeah.
I didn't watch anything. I don't know much about anything.
Hashtag scholarship.
I watched you, Carlos, because come on, you're my friend, so I'm biased.
He's going to school. He likes the clip notes.
So I kind of heard of the whole drama-ish, but Not interested. Wasn't even subscribed before. Don't watch any of that. Not that I, it's great. Not my type of content. So
Mhm.
I think that whoever will push on the record button and wants to talk on YouTube, go ahead. You don't like it, don't listen to it. It's like the good old radio, like I said earlier. Like, change the station, listen to something. Go outside, buddy.
Yeah. So let me pose a question then. If does anybody have anything they want to touch on? Because I can put a couple of questions just to prompt it, if that'll
Sure.
help.
Go ahead.
So let me do this. One of the points that I made specifically was that I already think that a lot of the content methods, like YouTube and that, it already has a merit built system into it. Yes, there's some luck involved in it for sure. There's stuff that'll help you get traction quicker. That is all part of it. But what happens is, if people watch and gravitate, if they encourage others to watch it, if they engage with it, the YouTube algorithm will push it higher up the list of things when you search for certain terms. So if you're come up enough, and if people over time realize they like what you're doing, they do subscribe, they follow it a little bit more closely, then naturally there's going to be an organic build in those numbers all on their own. The cream will rise to the top if it's allowed to, and you do what you need to do on your end to help it. But if you produce good content consistently, let people have their time to absorb it. Yeah, you know what? I actually like the way they present this. It's not even necessarily what they're saying. I like the way they're presenting it. Maybe they like what you're saying and they like the way you're presenting it. And then they gravitate towards it and they take time directly to make sure they watch your videos. There is a meritocracy to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You also mentioned very well that everybody's in their own little lane, and everybody capitulates to what they like. We find things we don't like, and then they find where they're happy. To make this great content God thing, this thing we follow, the magic eye, the golden eye, whatever you want to call it, it really isn't there. This is a happenstance of everybody coming together, and these little blogs pull us all together in different ways, and we have different guests. Like, everybody. The diversity here is unbelievable. So, and I think that's what people look forward to. And
I like to learn, basically. Yeah, go scholarship. But if it's interesting, I'll be listening. I'll be watching. Especially if I'm learning a thing or two that then gets me going on something else. Then it's all a win-win, I guess, for everybody.
That's right. Go ahead, Bob.
So first of all, I'm thankful for guys like Carlos because they watch that stuff so I don't have to, basically.
Exactly.
A lot of the comments allude to those kinds of things. I think Victor Negro on Cards basically said, "Yeah, I didn't watch the original one, but I was very glad for your summary." Yeah,
and that's been on multiple. There's things that happen in the hobby, in the community that I'm not really that plugged in when it comes to as a whole type of stuff. You know what I mean? I always hear secondhand. I don't get the juicy breaking news stuff, which is fine. So I don't have a real idea of who this Chris guy is prior to this video, other than Ziggy hates him. So,
well, that's a character trait in and of itself.
Right. Being hated by Ziggy, right? But so from the video, and then really what you just read.
Dramatic, by the way, with some great dramatic reenactment. Like, I felt like I really added the tone in there, really got it in there.
Perfect. But it's like I'm clearly never going to be the smartest guy in the room. So like, it's easy for me to feel stupid from reading something and having big words in it and whatnot. But it's not only am I smarter than you, but I'm better than you. That's where I feel like it crossed over into that, and now I'm offended,
Yeah.
And I'm not easily offended, but I'm married, so.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry.
Yeah. I just kind of was. I need to listen to it again. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt until I've met him in person, but it's he's not making it real easy for me to extend him a lot of slack.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing, I think one of the takeaways was that it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And if you were trying to make a point, going all over the place, and I joked about this, And the thing is, there is something to be said for making your point as clearly and concisely as possible, because then it gives people the chance to kind of absorb it, ask a follow-up question, do that. But if your answer involves like 6 different threads randomly back and forth, at that point, if you're, and I don't envy Dakota in this situation. So I'll grab a couple of comments here kind of randomly, and then I'll kind of get back on sequence. But here Mike says, and good evening, Mike. He says, you've had on Chris Power. So I've had him on twice. And I think this is one thing, again, people don't understand. I'm interested in talking to these folks because I want to get their perspective on these things. I'm happy to talk to them about it. That's fine. I don't put too much judgment about good, bad, or indifferent because I don't know too many people like that. Like, I don't know them well enough. I cannot speak to that. We haven't met in person. We haven't sat down, broken bread, and shared a beer. Like, I can't say too much to that. I can say that with 3 of the 4 people on here, I've had the chance to do that. And if I am ever down by Bob Lewis's way, we'll sit down, we'll have a pint of beer, and we'll have a drink, and we'll make fun of Dave.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you know, as we do. But the point is that that's how I roll. And I try my best. And I leave this to everybody else to interpret that as you want. I try my best to make sure there is a consistency where the Carlos you're seeing here is the one you get when I'm sitting across from you having my pint of beer. I'm not going to be the one to speak to that. Yeah, I'm not going to be the one to speak to that. Yana can, Bobby can, and Brad can. Because they've sat across me with my beer in my hand as I say the things that I feel like saying. I sound the same. It stays pretty consistent. But that's, at least then you know what you're dealing with. And then you can decide if you like it or not. And that's fine. Not everybody's going to like everything or everybody's style. But as soon as you got somebody who's responding with like a rapid fire of 7 different things, like, okay, so which thing do you follow up on? It puts you in this weird position. So in that way, what I found was, that was always a challenge. But at the same time, kind of to Bob's point, you're not going to scare me away with big words. I read a lot of books in my day. So, you can throw some stuff at me, but you're not going to throw me off with that. That isn't going to cover it. I'm going to listen to what you're saying and be like, no, in live setting, the best part about a reaction is that I was able to then go piece by piece and break down all the pieces I disagreed with. As opposed to live, where it's like, okay, so I have to pause you for the next 5 minutes while I denounce everything you just said. It'd be kind of awkward.
It took Dakota off his game a couple times with the questioning. He went, where was I?
I don't envy him. That's why I say, like, I feel bad. I think he did a good job under the circumstances. I give him great credit, because it wasn't an easy topic, and it left a lot of room to go into a filibuster and like to eat up this chunk of time. That's why I kept playing these long clips. It was like, I would love to have given you quicker snippets and then respond, but it's like, okay, but it goes on and then it goes into this other point and then comes back around and then does this other thing. But you got to follow the whole thing. It's kind of tricky to do.
Yeah, Dakota was just like, when there was a break after him talking, it's sort of like, okay, where do I go next? Where do I go from here? Just a little frustration I picked up on from him.
Yeah. Well, because they had about an hour. So it's like, if you got about an hour and you're trying to get through you're trying to get to the bottom of understanding what it is we're discussing, right? So you're asking the question, like, okay, so let's go with that. What do we do now? So that's kind of how you have to play it out. So we'll have to see. So
what is what's the relationship between Chris and the girl?
I would think I think they're basically common law at this point. They've been together for a while.
But they're okay.
Yeah, and they both work at Card Ladder. And they both work at Card Ladder.
Partners in life and in business, basically.
Yep.
They're stupid. Yes.
Yeah. So I've made a small adjustment. Bob's sound was a little bit loud, so I've turned it down. So you're good, Bob. I've already taken care of it.
And if it gets wonky at all, I'll leave and come back. That usually resets it or helps it out.
No, it was clear. It was clear, just loud. It was clear, just loud, and I just tweaked the volume. So I think you should be all right. So you guys will have to let me know if we're good. So let me quickly scroll through here. So Mark here says, humbleness, humility, and paying knowledge forward is what makes good content for me. Yep, absolutely. Rick at Vintage Oddball Cards is a perfect example of that. The hobby needs more of that. That's fair, Mark. That's fair. Yeah. And Rick is a great guy. He's a great contributor as well to the hobby and to the community. Yeah, Dakota interviews seem to suffer from a lack of agenda notes. I actually don't think that the lack of agenda was the issue. It's kind of what I said earlier. I do genuinely believe that I think Dakota had a path he was thinking, and he was willing to react on the fly a little bit. but you're being given like 12 directions to go in, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, so which one of these doors do I take to which path am I going to go? That's why I say it's a little easier to react. It was easier in my chair being able to take it in after the fact rather than have to deal with it in real time. Although I've dealt with it in real time a little bit, but it's very tricky. It's very tricky.
It was a spirograph interview.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so here we go. We haven't gotten to that question yet, Hockey. Chill out. Hockey is very demanding. He really he has a high standard for you, Brad. He's the one who was always concerned you're not saying enough. We're gonna get to it. You'll be the first one that I'm gonna ask, Brad. You're gonna be the first one that I'm gonna ask.
Brad's got lots to tell
Who
tonight.
is Hockey 99? Like I don't.
He's your best customer.
He loves you. He's fixated on you. So when we get to that question, I'm gonna go straight to you on this one. I'll go straight to you on it. So Tua here. Have I seen Ziggy No's response to the video? Yes, I have. The only problem I have with Ziggy No's response to the video is if it wasn't for the video, you could have recorded it and it would have been his response for the last 2 years. Ziggy No hasn't said anything new in 2 years. That's why I don't really care about its video. The best way to interview people is to converse and react rather than going to a bunch of pre-canned questions. Yes and no. You do want to have some questions in the can because you never know where the discussion is going to go. You do want to be able to adapt on the fly. That helps a lot. But if you don't know where the responder is going to go, then you want to have at least some structure, because otherwise you're just sitting around going like, okay, I kind of have an idea, but what if they don't say anything that then logically leads into a next path? That's where they struggle. Yeah, Dakota did a good job considering Chris' response was structured like a Jackson Pollock painting. Good reference. Like that.
See, he's like really giving us a lot of credit that we would know who Jackson Pollock is. So like,
Hashtag scholarship, Bob. Hashtag scholarship. Come on, buddy.
He's like a painter. If you got 2 paintbrushes and just went against a
Yep.
thing, you're good.
Yep.
I saw the movie.
Okay. So there's some kind of order to the splashing.
Yep. Yep.
How's that?
Perfect. But yeah, bottom line, I think Dakota did a good job considering the difficulties. And I know I've been on the end talking to Chris. Again, Chris is a smart guy, but he'll sometimes use that to like throw a wall of sound at you. And basically, and then you kind of get distracted. Sounds are bouncing off of walls and this, that, and the other thing. And it's very easy to get lost. And then if he starts throwing the big words at you and you don't know what he's talking about, then you really get lost. If you know what he's talking about, then it's like, you're not going to fool me with that one. Let's go down the line of discussion we're going to go down. But again, you got to kind of know what you're dealing with in that one. So good evening, Paul. Bob saw the movie in VHS. Yes, Yannick.
You told me to be ready for scholarship, right?
Are you ready for the scholarship?
I was actually wondering what the word hobby meant. Do you guys even know?
Yep, there's a definition for it.
Yeah,
There
it's
is a
a
definition
pursuit outside one's regular occupation, engaged in especially for relaxation. Relaxing.
Nice.
We got that. That was nice linguistic there, man.
Hashtag scholarship.
In
Scholarship,
English
right?
too. It
Like,
wasn't even in
I-
French.
Hold on, Yannick. I got you, buddy. Hold on. There you go.
There it is.
You're getting it. Look at you. You got it.
Scholarship.
Good job, buddy. Appreciate
So,
that.
Yeah, it's supposed to be fun and relaxing, and some people just sucks the hell out of it. So that's all I gotta say.
No, that's fair. I'm with you. So we're gonna get to one of the topics because hockey's so impatient. For goodness sake. Okay, so here we go. DR. So one thing that blew my mind about Carlos's video is that he said nice things about Eric. That's true, and it hurt me. I took 12 takes.
One
12
last thing
takes.
too, the referendum. We can actually talk about referendum in Canada.
That's right. Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah. Bobby Rell's written books in the hobby. Hashtag scholar. There you go. Yep. Hashtag scholarship. Thank you, Paul. Okay. So here's the thing. All this noise blocks out the fact that the real conversation piece was, and this is kind of in the eye of the beholder. This is more open-ended. So now we're going to get into the open-ended piece a little bit. We can come back to other pieces later. We can talk about the whole concept of the judgment thing, which I think we all disagree with. But let's talk about the concept for a second. What, for you personally, constitutes good, whatever you consider that to be? What is good content to you? So I'm going to go to individuals, and I'll let you give your interpretation of it. Brad, you first. What would you like to say?
Oh,
Hockey 99 is counting on you, buddy. It's all you.
Honestly, I kind of look at it from the same aspect of watching movies. I thoroughly enjoy a good movie, and on a different day, it can be anything. I could enjoy, I really like watching the John Cena that you said to watch, Carlos.
Oh,
on
Peacemaker.
Peacemaker. Yeah, I
Yep.
couldn't think of it. But again, like, you know what? I enjoyed watching that on certain times. It is what it is. It's a dumb movie. I like watching sad movies. I like watching comedy. It depends on what mood you're in.
Sure.
It's the same as with the content on YouTube. There's times like I thoroughly enjoy watching Dustin, personal fight or
Now he's sports card
Is
dad.
it?
He rebranded and it completely confuses everything.
Everything.
you know, again, sometimes it's a little repetitive. It's a little
Video
goofy at
over there.
times, but
Sure.
every month he truly loves what he does. And then he told the story in his kind of rebuttal to the whole thing. And, you know, the reason why he does it, the legacy. And I just thought that was great. And he brings out the news every day. It's 10 minutes. And I love watching him. I love when I'm driving, I love listening to Neo. I don't know his voice. It's smooth. I'm focused on things. If I'm work, I watch, if I listen. Obviously, Friday nights, I love coming on here with you guys. And even if I'm not on, I love sitting there and I love listening to the chat because I thoroughly enjoy it. But it's our option to watch. It's my option to watch whatever I want, whenever I want to do it. And if I don't want to, I just turn it off or I choose not to watch. So the content that I like, it could be different things on different days. Sometimes I enjoy watching this. You know, I enjoy watching Dustin. I enjoy listening to Neo. I enjoy being on with Carlos. Like it all depends on the given day. And I just like true, honest, genuine people that don't think they're better than anyone else. Because there's a lot of that. But I also think the other thing is, I'll just leave it at this. I'll be quick on this one, is anyone that knows this hobby, and I like to say, I know this hobby. It's been my entire life. It's part of who I am. But 99% of the people that are true collectors and passionate don't watch anything on YouTube. Like they really don't. And if you notice that, like, especially I traveled, you know, just to Vancouver, to Edmonton. I do the Toronto shows. I do Montreal. I do New Brunswick. I do PEI. I do all the shows over the last 30 years. And I'm telling you, if you think that this industry and hobby is based on YouTube, you're completely wrong. It's based on a lot of people, but you're completely wrong if you have a judgment based upon what you see and what you view on YouTube as what our hobby is, because it's not even close to that. That's my thoughts.
I agree. So let me ask you one more question, and I'll let everybody else also take a stab at the same first two questions. So my second one is, you talked about, you know, different types of content depending on your mood and, you know, where you're feeling at that time. Is there anything, you did talk about genuine people, so that's kind of leaning into kind of what I'm asking. Is there something that if you see it, it would actually turn you off it? Like, is like a vibe you get, something you see or something you hear? Is it just an arrogance or an inauthentic thing? What is it? How is it that would you see that would turn you off?
Yep. So I mentioned, we talked privately, Carlos, but 2 weeks ago I watched a video and I listened to a couple of guys that I don't know personally, but
Sure.
They talked about it and they put themselves up on a pedestal that was just completely full of arrogance. And I just decided my option, click, and I stopped watching. And then I'm just not going to watch that anymore.
Sure.
I don't, my entire life, not to get into anything personal, but I treat everyone equally. It doesn't matter. You know, I have friends that are billionaires. I have friends that, you know, are just struggling getting by on welfare. It doesn't matter to me who you are, but when you start to think you're bigger or better than other people, and Bob, you said it very good. When I listen to sometimes people that are really good speakers, I get not confused, but sometimes I don't take it all in. And I don't that doesn't mean, you know what, they're good at that aspect of it. That's not me. I'm not a public speaker and I don't use big words. It's kind of like but I don't want that person to ever make me feel stupid. You know, because that's when you said that, I just reflected back, and I get that sometimes as well, where you can go, geez, I don't even really understand what that guy just said. You know what I mean?
Right. Like some people try to do that. You know, it's nice to drop a few words here and there, but
completely,
if you lose them with some of those weird words, you're lost.
Yeah. Well, one thing I'll say, and I think it's a good point, Brad, and thank you for that. Part of my living is, in addition to doing the work day to day, it's communicating to non-technical people complicated technical things. I know what the correct technical words are, but that is useless to you as the person on the receiving end. I'm not helping you by giving you word vomit, 4 or 5 syllable words that aren't going to mean anything to you. The best thing I can do is give it to you and present it to you in a way that is clear cut, and you understand exactly what I'm saying to you. You understand how I'm going to help you. You understand how this is going to fix your problem. And that is part of communication. It's not just knowing the words. It's actually being able to communicate, explaining it in a way that people get. Give them analogies, break it down, put it in a clear-cut way. That's a skill in and of itself. And sometimes, in the example that we talked about earlier, and again, we'll touch on it throughout the night a little bit here and there. One of the things, and that's why I read you that passage, that was written word. That to me is terrible communication, because what you did is you tried to impress everybody with how many words you could throw in there. It sounded good. I know what he meant, but you lost half the audience in the way you decided to approach it. And then your tone was bad. And like a whole bunch of things played into that. And you never, even if your message was good, you still lost your audience. You were trying to convince them and you did everything in your power to get them against you. So they're not even willing to listen to what you have to say at that point, even if you're making a good point. That's a good way to lose before you start. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. So absolutely. So I'll read a couple of these comments here, and then I'll let a couple of the other guys take a stab at that as well. So we'll touch on that one, Paul, here in a little bit. I haven't lost track of it. So let me go here. Bob, how was the famous moonshine you bring behind you in a jug? they like the rattling around. So there you go. So I'll touch on this one in a bit too. If there was a referendum, the hobby and it consists of 10 people, would any content creators even be on the panel? Probably not. But here's the thing, though. Ideally, you would like to have someone that represents that side of it if you were going to do it. To me, the referendum thing is a non-starter because of the reasons that I talked about the fiefdoms. Like, no one would ever be able to agree who would fall, even on the panel, to discuss it any further. So it's just
you use Feistum, but you also described it after what
Correct.
it meant. And that is actually really key. And I like that a lot because there's some big words that you can follow the sentence and you can kind of get what they're saying. But when they use a big word and then they follow it up with a little bit of explanation or a little bit of back, it's I love it because that's learning for me, a lot of different times.
For sure. And that was, and thank you for that, Bobby. And that was all built into the structure. That preamble at the beginning where I explained why I'm going to talk through it this way. That wasn't an accident. I spent a lot of time on that first section explaining that so that you know without a doubt the angle that I'm going to take on the rest of this. The rest of the video will then make way more sense because now you know exactly where I'm coming from. You're not guessing. I could have gone into the rest of the video right away and saved about 10 minutes, but the context wouldn't have been there. You might have been able to follow, maybe not. That little extra time helps, and you try to include that information in there. Mm-hmm. So thank you for the update, Josh. I agree with Bad. Many smart people in the hobby don't pay attention or care about what card people on YouTube. Totally. Brad is no simpleton. He has run many business for years. Businesses aren't easy. There you go. He's turning on you. He's turning towards you now. So thank you, Rich G. Great job on your last video. Cannot agree more with the message and the way you interpreted Card Ladder's message. Yes. I'm all for YouTubers shooting hard on each other for having crap content. I don't think Card Ladder's the judge. They want famous people in the hobby who hopes of getting more subs. That's fair. Trying to explain what is good content or trying to explain what demand is. It's tricky. But that's why I say it is open to interpretation. That's why I said what's good for you or good for me might be two different things. I think it's good to get the different perspectives, but it's still going to be whatever you consider good. There was a very good reason Josh didn't come on that video with Dakota. It didn't help the sentiment for Card Ladder in the hobby. They wanted to be on the other two ruined their brand for. I think Josh had the game as his excuse. I think it would have been tricky for him. It wouldn't have fit in with the dynamic. And the conversation was already tricky enough in the time period they had with two people talking. Three people would have been very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
So,
That would have been tough.
Yeah. So, Mr. Lewis, I want you to have second crack at this. And then Bobby and then Yannick, you'll have your shot at it as well. So, Mr. Lewis, I want your opinion. What do you think for Bob Lewis? What is good content? And in your answer, include the word anti-disestablishmentarianism in a correct sentence.
Go.
And this will be on the final exam, people.
So good content for me starts with the relationship I have with the person who's making it. That's really how it happens. And really it was, for me, it was like this ripple effect of, there was an existing sort of ecosystem here, and I just kind of jumped in, inserted myself into the conversation, and then over time, some of those conversations just remained, and they're ongoing now, and those were my friends. Sure. So, that's not. Do I watch every one of my friends' videos? No, but I try to enjoy it because I'm a genuine collector and just want to see what I know, maybe a card that they were chasing or a set that they were going after, or whatever the case may be, I can sort of root for them as they have for me in the past. I'm interested in their PSA returns. I'm interested in maybe something they got in a pack. Now that was sort of how it started, but there are times when I want to put on a 4-hour long live chat that I missed from Friday night at work, and it's on in the background, and I like Brad's movie sort of reference of just like there's stuff you kind of put on in the background, and you're tuned into it, but not like you don't have to sit here and like watch it. It's more of an audio thing.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Yep.
So there's that. So if there's good content, does that mean there's bad content? I don't care. I believe that there is content out there does mean nothing. But I wouldn't say it's bad content because clearly somebody's watching. There's it's going to get brought up eventually. So like the influencer mentality and that approach to content can go both ways. But like I do see the influencer as like it's almost like politician, like you're kind of trying to win favor of people and willing to do whatever it takes to do it. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. No worries. There you go. And he muted himself. I like it.
Wow, he's
beautifully executed. He's getting professional now. He's getting professional.
Chair in the scene or anything.
I know. Like, well, we're missing the chair. The chair would have been a nice bonus, but we'll work with it. We'll work with it. So let me grab a couple of these. So Dave here says, basically, I'll watch whatever I like and don't care if anyone thinks it's good. I like the second half of it, so we're going to touch on it here. It's like, I don't really think it's a very interesting topic. That's okay. If it's not an interesting topic, watch something else. It literally falls under the theme of the night. Yeah. Like you have the ability, you have the control to make decisions. So that's why I say use your power. It's a topic that has been brought up. It's also a topic that folks wanted to talk about. So it's one of those things. A lot of it will also be gone with where the chat wants to go with it. So I want to let everybody have their chance here to say their piece, and then we can move on. We can talk about something else. There's different angles we can take on, and there's different things we can talk about. And I do also want to talk about some of the card shows with Brad. So we'll move on, and we can always circle back around if we want to after. So I want to let everybody have a shot. Yeah, we got time. Bobby, what for you? What for Bobby Burrell is good content? What do you think?
We all come into moods, and I think that goes without saying for Brad and everybody else. If I'm in a goofy mood, I might want to turn on Pepino Man and get a joke or a laugh, because he is stupidly funny and he's hilarious. And if I want good, real good information content, I'll watch Victor, the Ricard Specialist. Or, if I want to get into hanging out with the boys, the Insert Revolution Posits, I would hang out with those guys and you type a few things in and get a few comments back. It makes you feel like, and this right here, this is the guys' weekend. The boys kind of hanging out for a few hours and shooting the shit and talking hobby and talking.
Well, DR's got that one covered here, and some folks are listening while shipping cards or sorting cards. And look at this. Amish Dave Archer. Good evening. Bob is learning. Bronco 79. Is he, Dave?
Is he?
It's a valid question.
They're both in here.
They're both in. Since you brought them up, I thought it would be appropriate to bring up the comments.
Yeah. Okay. And so that we're all in different moods. With doing the writing and what have you, I'm mostly putting music on or a movie that I really know a lot. I'll put it on the background just to play, and I'm doing my stuff. So I'm a little different in the last year, but prior to that, I was watching everybody, just trying to find that who was really kind of fitting into what I like. And there's very few on the list. There's very few that and then you turn into some guys and they have a great show, and then the next time their opinions are way off, and it's like, I misread these guys. Wow, I can't believe it. Cage and whatchamacallit with that show, I watched a couple and it was pretty good. And it really depends. And I'll even watch Jeremy's show because I know the guests. I've known them for 20 years, 25 years, some of the guys. So sure. I like being on there, and I actually, and they haven't I haven't speak to them or I haven't seen them in a long time. So, I like being in it that way. So, we all have that sense of diversity, and I really enjoy, that sense. And like I said, we're all in different moods every day. Some days are great in the hobby. Some days are really bad. You want to watch a sad movie because you got all these PSA 7s instead of 9s that came back. And
well, if I'm ever in a sad mood and I want to see something sad, I watch Jeremy's show.
Oh yeah, there you go. So,
I've been in a good mood for a while, so it hasn't been an issue for me.
but I don't gobble up as much content as maybe some do.
Sure.
And you guys are right. Like honestly, how many people are really? We're looking at the content. How many people are really the collectors?
Yeah.
Don't know. Like I go to the show and people they don't know, but yeah, a few guys do. Obviously, we had that guy Carlos. Remember when he said, "Oh, I recognize your voice." We were in the lounge there, and he come over. But that's rarely the case. Everybody just kind of knows you from the shows. So the show and this other part of the hobby, the investment type is all up here, and I think that's the driving force is to make this something that it can't. And as Yannick said, you know, this is a leisure pastime. This is it went away from that after in the 80s. We can discuss 80s or 90s, but we got away from all of that, and now it's total investment, total money back, total. You know, that's where this market they're trying to drive all these new people into it that way. There's no sense of recapturing your youth here. There is a little bit, but that's not the driving force that we see on most of the blogs out there. And I kind of like going back to the, you know, getting the old cards. When guys show the old cards, those are great. You know, Rick's show is really good. I see all the Canadian stuff he brings up, and I really kind of like watching his show.
Sure.
And then there's other times it's just not for me.
Sounds good.
We're all
So let
like
me read a couple of these. I'll get caught up here. So for international borders, well, I got Chris so out of sorts. The SCI has so many more views than him. Yeah, there is a lot of that. That's why I said that. But that was why I made the point that like trying to discredit by saying all the views are bought. Again, they're not talking about SCI, but they're talking about SCI. Trying to discredit with all the views. Then I said, okay, if that's true, then what's the issue? If they're all fake viewers, then literally there's nothing to be threatened about, right? Just logically speaking, like. If they're fake, then who cares? It could be 1 million viewers. If they're fake, it's not a real. So it's kind of an interesting thing. Having worked in the media company in the past, like it or not, quality means nothing. Content is always measured by eyeballs. The ratings speak truth. We need more lifestyle videos. So SP123, good evening. Not financialized content. No one wants to see charts and graph videos. Not true though. Lots of people want to see charts and graph videos. The numbers are there. The numbers say so. One thing I was going to say here, actually, with Dave and Steve. Hey, guys, if either one of you want to pop on even for a little bit just to say hey and chime in on this topic or any other ones, just let me know. I can always put a link in the group chat for you guys. So you have to let me know. Speak about Guy Lafleur, not yet, but give me a couple of minutes and we can always come back around to it. You guys, if one of you guys want to remind me when we get a brief lull in between, we can definitely do that. Sports card content should be focusing on appealing to sports fans, not seeker boys who want to buy it, sell, peak. Well, it depends though. If your goal is to get eyeballs and they're watching it, you go to the audience. You can still make whatever you want, but it's kind of the point that I made before. A lot of this collector-driven content is watched and you get crickets. And like the proof is in the pudding. You can still make it. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying a lot of that stuff will be watched less. How do you want to interpret that? If you want to play to a small audience and you don't care and it doesn't matter, no problem. Awesome. But just understand that. Then you can't criticize the other one. It's like, why are so many other people watching? Because they want to watch it. They have their reasons.
Case in point, you look at Jeff's show, and look at how many people he has watching his show, and his is all basically investment. And you know that's fine. You do what you want in their hobby. It's just my focus is different, and everybody else's focus is a little different.
That is right. That is right. Absolutely. So here, imagine seeing Bobby Burrell with Flipping Steve, Dakota, and Neo. That would be entertaining. Well, Dakota's been on here. Been on here, so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch. We can do that. Let's screw here. I would say percentage of people watching YouTube is similar grading cards, 5 to 15%. Could be. It's definitely a small percentage. I think people over the number that I go back to is that Sports Card Investor, which is probably one of the bigger channels in terms of subscriber count in the space, is 150,000. In the grand scheme of YouTube, that's minuscule. That's tiny. So that's why I say like it's not that dramatic, very, very much so. So you have to understand that. I want to see baseball card collector with Justin and Jabs. That would be problematic. Let's see here. To be more serious for a moment, I used to enjoy hobby YouTube shows for the interaction with pandemic cut off much socialization opportunities. Nope, that's completely fair. Eric's mentioned he kind of latched on to the show and he found it because of time off because of pandemic. So no, that's fair, DR. That's fair. I heard Jabs family has a new partner in videos. Justin, there you go. Could he be making reference to Gary Vee and certain points he made? I don't know. Well, the thing is, Gary Vee doesn't really make content that's hobby-based. It's like, yeah, it's there. But at the same time, that's not his main focus. Like, it's just a thing that he does. It's not the thing.
You know, if you like or dislike Gary Vee, whatever your personal thoughts are on him, anybody that could say that he didn't do great things for the hobby, my personal opinion on, he brought so many new people and eyeballs into the hobby. It was great. Like he didn't. Again, I'm not saying anything about all the other things, but he did in my opinion, he did an incredible job for the hobby. He brought so many new people into this hobby, which is great.
Sure. Yeah.
The interesting point about that is that without the pandemic, the cards went up and everything, but would YouTube be the same, or would all these vlogs exist? Would we still be back and slowly moving forward? And I think that's an interesting question. I think that would be the case. Although we are advancing a lot faster and what have you, I think the pandemic actually thwarted this into what it is. And that's why there's all that chaos. Everything's trying to come together. And I think it'll take another year or two before we really get into a flow of what's good, what's bad. And it's obviously showing itself right now.
Yeah. I think what it did is it's supercharged the situation.
Remember.
Yeah, July the 1st, exactly. Yeah, I think it's supercharged what was happening because there were elements of it that were going up anyway on their own, just because of time and the opportunities that were being presented. But then you suddenly had people with more time in their hands and some more disposable income and an opportunity to use it if they wish to employ it that way. And some people did. They chose to do that. So I'm going to read a couple of these comments here in a second. But before I do, Yannick, do you want to chime in and add anything to either one of those pieces? Either stuff you like, stuff you don't like, stuff that you enjoy seeing, stuff that turns you off. Either one.
What was the question again? At first?
The question is two parts. You can pick either side.
I know there was.
It's tempting. It's like, Yannick, have we learned nothing? Look, there's two pieces.
Two pieces.
One is either you can choose, pick one or the other. Either what is good content to you, meaning what do you like, what do you look for that you enjoy, or you can take the other side of it and say, you see this and you hear this, you know what? I'm off on this. It turns you off.
Or both.
I do both, basically. Like I said, I'm old school in that way. I come from a military background in a way. So, you always have to deal with a whole bunch of people that no matter what they do, say, look, think, believe, it's all the same. You got to do it. You got to do it. You have to turn it off sometime, turn the switch, keep it on. You might learn a thing or two. It's YouTube to me was basically pre-pandemic. It started by basically me going back to, like a whole lot of us, 2018 and early 2019, I got back into it. And then I was like, oh, I need to know more about what I used to know, right? That was the last time I took cards. Basically, Beckett was still the ringing king. So that was a long time ago. And then YouTube brought me to all of, I guess, all the do's and don'ts. And I probably did most of the don'ts at first to finally make my way up the content, to finally realize, like, wait a second. This is not what I'm about, or this is not what I want to do, or this is not what I'm looking for, right? So
right.
That's where, like, the pandemic and all that stuff come in. And, like, we had a lot of content in 2020. Yeah. So much. Like, every night almost there was something live. Yeah. People were bored. You think that at some point you were liking the person, or liking as in, like, oh, okay, I share the same thoughts or the same collecting ways, the same views, but then 2-3 episodes goes and you're like, no, right? Sometimes more, sometimes less. Did I unsubscribe? Hell yeah, a lot of people. My subscriber list, though, like the channel that I subscribe, I got outside the hobby, my list is probably over 200 channels.
Sure.
Because I just don't watch hobby stuff. I watch history stuff. I watch baseball stuff. I'll watch space stuff. I like, all kinds of different subject. And I like a good voice. I like a good rhythm of how, like, things are made. But sometimes, like Bob or Brad or Bobby mentioned, or even, the moods, or you want people that share the same interests to sometimes even, like, make you feel things by, like, oh, wow, this is a great piece that you didn't even know about, or another one that would be interested, or learning even, like, about you know, memorabilia. Or Bobby, before I knew Bobby, I didn't know anything about, you know, what we joke trinkets or other collectible memorabilia and all that stuff. And you know what? I like that stuff now. Like,
Sure. Yeah.
you know,
No, I
I
get you.
Converted another. Oh my god.
I
yeah,
get you.
like on Friday when I come here is to relax. I like people, or just, you know, it's like hanging out, and basically we choose to come here because basically we like to talk about the same stuff, and we somehow think this a certain way, and you know, everyone is welcome. You
Well,
like,
not everyone. Settle down, Yannick. Settle
oh
down.
no, sorry,
We're,
but, you
we're not
know,
that we're not that inclusive. There are limits.
everyone is welcome until Carlos says so, right?
I was gonna say, it's like, there's only one gatekeeper in this fiefdom, and it is I.
There you go. So, you know, it's your Carlos, it's your channel. You
That's
do
right.
what you want, right?
Yeah,
So,
that's
and
right.
one
That's
last thing, anyway, because I can go so on and on and on and on. This, my flower
Yeah, Guy Lafleur. Yeah,
homage there, yeah, with his autograph here. It's pretty shitty autograph. Well, actually,
Gotcha.
you can see it, yeah.
yeah. There you go.
And
Gotcha.
I got this sign. I was 10 years old, 10 years old. So
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I
Very nice.
watched him.
I'll allow the pro set reference then. I will allow it under
Sorry.
these circumstances. I will allow it.
There you
So,
go.
so Brad, did you want to answer this question? Were you able to win the ticket?
No, we went to 25,000. We went to, and then we
Aggressive,
then we-
yeah.
yeah, and then we then I bowed out, and I honestly, I feel like I don't know. I don't think I really would have, even if I would have went to 30 or 40 grand. I don't think I would have won it.
Okay.
Not insinuating anything, but
You
It's
do
a
know
very-
billionaires.
it's a very unique piece. It was. Did you? I
What
don't
was
know
it?
what he's talking about. I thought it was one of the coolest things ever, and I obviously you guys know I love Tiger Woods. It was 81 of his 82 victories. A ticket or a press pass from each one of those,
Mhm.
slabbed by PSA. I
Yeah.
was like, this is the coolest thing ever. So there was only missing one, but yeah, I don't know. And I even
Yeah.
said when I was bidding, I said I might think that I have a chance. I was a high bidder all week at 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. I was
Feel
like, yeah.
good.
But I was like, you might go for 100 grand. I don't know. I could be so far out to lunch on this. It's like I bid on the Vlad Guerrero red out of 5. I remember I said I'm going to 50 grand. That was
Okay.
I'm going to 50,000 on it. I don't know. It went for 500,000.
Oh yeah. I know the one you're talking about. Yeah,
Wow.
that's aggressive. Here's the thing: I like Vladdy Jr. and I sold off a couple more Vladdy Juniors this week. Vladdy Jr.'s been very profitable to me this beginning of the season, but it's like that's aggressive. 500 grand is very
What's
aggressive.
the score right now?
So,
Yeah.
case in point for what we were all talking about, you know, if we refer to Netflix, they've had a huge drop in viewership.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same thing that's happened here is the content has gotten stale in certain areas and it has dropped. And certain other people are picking up and better shows are staying and coming through. And other people are drifting away. So I think we're at the culling stage where I think right now, who are going to really survive without real good content? Like we can dig up content on almost anything because
Yeah.
look at the diversity here. We got 1,000 years of hobby experience. Well, whatever.
Mathematically, that sounds about right. If I quickly double check, no, that sounds about right. That sounds about right.
Close.
Yeah.
So, anyways, that's my
Sounds fair. So I was scanning through a couple of the comments, guys. I know you were putting a couple in there, so I made sure to do it. I know Hockey was talking about Gary putting NFTs. Here's the thing: he's entitled to do that. I don't really. I think
own it.
people spend way too much time worrying about what other people are doing. Gary Vee can push whatever he wants to push. He's a businessman. Right now, NFTs is one area that he's looking at. I don't care about it one way or the other. I make myself informed on what it is. I am aware and I learn and I pay attention. But that he's pumping NFTs, that's why I say, like, that comment doesn't make any sense to me. He goes, him pumping NFTs as hard as it is pretty bad. Why? If it's of no interest to you, it should make no difference. He could be pushing pancakes. Who cares? Like, what difference does it make?
yeah.
You know what's
Gary
true?
has-
You know what's so sorry, Bobby. I didn't mean.
No,
But
it's
what
okay.
some people are true and genuine when they say it, but I love people that are successful in what they do. I want everyone to succeed, you know, and that's like if Gary Vee, I want him to make $10 billion. Go for it, man. Awesome. Good for you. But there's so many people, and I've learned this in the course of my life, that people, it's jealousy, it's envy, it's people don't want other people to succeed. And I think that's where a lot of this comes from, right? Again, I want everyone to be the best at what they do. and make tons of money and be successful. I don't care what Bob, or I shouldn't say Bob. I'm using Bob as a reference.
I think you meant what you said. That was a Freudian slip where it's like, I don't care, Bob.
Yeah, I don't care what Bill. I don't
He's
care what
Ruby Bob is
Bill does, but I
Oh,
want
Jay?
to. Yeah, you just want people to be successful and be good at it and stop the negativity and the whining and the finger pointing. And the other thing, if you're going to finger point, call out who you're finger pointing, because I feel like that's the only thing that I would say critical. Chris has his opinion.
Mhm.
What I'm critical about is, if you want to say, I don't think he meant to point out Dustin. Like when Dustin did his video and he's like, maybe I am a clown, maybe or whatever he was saying.
Yeah.
Well, if you remember, the conversation was, I and the rest of us are 99.9% positive we know exactly who you're talking about.
Right.
But because you are in a position, and by the way, you did this by choice. My big thing is that you're doing this by your own decision. You could just focus on your own business. You could just focus on what you're good at and what you're doing and stay in your lane, focus here. You should be focusing on promoting Card Ladder. That should be your number one business and focus. That should be where you're focusing right now. And you are also a collector's employee. Maybe you should be focusing on helping to promote collectors' properties. Do that piece of business. That is your job now. It is not your job to opine on all these 1,018 things as though you're a big shot. 3 years ago, you were trying to opine on a bunch of things. Very entertaining. By the way, for context, just for those of you who have hung around a little bit, that little blurb from Young Master Hoge back in the day, that blow up forum thread, if you ever want to look it up, that blow up forum thread was based on a person questioning Josh Johnson from Cardboard Chronicles, How to Collect Cards website, and questioning if there was value in having a course on card collecting and a debate about that. And Chris came on to defend Josh. And in the course of defending him, he then ended up getting into a protracted argument with another guy. And part of going back and forth was to say that my algorithm, I have accomplished things in the hobby. What have you done? For my dramatic reenactment. So that was, I wanted to give you the post first. And that is the context that that post was part of. It was in the middle of a longer thread. I have once, like Bob mentioned earlier, I have read it so you don't have to.
There you go.
That's good. I
A
like
little
that.
addendum to what Brad was saying is, I think people do want to see other people succeed, but sometimes just not beyond themselves.
Yeah,
And
There's an element
and
of that.
that's
For sure.
that recession there where people just kind of, oh, you're doing what? Oh,
Mm.
yeah, I'm happy for you. You're really working your way up. And then when they skyrocket and go, then they're going, hey, I'm left behind. What happened to me? And that's where the jealousy and the raging comments come, flying in, and they start being all negative. I'm negative anyways. I'm halfway glasses empty with me.
Shocking.
Because I have to see things through. That's the way I've always been. I always have to work an issue from the bottom up and find out where it comes from. And I have to, that negativity, no, can't be. And then things fall together and it seems to work out for me that way. So I'm good in that sense.
I agree with that, Bobby. That's what I try. Like, I know I don't articulate things sometimes when I'm
Me
speaking.
too. Yeah.
But what you just said, that's exactly what I mean. It's
For
like
sure.
100%.
Yeah, for sure. So Baz, Bob is taking care of the kids. He's got, Bob's only got 37 kids. Now, some of the youngest ones are with the wife, but he's taking care of some of the other ones. So he did warn me in advance that he may need to pop in and out, but he'll be back at some point. So he's got to take care of a business at the house.
Everything's under. We're left with Chair. Where's Chair?
Well, Chair,
Not even
unfortunately, is a
there.
little other shot. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see. I'll leave him there for a little bit and we'll see. If it takes him a little while, I can always pull him off screen for a bit. So Bing Scott, good evening. Good content. We need more channels to cover breaking hobby news. There you go. I feel like now, in fairness, though, I think some of them try to do it and don't do a particularly good job. I think just regurgitating a couple of statements isn't really good coverage of something. I think maybe giving at least some thought about, hey, what do you think this means? Even if it's just an open-ended kind of a conversation, just to let people kind of think through it a little bit. I think that's a good thing. Speak of the guy himself. There you go. Perfect. Good timing on that one.
Brought us food.
Hey, Bob, you were, I was just letting everybody know where you were. So it was a good timing on you popping in. Perfect.
Yes.
So I'll read a couple of these comments and I'll reintegrate you in the conversation here. So we're being pumped stuff every day. Yep. Marketing and advertising, Big Mac you bought is really worth 20. Yeah, 100%. Do you think collectors tried to acquire market movers? They may have at least inquired. If they wanted a data tool, they probably wanted to see if they had stuff they were integrated. But Jeff has other businesses, so it would have to be something where this is my opinion. I would believe that Jeff Wilson would probably have wanted more than the card ladder guys would have wanted because Jeff Wilson's business was self-sustaining. So like it was operating enough that he's able to have staff. He's able to do these. And if for whatever reason he was having any trouble or losing any money on it, it's a write-off to his other businesses. So like in reality, if you own multiple businesses, if one business is losing a little bit of money, that's not a bad thing for tax purposes. That's actually not a big deal. You can work the numbers to be like, actually that's advantageous. So I'm actually going to spend more on the business that's losing money in order to get a little extra money out of it. So just understand that's part of the game. So there you go. I've got a couple of gentlemen who will be joining us momentarily. So let me read it. Let me read this for a second here. So hockey here. Carlos just gave Ziggy Noah a present by bringing to light that blow up post. Yes, but I also want to point something out. That was really easy to find, and I've had it in my back pocket for some time. Some people are too lazy to do a Google search. Some people that spend an inordinate amount of time whining about this stuff, they could have found that on their own. And now it is a present. It's a gift because you're too lazy to find it on your own, idiot. Agreed, Carlos. Yes, thank you. The only hobby news that I enjoyed released by Carlos. The other trying to get clicks on big news. Yes. Speaking of big news, we have Mr. Negativity. Dave, how's it going?
Dave.
Mr. Dave.
Oh, you're muted, Dave. You got to unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead. Talk again. Nope. Steve, can we hear you?
I hope so.
You can hear you.
Here's
You're
the
good.
dark porch.
So I don't know. Mr. Negativity, his microphone is trying to be negative on him. You're unmuted, Dave. I don't know. Like no sound is coming out of the phone. Do you want to pop off and come back on? Give it a try. Pop off and come back on.
Oh, I heard
Wait,
him.
hold on. Speak again.
Oh,
Weird.
that was
okay,
weird.
give it a go.
Like-
Pop off and come back on. So the card hobbyist, good evening. I think the card ladder team is Beverly Hillbillies showing up at collectors and probably feeling big, small, and less important. Yeah, at this point, you're now a division. You're not a company anymore. You're a segment of a bigger one. I picked up 8 more goalie starting lineups. Very nice. You guys in the chat care to guess? Oh my goodness. If the chat wants to give it a go, please give it a go, guys. I firmly believe market movers was the initial want. It could be. There's a real possibility. Market movers as a business was already more refined. So it would have been easier for them if the stuff they had was in place and if he wanted to sell at a price they were happy with. So let's see here. All right, Dave, go ahead, give it a go again.
Fuck you all.
Nicely done. For the algorithm. Look at you. How's it going, Dave?
Oh, wonderful.
Yes. So did you want to opine? So Bink Scott says here your eye candy reviews. This probably can't be denied. So you've got the luscious beard going and the mane, so that's working for you. So did you? So I'll ask you first, and then I'll ask Steve. Did you want to opine on any part of kind of the first bit that we were talking about?
A little bit. As you know, my best friend in the hobby, he likes to make those things where you shouldn't collect something because it doesn't fit in his mold.
Yeah, your BFF forever. Yes.
Yes. I'm not a fan of that. Believe it or not. It's shocking.
That is breaking news in and of itself.
So I'm hoping everybody's sitting down in a 20-mile radius of where everyone's at right now because it could be chaos in the world otherwise.
Fair.
But to have, and that, I don't know, you get these people that want to say, well, it's bad content, we should push them out. No, I mean, pivot away. Their nomenclature, as it were.
Wow.
They don't think about their answers because they have an audience to cater to. There's people that they're putting money in their pockets, or they've got business ventures that will draw them a customer base. I don't think we'll ever have that, or at least I won't, because I usually say what's on my mind. And that usually gets me some sort of trouble at some point in time.
Generally, yes.
But it just befuddles me that
grown people are telling other grown people what to watch or who to follow, what not to accept as hobby content that's worthy of their time.
Oops,
To those
wrong
people,
show.
to the card ladder people, I would say fuck off, because
Not,
that's
not everybody wants to be is like it's their goal to be backed by some investor. You know what I mean? Or,
So I'm going to do something I rarely do because we have a unique configuration of panels. So I'm going to do this. I don't want Brad to be cut off by the logo. As much as I love the logo, I wanted Brad to be visible on the screen. So we brought him back in. Don't worry, Brad. I got you back, buddy. I got you back. Go ahead, Dave.
So it's just these fuckers get hot air blown up their ass so frequently with, oh, I'm posting this, I'm talking about this, and all you see is positivity. You get a couple negative comments in there, but they try to get scooted down. As much as we hate Team Schmedium, the Good Deals Only, Human Stink Line, all these guys.
We use too many people, Dave. The fact that they get so much material and my trolly heart is like, no, I love these people. I support them. I want to hit like, even before I've watched the video for the algorithm.
I want to comment, but I usually don't comment because, again, the negativity.
Yep.
But again, we tell Vinny, if you don't like it, don't fucking watch it. He still watches it.
Yep. That's the hate watching. There was a comment about the hate watching. I apologize. I was going to bring it up, but there was a comment about the hate. Yeah. But that's a real thing. And like I keep trying to tell people, it's like I don't feel like I'm explaining this like clearly enough to some folks. That's real. Yep. That's why I said you're not going to dissuade people who are hate watching. They're watching because they hate it. They're not watching it because they like it.
The biggest example of that is like, I don't know.
Everybody who watches a Bob Lewis video.
Well, right. But Howard Stern, that when he was like doing his thing, it was like the people that hated him the most,
yes.
like listen to the majority of his show.
Yes, Jerry Springer.
Right. Because they wanted to have like more reasons apparently to hate on the person.
Yeah, Stern takes on that special area. It's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, so I've never understood why the hobby hierarchy that these people think they have or that they're in gives them some sort of otherworldly wisdom to thankfully bestow on the plebes. Hey, don't watch these guys. Watch this stuff. If I watch the fake Josh Johnson, that's better for me to sleep than listening to the waves of Lake Superior crashing against the shore.
Well, if it was just the waves, it'd be fine, Dave. But it's that guy yelling in the background while I'm trying to watch the waves, the peaceful waves, ruining it.
I'm enhancing it.
That's debatable, sir.
So I don't know. It baffles me that 30, 40-year-olds, and again, we've been around the message boards forever. We've seen this through the dawn of time. It's consistently happening no matter where you go. So while it shouldn't baffle me, it still does. That, again, these folks have these problems and need to spend an hour on that other show talking about them. Oh, pivot away, push them out, get rid of them. You guys are just wasting your time. It's like, well, maybe you're wasting your time with Card Ladder. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. So actually, Dave, I want to touch on something you said there, and I want to bring Steve into this. So, Steve, I want to open the floor to you to take on to the same thing, anything that strikes your fancy, but playing off one thing that Dave said. One of the points that they were trying to do is they were trying to encourage people to pivot away. They were trying to play gatekeeper in that whole bit. One of my points was that that's not going to work. Part of the reason being is that all you're doing is, oftentimes when you're talking that way, you're preaching to the converted. You're talking to people that already aren't watching, aren't paying attention to. So you're not going to convert. That's what I already said. You're not going to convert the hate watchers because they're not watching for the reason that you're talking about. but you're also likely not going to convert the converted because they probably weren't already watching. So it's like talking to an empty auditorium. You're not going to move anybody, even if it's the most stirring speech ever spoken. If nobody's there, nobody hears it. Or if they're all there, but you're trying to tell them not to be in the other room when they're in the room with you. They're already not in that room. You're not going to discourage them from being in a room they're not in, if you follow what I'm saying.
It makes for an interesting point. When you look at it from that perspective, it really changes the dynamic of what ultimately that whole conversation that they were trying to push on their audience, so to speak. From my where I sit, honestly, I don't care if it's good content, bad content. Not to mention, I hate the word content because it's one of those in which it's like, is it really? Depends on who you ask, whether or not it actually falls under content or not. If it's good, I'll watch it. If it's bad, I don't watch it. And I keep going back to, I need to go back and actually rewatch your video, Carlos, because as I was watching it, I'm sitting there going, I'm racking my brain on some of your points that you were making, and I'm going, why does it have to be a focal point of try, like you said, to try and like push people away?
Yeah.
You know, those individuals, and I know there was a comment also that, you know, negativity actually like brings watchers.
It does.
In a lot of situations, it does.
Mhm.
You know, case in point, Dave and I could speak to this years ago, the whole rant in the title. Rant indicated something negative. So, of course, the masses would go and flood to a video. Sometimes it was actually negative connotation, calling out somebody for shitty business practices, whatever. Other times it was clickbait to try and do whatever they were trying to do. No matter where this hobby space lands or continues to progress,
Mhm.
you're going to have both sides of the spectrum. You're going to have those individuals that will say something is good when others will think it's bad. It doesn't matter. Content is content, good or bad. It actually, in my opinion, it helps the hobby. Good, bad, and different. It doesn't matter. To me, it seems as though they were trying to push more along the lines of this, the negative connotations or the clowns, so to speak, are shedding the hobby in a negative light. Well, is it really shedding the hobby in a negative light, or is it actually shedding them in a negative light? You got to put things into perspective.
I agree. I think there was some subtlety that was missed there. And there were some good comments here, so I'll touch on them a little bit. Yeah, Card Ladder thinks the hobby is theirs and they're to the almighty and powerful Oz. Yep. I like Will's comment. You can't bless the hobby gods without a blood sacrifice. Paul always accuses me of throwing people into a volcano so I get served. Just for the record, when I knew that Dakota was going to do this live stream, I knew I was going to watch and I was going to take notes. I was literally sitting there. It's like the equivalent of the hobby gods being like, Carlos, just so you know, we're going to put this on a tee for you. And we're going to put a rocket behind the bat you're about to swing at it. It's like, bros, I got this. Don't worry.
Stand by, Carl.
I'm good to go. Don't worry about it. I'm ready. Sometimes they make it easy for me. And that was one of those situations.
See, and something like that, I wouldn't have
Your
even
own
wasted my time. Because
No.
at the end of the day, I don't care what any of these people say, what they think. I don't care. Because like Bob, when he was, you know, talking about what he watches or what he has a tendency to migrate to, I watch videos to support the people that I consider friends.
Sure.
We don't always have to agree. We can have varying opinions. That's what makes us people. And you have to have varying opinions in order to have good conversation.
Mhm.
There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer when you're actually having a conversation, whether it be a debated conversation or not. You can't all agree 100% all the time.
Yeah.
That becomes awfully boring conversation.
Hey, Carlos, might be worth it to just, for those maybe just tuning in, sort of, what are we talking about? Cause I got a text and it's just hard to respond. So I thought maybe that he can't be the only guy that's like tuning in maybe and not really sure what video, who we're talking about. So it was Dakota, he's Sports Card Anonymous?
Sports Card Anonymous, yeah. So Sports Card Anonymous did a live stream on Tuesday with Chris McGill from Card Ladder and Christina from Card Ladder, so two of them. And they basically started it was basically to ask them questions pertaining to a series of Instagram posts. So this is the quick summary. A series of Instagram posts that Chris put out talking about his notion that he felt like if more serious people were going to get involved in the hobby, he never really fully established, by the way, or fleshed out why it was so important that more serious people come in the hobby. So kind of an important thing to make sure you cover at the beginning of your theory. In order to get more serious people in the hobby, we needed more scholarly type of content, more serious content, as opposed to the clowns that are available in the space. And he kept trying to talk around it, but most of us who were a little bit more astute concluded that he was basically taking shots at Jeff Wilson and the guys at Market Movers, which is fine. Lots of people don't like Jeff Wilson. That's pretty standard. But you're trying to play both sides. You don't have the balls to say Jeff Wilson. You don't have the balls to say Market Movers, but you want to say it, but you can't. And because you can't, you leave it open-ended. And a lot of other folks basically fall under the generic bucket. That's the short version. Does that help?
Yeah, of course. Do you think, so because the folks at Card Ladder's livelihood is like directly affected by the strength of the hobby, like he might have some sort of a different take on it. Like not that he's more invested, but in some sense,
he's more invested. He's more invested. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he does briefly for a moment actually include some self-awareness in there, where he mentions and repeats that he is invested in. He literally works in the industry now. His livelihood is tied to the industry. The stronger the industry is, the better it is for his bottom line, because you don't get, year-end bonuses at collectors if the industry isn't doing so hot and if the business isn't making money.
But to Brad's point earlier, like I believe it was Brad, maybe it was Bobby, but it was, if you're trying to equate a pulse of the hobbies, strength based on YouTube or Instagram, like it's so much more broad than that. And so I don't know, but maybe he's saying if there is backing or investors or people that have money, we'll say, that want to get in, it's not as enticing for them if obviously it's hard for them to see, the everyman collector out there that's just doing his thing if they're not posting. So you only kind of can make your judgment upon what you can see. So if you mean
someone would watch us not invest right now?
Repeat that, Yannick?
I said sorry. So I said you would think someone would watch this panel tonight. We're not being invested to invest.
I mean, they'd be crazy not to, right?
Listen, not only do I have hashtag praise the content guys, I've been on the hashtag invest train for some time. Like I've told the people the hashtag is key.
I trust every single one of you guys. So
there you go. But one thing though that also kind of plays into what you're saying, Bob, and it plays into this other idea, is that at the very beginning of the entire thing, and it's that's why I say Chris's entire theory is based on a set of faulty assumptions. The first faulty assumption was that there's a unified collector hobby. There are a bunch of people under this big umbrella tent. That's why I use that analogy. There's a big umbrella tent, but underneath it, you got a bunch of tables, and people are sitting at different tables depending on where they want to sit at. Some folks don't mind getting up and walking around and associating with some people at the other tables. Some people like to sit at their table, and they just hang out there and chat with whoever's at the table. You're allowed to do either. You have the freedom to choose where you want to operate, but it's not a unified whole. If you try to get all these people to agree on one thing, it's going to be very difficult to do. Just because it's not, everybody has different agenda. Everybody has a different timetable. Everybody's been in here a different
So many
period of time.
different ways to participate in the
Correct. Yeah. So there is people in the hobby who participate in the hobby, but their only participation is they'll go with their kids to Walmart or Target and buy a couple of blasters and open some packs once a month. And that's their participation. Or they'll go to the card shop on, every third Wednesday or whatever the case is going to be. And that's it. They don't care about YouTube. They're not listening to podcasts. They're just going to the local card shop and opening some packs. And that is it. They're part of the card economy. They count as part of the whole thing. But they're not actively participating. That's why I said there's folks that are actively in the space. There's folks that are casually in the space. And then there's folks that have no idea the space exists.
So
That would be the
Carlos,
biggest for some people.
Yeah, I agree.
So a question, and this is really open to everybody. And this just kind of sparked to the brain, which I know is kind of scary at times.
Do it, Steve.
Does it really matter what content is out there that would dictate somebody with money coming into the space in the first place?
Steve, bless you, because that's exactly where I wanted to go. That's exactly where I wanted to go. See, the man's getting it. The man's reading my mind right now.
He's not just a regular guest here.
No. This is Bronco Steve. He knows what he's doing. He's not just the hockey oracle. He's not just the hockey oracle. He's reading the mind. That's exactly where I wanted to go with this line of thought. So thank you, Steve. I agree 100%. The question that I wanted to pose, and I'm in agreement with what Steve's saying. My point was, and this is where Chris failed in the second half. Chris failed in 100 places. I spent an hour and a half dictating all the places he failed in only 20 minutes, let alone the rest of the conversation.
And you had to stop.
Yeah, and I had to stop. And people are begging for a part 2. People are begging for the 4-hour director's cut. Goddamn. So the other point, though, the other failure to me is that means you still didn't understand why the money flushed in the first place. Money brings money. Some people were bored. They spent some more money. That boosted things up. Money makes it attractive. Record prices, record auctions, and these, that, and the other thing. If you're somebody with money, that's what interests you. No one cares what the YouTube channels are doing. I promise you those guys aren't watching Sports Card Investor. Who cares? They don't care about him. Or if they do, they're like, hey, Jeff, I see you're doing the sports card thing. What's the deal? What's the thing? He goes, yeah, there's a lot of money being made on this, and this. Okay, cool. You got any suggestions? Yeah, take a look at some of this stuff. Most of the people that have money, and maybe this is a good or a bad thing, and this is a point I made on a previous live stream, guess what they're going to do? They're going to talk to somebody like Ken Golden. They're not going to watch a YouTube video. They're going to be like, well, do you know anybody who knows anything about it? Yeah, let me get you the number to this Golden guy. He runs one of the auctions in the thing. And then Golden will be like, yeah, 86 Fleer Jordans. Hey, Drake, you want to open some boxes? We'll do a live stream. Now, it's questionable if Ken Golden is the person you should be taking advice from. Maybe Ken Golden's a bigger impediment to that. People with that kind of money don't have the time to be watching the content. They got other shit to do. They need somebody they reasonably trust to give them some pointers or some advice or point them in the right direction. That's where they're getting the information from.
Or they'll pay somebody to watch what they think is valuable and say, okay,
Yes.
now tell me what they said.
Yes, correct. They value their time the same way that I do, except they have even more things pulling at them. They're doing other stuff. If they're famous for doing something, Drake makes music for a living, allegedly, in addition to being a celebrity. But the point is, theoretically, he's doing that. He's promoting an album, or he's doing this, that, or the other, which means whatever hours he's got left that he wants to even touch on the hobby, they have to be used maximally. Means he's not sitting there watching content. He's not listening to podcasts. He's like, all right, I'm here to open some boxes. Let's do this thing. That's why he got really annoyed when Ken Golden couldn't figure out an iPhone. $1 billion company. This guy has $300 million in auction sales last year. Can't figure out a fucking iPhone. And doesn't have a guy who can do it. He doesn't have people. I have people.
You have people?
I do.
Oh.
Apparently, I don't need $330 million in auction sales to have people. Ken. I know how to use an iPhone. Ken.
Tell your people to call his people.
If he had called Don West probably knows how to use a cell phone.
You're damn right he does.
Yeah, that's why the Drake thing was so wonderful for me, because I'm like, it's like even the guy with the himself on the mug and the logo thing is like, I do like a 3, 4, 5 hour live stream every week without a problem. I manage. You can't handle one stupid break. And Card Porn's thing was working the whole time. It's like, hey, I got an idea. His stream is working. Why don't you just direct everybody to his stream and you can finish the damn thing instead of letting Drake sit there like an idiot? But we only got millions of dollars.
That would be logical, Carlos.
Yeah.
Whoever said that logic ever exists in certain individuals' universe. So,
But that's what made it fun for me. It was like you are literally being undone by an iPhone. It was wonderful. I got so much fun watching it. It was great for me. So let me read a couple of these here. Hobby survived Don West, but we like Don West. He's ironically entertaining. He's in the Hall of Fame of disingenuous pumpers who prey on people's impulse. Yes. Josh's guy is still the worst one of them all. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, maybe Drake on next week's live show. He should come on here. He'd learn something. He should take some notes. There you go. There's Eric. Folks were asking. Been dozing in and out, but what I'm hearing is good stuff. Hope everybody's well. These jokes are no joke. Can Dave show me a hockey card? There you go. It's good to know he can pull it off on other shows.
What province does Drake represent?
Ontario.
Yeah, he's on Ontario. Yeah, I thought so.
He's about 20 minutes away. Yeah.
There you go. Very nice, Dave. Very nice. Thank you for that. So for those of you who are not familiar, Eric's not here tonight because he's recovering from hip surgery. So he's been knocked out on drugs. Not the drugs he usually takes, the ones that knock him out. The drugs he usually takes are different.
Yeah.
That explains a lot of his takes, but not that one. Different drugs. Yep. I was supposed to obviously seems a lot less fun. There you go. Absolutely. So I hope you're feeling better, Eric. Get some rest. You'll be good. We'll catch you a little later on. Sounds good. Cool. Okay. So that was so that's why I say it. So thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, for broaching that topic because my big thing was like, no, if you want to make a theory, that goes back to that whole joke about the this hashtag scholarship thing. One of the rules that's why I invoked that textbook is like it's literally a course on how to research and how to use the sources around you. That's the entire course. Maybe I should send Chris to go take historical methods. It might be good for him to actually learn how to do it properly. You can have a thesis, you can have a theory, you can have research that you want to do, but you have to know how to use it properly. And if you don't understand something, don't assume, don't make something up, go and figure it out. You want to claim that sports card investors' only appeal is that people don't know? Well, find out who's watching. Find out why they're watching. Ask them. Don't give me studies that you don't cite. That's worthless. Studies you don't cite aren't going to help anybody.
or state your arguments as your opinions.
Yes. Yeah. And if it's just your opinion, so be it. But above all else, I didn't understand why he decided to wade into that pool anyway. As soon as he waded into that pool, I was like, well, there are sharks in that pool. And by sharks, I mean me. I'm waiting. Please come into the pool. I smell blood in the water. Good day, sir. Hey. So anyway, I know you guys are going to touch on a little bit. I know Dave's got the thumbnail up and everything. Very quick, Dave. Very quick on the draw. Well done. I don't want to spoil anything for what you guys are planning, but do you want to give like a high level, kind of what your theory or your plan is to kind of what you want to discuss? It's a little bit similar, but obviously you'll have your take and your angle on it.
More negativity.
Love it. Negativity brings cash. We like that.
On the forecast.
Yeah. And by the way, Josh Luber, we still love you as long as the check clears. Just to be clear, I'll take that Fanatics bag.
That's all that matters.
No problem. Easy.
We have a special announcement that the Toronto Sports Card Expo has posted guests.
Oh, they got guests now? Good.
Yeah, you got the Blue Jays Hernandez. I can't say
Oh, the baseball guy.
Tony Hernandez?
Teal
Sorry.
Star.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tia Scar. Yes. Sorry, Tony passed away. Never mind. You're right. Tia Scar.
Yeah. Ricky Henderson and obviously Yager.
Ricky Henderson. That's not bad. I like that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So we do have a few guys coming. Well, it's a
Yeah.
spring show. It's almost summer show, really, at this point, because Edmonton got the spring show. We get the summer show.
Good stuff. Other than negativity, Dave, did you want to add anything to that or flush it out, or you just want to stick with the negativity as the answer?
Tune in Tuesday at 7:05 p.m. Central Standard Time on the Instant Revolution podcast YouTube channel to find out.
I wanted to set him up for the plug. I wanted to at least give him a chance to get the plug in. There you go. So there you go.
So-
Eric appreciates your card, Dave.
So, Carlos, I'm disappointed you didn't leave the other comment up very long when it came to the reference to
this one here?
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
by the way,
it's-
that was terrible for hashtag scholarship. That was an embarrassment. I was like, you're going to Wikipedia as your source, brah.
The minute he said that in his little statement or whatever, I'm like, okay, wait, why hasn't this video paused yet? Carlos, jump in on this. Wikipedia is not the place I'm going to go calling out references for anything. For anything.
No.
People.
Getting a lot of feedback out there from somebody too.
Probably me.
Probably it's either Bob.
I'll leave and come back. I'll leave. It's definitely me.
Yeah, no worries, Bob. There you go. But I agree with you, Steve.
Got rid of him. Oh my no.
Go
On
ahead.
a different note, though, Carlos, did you see the article I sent you today?
I did scan it briefly, yes. Thank you for sending it over. Today's actually been a little bit tricky as far as getting some time, but I did see it. I got a little bit of a sense. I think it was like a forgery thing. I was quickly scanning through it.
It's another court case for forgery.
Yes, right.
A big one, Steve?
Yeah, pretty big.
I haven't heard.
Yeah, I'll definitely have
enough
to.
hobby content.
Yeah, exactly. Fortunately, we're in the era that has hobby content. Before 2016, we were devoid.
Yeah,
These are
we got an
facts.
article
There was-
written
there
in
was-
Nothing existed before.
Yep, there was nothing yet. I'm pretty sure I was making videos in 2011, but I could be mistaken.
Well, Steve, don't worry. I reference you guys.
Chris
I know.
said you weren't.
Without referencing, you referenced.
Yeah, exactly. But that was the thing is that that was mostly a poke at Ed because I was like, Ed, could you at least pick somebody who didn't record with a potato? It's like some of this shit sucks, bro. Like, look, it's on you. Like, you do you, man. You do you. But the important point is, I am never going to discourage them. If they want to come back and make the exact same thing in 2022, have at it. That is your prerogative. That is your business. You're welcome to do it. I'm not watching that shit. However, you are welcome to do it with my blessing. Go in peace, my son.
Yeah, technology was crap, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but I mean, I still remember my first webcam, and it was garbage as far as I was concerned. But at least it wasn't horrendous.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think this is a good point here. So PS Collectibles Philippines, I'm not sure what your time zone is. I'm going to say good evening because that's where we are, but I'm not sure what your time zone would be. It could be completely different.
It's going to be good morning.
I think so. I think that sounds right. So yeah, how are you supposed to sell a hobby tool and alienate some of the user base? 100% agreed. It's like he keeps forgetting that he's an employee. Your job is literally to sell this. You should probably not be angering anyone who's a potential customer. Just a theory.
And I like everybody brings up the gatekeeper.
Yes.
When there's no gate to keep, you can't be something that you can't be a guard in a field where there's nothing to guard.
You shall not pass. No.
Yeah, who's coming to bum rush you? Nobody.
I don't know.
I agree.
That and the referendum thing too. That was.
Yeah, Yannick appreciated that one. They know, but that's why that was a nod. That was a nod to us Canadians. It was like, people who call referendums doesn't always work out the way you think it will.
Twice.
It's like they tried twice. It didn't work out either way, either time. Maybe give up on that idea. Chill out and settle down. Yep. Paul here. Edited the owner of the Nashville Predators is Leon Draisaitl after he had a hat trick last game against him. Yeah. So Wikipedia is a crowdsourced tool. For some stuff, it's not bad. Just to be clear, for some stuff, it's not bad. If you just want some general information on some stuff, yeah. You know what it's really good for? If you want a movie plot. Like in a quick nutshell, like some of those posts about movie plots, they actually do a decent job of writing a quick plot together. If you just need it in a rush, you're like, well, what happened in that movie again? Quickly scan it. Say, oh, yeah, that's what it was. They actually do a decent job with this because it's not that important. It's not that great. But I wouldn't use it for something important where you actually need to know what it is. No. Wikipedia is not your option there. Use some real scholarship, not Wikipedia.
I used to be referenced there a few times, and they took me off for OPG information, Parkers, and all the early articles I wrote, and then now I'm gone. Like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Nick, why would you go and do that to Bobby?
Yeah, I know. It's like
Yeah.
you were very generous with the delete.
Get him out of
You were
here.
generous with the delete. A lot of delete. I see you over there.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. So good evening, John. Yeah. No, we went through it. What I'll say is, if you get a chance later on, check out the early part of the episode, and you can always zip through it later on and check out on the replay. I don't want to keep circling around to the same stuff. Well, we hit on a lot of the good points. Here's what I'd like to do for a little bit, and then we can open it up to anybody and any topic they want to do. I know Yannick. Chill out for 2
Question.
seconds. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I wanted to hear from Brad his West Coast trip, but
That's literally where I'm going. That's literally what I was stopping us for. It's like you guys are reading my mind today. It's like I'm literally that's where I'm about to go.
it's that movie
Tonight on
Primitive.
Carlos' show, we're talking about a West Coast trip. Go ahead.
There you go. There you go. Perfect. So real quick, I'll read these and then we'll get right into it. Yeah. So the ladder rugs will break as they always do in cheap Walmart ladders. There you go. Last I checked, Austrian economic theories haven't been very influential sports cards. True. Most of the times, card ladder guys just say words designed as pure smokescreen. Yeah, we touched on that a little bit. Don't try to get too smart. Don't try to do that. So I did want to talk about this a little bit because Brad was at 2 shows on the West Coast. So we had the show in BC, and we had and we also had the show in Edmonton. So I do want to talk about that a little bit. So I got this comment here. So good evening, Teapot. Yep, absolutely. No problem. Now here's the question: are you the Teapot from Market Movers? Because I will get accusations. I'm just curious. Yep, no worries. So you'll have to let me know. I'm just curious. So anyway, what I was going to say. So then we got the 2 shows there. So you were at the PSA Canada booth in both. How was your experience? How'd you find it?
Both of them are awesome. Really good shows. Yeah.
Okay.
Vancouver.
Who runs that show, Brad?
Dale does the
Oh,
the
so-
Vancouver. Yeah.
So it's
Or
the
I guess
Boston show. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Langley show, I guess you could say. So, and then obviously Menzies took over or started the new Edmonton show. So
First one. Yeah.
yeah, no, they were both. I mean, it was very successful for us from the PSA Canada standpoint, and also for the AMG standpoint as well.
Okay.
We had a booth set up at the Edmonton Expo as well, which we had a couple really big purchases, which was unexpected and very, very good. So
Nice.
yeah,
Double dipping, eh?
That's
Wow.
good. Now let me ask you a question. So let me start with the BC one.
Yeah.
So BC one. So between the 2, which one in your experience was busier or more attended from what you were feeling?
Edmonton.
Edmonton. Okay.
Yeah.
Now was it a big difference, or was it like a little bit of marginal difference?
Venue.
No, they were both good. Like both the venues were great. They were both put on. I think Menzies would tell you, again, being the first one in Edmonton, there was a few little hiccups, but from a consumer standpoint, no one would see them.
Okay.
Just a few little things. I mean, you're moving a whole operation to set up a show. Like some showcase rentals didn't show up, but it was nice to see like the dealers kind of pulled together and loaned. I had 4 showcases. I went down to 1 because I gave a couple to Roddy, a couple to another one to another guy just to help out. So, yeah, but it was really good.
That's very good. I got a follow-up question or 2 for you. So hang tight 2 seconds. I'll read a couple comments. So Tommy Golf, I did want to acknowledge as well. So thank you for popping in. And I know it's to Dave and Steve. So when Steve pops in, we'll let him know that you popped in. So I appreciate the kind words as well. So thank you for that.
I'm here.
Perfect. So you see that, Steve? Tommy Golf there? So he's just saying hey to you. And I think you responded
Yep, I
in the
did.
chat there. So that's perfect. Thank you, Steve. So yeah, so Teapot here is saying he's that Teapot. So I'll read the comment here as well. So make meaningful content, realizing that everyone will appreciate or enjoy it, but you can't please everyone. Thankfully, there's a lot of content creators today, something for everyone. Completely fair, completely valid. So thank you for popping in and checking it out. Friedman, did Brad buy the Ovechkin gold? I think that was it was Karn, wasn't it? Karn and those guys.
I did have the card in my hand. It was
Okay.
interesting. The guy that pulled it was friends with Luke Quatch, who was working with me, and he brought it over just before he transferred the card to the new owner. It was pretty cool. It was nice to see. There was a big transaction, obviously. Like, I don't know what the purchase price was exactly.
It was like 146,000, something like that. It was a pretty crazy number. It was
I think that's the one. That's the Cros. Or sorry.
Yeah, I'm referring to the gold Ovechkin PMG.
Right. Which one? No, the Crosby sold at the auction.
Okay, that's different. I'm not talking about the Crosby. just talking about the Ovechkin Gold PMG, and I think that's the one that Karn was involved in. Had to deal with that one.
Yeah, so one of them sold at auction though, right? For 146K. It was that the Crosby that sold that?
I think the Crosby was the auction. The Ovechkin, I think, was a private deal that they were on Instagram with.
So that's the one I had, yeah, the Ovechkin.
Yes.
At the same time that was there was a guy with 2 Pokemon cards that were one of the coolest things I've ever seen, but they're from a Logan Paul break of a first edition. Not because I know anything about Pokemon cards, but this guy came up with a couple with a backpack on. He seemed like a young guy. Came up and sat down, and myself and Sherry were there, and he said, yeah, he wanted to grade a few cards. He had some first edition Charizards that were kind of in rough shape. And then he pulled out 2 cards that were graded PSA 10 first edition Pokemon cards, a Machamp or Machamp, I forget how to pronounce it, and maybe Blastoise. And on the card, it's graded by PSA 10 Gem Min. It said from the Logan Paul collection or the full or
Wow.
Greg. So I said to him, I was like, man, I said, I don't even know what those are worth. They're like probably $100,000, $200,000 each. I'm not even sure at that point. He goes, yeah. And I'm as plain as day, the nicest guy. He goes, yeah, I went in the break. I got them myself. I won them. I was like, oh, geez, that must have been an expensive break to buy into. He goes, no, it wasn't too bad. He goes, I got 3 packs for 2 Bitcoin.
Oh,
and
my
I kind of
God.
looked at him and I was like,
cheap, Bobby, cheap. Come on.
he was dead serious. And it was 3 packs for, so 100. So he actually corrected me. He goes, yeah, it was about 111,000 for 3 packs. And he was telling us the story. He walked. I'm like, there's not too many people in the world that bought 3 packs of any sort of cards for $111,000.
So the good news is right now, if you're holding the Bitcoin, you're struggling right now. I think that's only about 100 grand Canadian now.
Yeah.
It's rough times right now. It's rough times. It's only about 100 grand.
Yeah.
So Sherry here is filling in
Yeah,
filling in the info here. Chansey and Alakazam. So thank you, Sherry. Much appreciated. Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah.
That had to be the Ken Golden Logan Paul break that they did.
That's right.
The first edition box, and all the packs went up for auction, and then they actually did it live on a live stream.
It wasn't G.I.
Exactly.
Joe's? Not this time?
Yeah.
It could have been anything else.
Yeah. That's right, Steve.
G.I.
That's what he
Joe.
said.
G.I. Joe.
Because the pack right before the pack where he got the Chansey, like the guy was telling the story, and he was such a nice guy and so calm. And I don't know, I'm going to say he was 30 years old, maybe 35. He goes, yeah, so the pack just before I knew it was going to be my pack, there was nothing. So like he was kind of like, that's a $35,000 nothing, right? So then he goes, and then he got two olives, right? So
Wow.
yeah, it's super cool.
Nice. Now, here's a question for you. So we got a little bit of the contrast of the two.
Yeah.
So this is kind of more open question. So I'm curious now, kind of your thought on this, and then I want Bobby. Obviously, you can take a stab at it. If anybody else wants to talk, kind of ask as well, we can. One of the kind of concerns that Bobby had is that with the additional show, speaking about the Edmonton Expo one, is that could divert some attention, some money, some dealers and stuff from the Toronto Expo.
Yeah.
From what you saw there, do you think that's a concern? Does it make sense? Or is it something where you feel like you're going to see folks at both, or some folks going to do the Edmonton and not the other one, or some folks get the Edmonton and maybe going to do Toronto? What's your opinion?
I think it's going to benefit the Toronto show because I think there was a lot of people there that went to the Edmonton show and went, wow, this was a lot of fun. I had a great experience. And then people kind of said, yeah, come to Toronto. It's twice the size. People got excited about that, right? There was a lot of money changing hands at both shows. But the Edmonton show in particular, like I think I jumped on before I had to jump off and I said, I seen multiple, 6-figure deals. And as all you guys know, being in this hobby for the length of time you have.
And making as many 6-figure deals as we do, right, Dave?
Yeah. But people BS all the time. Like anyone that buys a card for more than $5,000, that's a lot of money. You know what I mean? But it's not every day that people buy a card. Like if it was Kern that bought it like for $150,000, like those transactions don't happen every day. There's a group of select people that do large transactions. But when you see guys buying, we bought a collection for 50, then we bought another one for worked out to be 75. Okay, like there's a lot of money changing hands, and I watched multiple other deals do that. It's nice to see. It's really good to see.
Now, I think it was one of those shows where you had that big group of Gretzky rookies that got submitted all at once, right?
That was submitted before I left. That was
before you left.
Yeah. And
Gotcha.
Card Porn reposted that. My
Oh,
first, our first appearance on Cardboard.
There you go. Nice.
Hey, there you go.
So not necessarily specifics, but you said, like you said, both shows had quite a bit of traffic and all that. I assume, was business brisk at the PSA Canada booth? Stuff coming in at both shows. How'd you
both,
feel with that one?
Both shows, we were full from the. We had a lineup at the start and pretty much all day, and there was 3 of us working the booth, and we talked and answered questions and took submissions, and yeah, we took in a ton of cards. So much that I have all the cards ready. I'm flying on Sunday to California to drop them off. I decided it was kind of a weird thing. Like, obviously, when people submit cards, we get packages every day with people I don't know. But this one was kind of different, especially starting in Vancouver, where guys were like, oh, we were waiting for you guys to be here. I don't want to mail my cards. I wanted to give them to you in person. So you had that interaction with all these people. Like, I've had this card for 30 years. This is this. And when they give you that card and you have a face-to-face interaction with them, and they're telling you, like, I am entrusting you with this card is my life, more or less. So they give you that card. So when we left Vancouver, I said to Sherry, I was like, we're going to have to actually fly all these cards down. Not that anything's going to go missing, or anything's going to happen to the FedEx package. I said, I just got to hand deliver these to PSA, and then then I'm going to pick them all back up. So we've got, besides what we have, I'm probably going to take about 3,500 cards down on Sunday. So I'm going to fly around 3,500, I think 3,500 cards. But when you interact with those people and they give you that trust, and I had a great time talking with people, and whether it was a Gretzky rookie, a Noah rookie, whatever it was, a Mantle, we took in a ton of cards from a lot of people. It was very exciting. So I'm going to fly down Sunday, be at PSA on Monday, drop off all the cards, and I'll just feel better about that.
No, that's fair. I think that's good. That's a nice service for the folks that submitted with you, that you're going to take the extra step to actually fly it down. So that's good stuff for sure.
I'll give a little context to what I said about that. Is that the Toronto show is generally May, so they push the show forward another month, which puts us more into the summer. It's a hockey show mainly, and we're expanding. I understand that, and if I really wanted to see, we lose a lot of with the stuff that I'm into, and a lot of the other collectors that I know, it's first come, first served. You get one chance at something, and it's not for 10 years or whatever. So we like seeing fresh stock. With cards, there's a lot of them, but there's one-of-ones and all the other stuff. So you might miss out on that Karn card that bought.
Part of the reason I was asking the question, though, is because it's also a cost thing. If you are a dealer and you would normally set out a certain amount of budget and time and energy to be able to set up at a show, and you're already out west, there could be a decision made. Like, okay, I would love to go to the Toronto Expo.
Most of my stock.
Yeah, it just kind of depends. Like, for some guys, they'll attend all 3. They'll do the BC one, they'll do the Edmonton one, and I'm sure there are some dealers who will do that. There are other ones who may choose 2 out of 3. So but it depends, because there is enough of a gap. But for some, it's like, it's too tight. I took some vacation time to make this work. They're not a full-time dealer, but they do it semi-regularly, and they would normally set up at the show. There could be some decisions. So that's why I say, like, regardless of what the thing is, there's still some folks who may have to make a choice, because money's not unlimited for these guys. And for some of these guys, it's not a full-time job, but they do well enough at these shows that they make some time to do it.
More time for me this year, but I'll be there in November.
There you go.
Yeah, see, I think that a lot of people, most of the friends that I know, aren't really coming to the June show.
That's fair.
Because it's maybe June and they have kids, or they have a cottage, or they have to rake the backyard. I don't know. And there's a little deterrent there for a lot of people. And I know it's hard for some guys to get away. I'm just saying. Yeah. I have that concern that that you got 3 shows so tight in 1 month. It's a little too much for Canada, I guess. But the more the merrier. Brad, your business is different in a certain way. PSA is obviously different completely. Your other business is not. But if you have enough stock, which you obviously do, 3 shows is great for you.
Mm-hmm. No, I think Toronto will be the busiest Toronto show in a long time. After seeing that, I really, and again, it depends what you call
the last Toronto show was, I think, probably one of the biggest. This one won't be. I think the fall will be. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah.
I think not.
We might have to get a beer bet on this one, Brad.
Yeah, I did.
But we have to specify though convention beer or like regular price beer because we know there's a conversion rate, so we might have to factor that in and come up with the right conversion. I want to acknowledge this one. So Tim here, Slab Strong. My hat is good content. Making fun of your hat's good content. We all agree that making fun of your hat's good content. But thank you for popping in, Tim. Friedman, when's the next Halifax show? Do you want to touch on that one, Brad?
April 30th. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So real quick here, Paul says the lineup for the PSA booth at Edmonton. Felt bad for the dealer. So Paul was there, and I did mention that. While Paul was there, he let me know about a Medano card in. He has shipped it off. I think based on the tracking, it's scheduled to be in on Monday. So I'll be able to add that hopefully to next week's mail, and it should be a lot of fun. So that should be good. Eric's surgery went well. He was on actually earlier tonight, made a little comment, and he seems to be recovering, but right now he's resting. And obviously he's on very powerful drugs. Again, not the usual drugs he does before the show, different drugs.
He's buzzing.
Absolutely. Yeah. How many Puffy rookies were made? Although I was kind of tempted to have him on because if the drugs were strong enough, he'd finally admit he doesn't actually like the Bruins. It's been a long con all along. This is a lie. It's
He
all
said he
been a
woke up with a Habs jersey on.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He finally admits the rolling truck is actually going through Manila. He hasn't been in the United States for years. This has all been a lie.
And he wants nothing to do with hockey cards. It's all,
No, he actually hates hockey. It's absolutely terrible. Apparently, all he likes is like football cards and Terrell Davis. It's odd. I don't know what his deal like specifically, but only that.
Poopy pony.
no, there can only be one of those.
Well, you're the hockey oracle. He's the Terrell Davis card collecting oracle.
No. There can only be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The beauty of it is it's like just set you up in direct contrast. You're just like there can only be one. Fix this. But no, that's good. Any one of the submissions strike you as particularly interesting, Brad? I know there's the usual suspects, but anything kind of unusual, anything a little different than the norm?
Well, the one that I received before I went away was probably one of the coolest with all the Gretzky's and all the.
Sure.
There was a shit ton, excuse the language, of other stuff. Like, I just was mind blown that there was that much quality raw stuff. But I bet you we took in another 300 Gretzky's at the two shows.
Right.
There was a lot of Gretzky's. We got 152 Mantle. We got a bunch of Howe rookies. Obviously, a lot of modern, a lot of the typical guys, McDavid, Ovechkins, a lot of young guns, a lot of guys were saving up that stuff. What was very cool? I'll come back to that. I'll think about it and see. But there was more unique
Pre-war? Anything pre-war?
Not a lot, honestly, Bobby. Like very, very little. Like very little pre-war. Very
I
little.
figure being out west, they have a lot of pre-war, like Paulins and a lot of those Western issues. Those guys are sitting on cars. I thought.
No, for sure. That's the reason why I say it. Like, take some time and think about it. I'm just curious if there's anything a little more unusual, because obviously we know the usual suspects. We know the kind of usual stuff that you expect to see, that you're going to see a lot of. It's always interesting to see if someone comes out of left field with something a little odd.
Yeah.
So you got a smirk on your face. So did something come to mind?
It's like one of my back to the classic. I had to reach to my little.
Yeah.
One of the coolest things. I don't know if you all will know, but a Captain Crunch decoder.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Wow.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like you talk about unique things, and I'm like, I just think I seen that, and all of a sudden the guy gave it to me. He's like, "Do you remember the Captain Crunch decoder?" And I was like, "Yeah, it opens up, and you used to be able to decode in the back of the cereal box."
Okay, gotcha.
I know it doesn't mean a whole lot, but the other thing,
that would definitely qualify as a little bit more interesting. That's why I say I was curious. I was curious if there was anything a little more off the beaten path.
Yeah, something will come to me. I know one of our big purchases, we picked up a LeBron James Ultimate Rookie numbered out of 250, like the big card. We picked up one of those, which was kind of unique, which was a big purchase for us. Obviously, we did a trade and a purchase. It was it started in Vancouver and it ended in Edmonton.
Okay, nice. Okay.
I didn't think it was going to, but it was a lot of fun. And the guy, I feel like the guy I did the deal with, I just met, and I think he's a young guy, but I think he's a good player, and everything he did, everything worked out perfect on the deal so far. So
nice.
That was fun. Yeah.
I like that. That sounds good.
Which part of Vancouver was the show, Brett?
Langley.
Okay.
Yeah. So we were going to go to PSA from Langley, and then
Yeah.
I kind of thought that I didn't have enough cards. I said, I'll wait till I go to Edmonton, and then I'll take everything I have in Halifax and I'll do one trip instead.
Mm.
So we took the train. We canceled our plane ticket. We took the train from Vancouver to Edmonton.
Oh wow!
So, which was awesome. What a cool experience.
How much difference in price was that?
Oh, the train. The train was $2,200 for the two of us.
Oh yeah,
Shite.
Yeah, like it's super expensive.
you had the moonroof one. Or?
Yeah, we had just a two bed cubicle, you might as well say, but it was
Yeah.
the beds pulled down at night, and it included your meals. It was supposed to be 24 hours. I think it turned into 32 because
Right.
I didn't realize CN owns the tracks, and this was Via. So whenever a CN comes by, Via has to pull over to the side to let the cargo go through.
Ah,
So
wow.
it added an extra like 8 or 9 hours. But we were in no rush because we had lots of time to get to the show. But yeah, that was a super cool experience. So we took all these valuable cards and sat on the train with them and went to Edmonton. So that was
Cards are traveling.
I was going to say that's probably a different the route than most of those cards are usually. It's like, so in order to get them, we had to go on the train for about 30 hours.
Yeah.
And then we got to there, and then we got to Halifax, and then I flew it to California.
it's officially trains, planes, and automobiles.
Coast to coast.
Literally. Yes. Thank you. That's pretty much where we're going with that one. Sounds good. Let me read these real quick. By the way, thank you, Mike, for asking the pertinent question. How many Palfy rookies are submitted? The goat of goats, man. The goat of goats. It's important.
Yeah. No Pelfies.
Well, it's because he's the goat of goats, not like that Common or Gretzky.
Yeah.
Everybody and their brother has a Gretzky. Steve uses them to hold up his table. Like Gretzky rookies, please. Everybody's got those. Good content blow smoke off everyone's asked about the hobby. Bob knows. Nothing bad can ever happen or will happen. Facts. Everything hobby must be positive. Exclamation point. Just like the Iron Sheik. Everything positive. Now that would make good content. Yes. Yep. Eric's recovering from hip surgery. He'll be back shortly. It's one of those things. We gave him the week off. He needs some time to rest up. Yep, train is fun. Done the Halifax Montreal run many times. Very good. Good stuff.
I
Perfect.
didn't know it was that pricey though. Wow.
Oh no, the trains are expensive, especially when you're taking the long trip. And based on kind of the way they set it up, where they set up with like the bed and the meals included, and everything, it's meant to be more luxurious. It's usually people who have time on their hands and they just want to travel kind of slowly and go through. So
Yeah, the average age on the train, and sincerely, like it was 80 plus.
Mhm.
And then there was us, and there was one young kid that was there with his parents. But
nice.
it's a very senior, relaxing thing to do. But
Yeah.
yeah,
In order to do that method of travel, it means that you actually want the travel to be part of the vacation. That's a very my mom actually wants to do one of those trips with my dad, specifically because she wants to do kind of the scenic route and go visit it that way. But like that is built into the time in your trip. That is specifically part because it takes you a while if you're going to do it that way.
Good
If you're in a hurry,
opportunity.
you get in a plane.
Good
I've seen that
opportunity
train
to
so
knock on the
many
doors.
times, and I always wanted to try it, but I know it's kind of a.
honestly,
it's like a good ride anyway. Yeah.
I recommend anyone to do it. But I do say I wouldn't want to do it for 4 days.
Mhm.
The 32 hours was absolutely perfect, like a one night sleepover. And
That's a little over a day. That's not a big deal.
Especially it takes about 12 hours to cross the Rockies one side to another. So
yeah.
4 days.
And that's good if you want to do your own hashtag scholarship and actually read a book. There are people who might need to.
Did you do any door knocking for pre-war for these 80-plus-year-olds?
You should have gone in. It's like you seem like a pre-war kind of guy. You trying to say I'm old? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Anything in your basement or attic?
Yeah.
Or all those Joe Malone cards.
That's right. Okay, real quick, I'll read this one. So John here's just saying, I know you covered what's good content earlier, but I witnessed show bidding again last night on a YouTuber's live auction. Screenshots proof. If you got the screenshots and proof, man, go for it. You may as well like I said, if someone is doing something illegal and you have screenshots and all that, at that point, I see no reason why you shouldn't put it out there. Like you've got the information. Again, you said you've got screenshots as proof. Proof and evidence. If it's innuendo and rumor, that's a more gray area. You got the screenshots. You got the evidence. Knock yourself out, man. It's probably the more appropriate thing to do at that point. So look out for train robbers and desperados. It's facts. Jays win 4-3. Thank you, Josh. That's why I've almost been kicked off a few times. 1 too many drinks and getting rowdy. Facts.
Anyway,
Good stuff. But yeah, I like it. So we can always circle back around anything else, but now we're in a good spot where we can catch our breath, get a breather. Thank you, Brad, for the report there from out west. I was kind of curious what was going on over there. So what I'm curious about is there anything else anybody wants to touch on about anything? Now we're in the open format section. That includes the chat. Anybody else want to touch on anything we can?
I'm actually going to go ahead and hop off.
Go for it, Steve.
Spend some time with the wife and the kiddo.
Appreciate you popping on, Steve.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Thanks for sending over the link.
Take it easy, Steve.
No worries.
Right,
Have yourself a good night, Steve.
See you, Steve.
It was a pleasure virtually meeting you for the first time.
Absolutely. Likewise.
Take care, you guys.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
Later. And
By the way, if anybody's
3:15 in the morning, wake up call for work.
hey, do it. You got to bring the negativity to work. Do it.
Oh, I do.
I believe in you, buddy. You can do it. I have endless faith. So you can check these guys out on Tuesday. Dave, give your plug right at the end on your way out.
YouTube channel, Insert Revolution Podcast, same name, Tuesday, 7:05 p.m. Central Standard Time ish. Usually talk about things and stuff and things.
Important things, real things.
Very, very earth-shattering, groundbreaking,
content.
mind-blowing topics that nobody has ever talked about ever, because before 2016, YouTube didn't exist. Remember that.
That's important.
We were still coming out of that primordial ooze, so
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Hashtag facts.
Correct. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate you hopping on and giving your 2 cents as well.
Absolutely. Thanks for the link, man.
Have yourself a good night. All right. Take it easy.
Sure, Dave.
So I did hear from Bob. He was he's chatting with the wife right now, as in order to make sure, because she's good, because she's away right now. If he pops back on, I let him know. Take your time, do what you got to do, and then if he pops back on, I can always bring him back on. So just letting you guys know. Bob Lewis did not forsaken us, but he's got business to take care of at the house, so it's an appropriate thing. So let's see here. Yep, always settle down with the RCMP or waiting to remove you. True. Nobody's forgetting about Sasquatch being on stream. We're used to it at this point. Yep, if you have legitimate proof, post it. Correct. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, Paul. How's WB Prism doing? I think it has settled down a bit from what I've seen, which was the correct thing. It's what to be expected. It was the right thing to see about that, because it's what always going to happen. You get that big burst out of the block. Now, I think the gold prisms are still holding pretty strong, but I think some of that other stuff that went really crazy is definitely settling back down, because you can only push that so much. And it's very tricky to do otherwise. Like, you can only push that price up to a certain degree, and then you run out of money to play that game if that's what you want to do. There are limits. That's why we need that scholarship to get that next influx of suckers. I mean, cash from investors. So that's why we need it, guys. Scholarship. Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say about hockey last 10 days or so. And Mike Bossy, Guy Lafleur.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, right now it's open-ended. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit my refill. I haven't even gotten a chance to crack open my beer yet. So now is the time when it's going to happen. So while I vamoose and vanish off, I leave it open to you. If you want to talk briefly about any Guy Lafleur thoughts or memories or anything you want to put in, now is like a perfect opening if you guys want to take a stab at that. I leave it to you. I shall return briefly.
thank you.
You know, one thing that we've seen, like, I don't spend a lot of time on Facebook, but I seen some controversy. It was guys said there's no posting or sale of Guy Lafleur cards out of respect, or so my personal thoughts is
What?
yeah, like, it was a big thing. It was like so many people were talking about it today at the Shaw. They're like, oh yeah, you shouldn't be posting cards because it's just the hype on a guy's death and this and that. And I was like, I think it's a respect. Hey, post his cards. Do you know what I mean? Like, talk about him. That's what you do. And to mourn the loss of somebody, like, the more things you can bring up and memories, and, you know, like you showing Yannick, like, I loved the Guy Lafleur Pro set signed when you were 10 years old. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's great.
He looked way better in blue, man.
So,
Way better in blue than red ever. Like he's a Quebec City guy. He never wanted to play in Montreal. He wanted to play in Quebec City.
so what's the grace time you're allowed on that, Brad, in selling something? And if anything, value-wise, if anything, an autograph would only be worth a little bit more because he's not signing anymore. But regardless of that, he's been around signing for 30 years plus after his career.
Guy Florida is not a rare autograph by any means. I'm sorry.
None of them are. It's that hype, And while going forward with new cards, if we take that consideration, Brad, newer cards, when you have the retro guys, they won't be doing any going forward unless they have sticker autos or whatever, So
yeah.
But that's the only thing, and I believe you said it correctly. I don't have any problem. I had a Mike Bossy signed photo. It was a kind of photocopy, but it was a nice clear one, and he signed it in marker. And I had his last program that he played for the Quebec Citadel or whoever. I think it was something like that, and a deck of cards. Well, I had that on eBay for about a month or two, the program, and I found the deck of cards, Bossy's cards, and then I put it on Facebook, and I combined the two together and gave him a discount because Facebook has no fees. And I listed it, I think about 3-4 days after Bossy died, and then guy bought it. He goes, "Yeah, you better take that down quick." And I went, "Why?" It wasn't like
Mike Bossy played for Laval National.
Laval, that's right. Yes, sorry. Yeah. So I said, "Why?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Some people are like that." And I'm going, "What people are like that? It doesn't really matter. You can't tell me I'm not allowed to sell something. I'm not taking advantage 3 days after the fact. Or I had it on eBay.
I'm gonna tell you what you can sell and what you gotta watch, Bobby. That's
okay. Thank you. Yes, you must. Yeah,
remember.
Yeah, I know. So I've been taught, I guess, but nobody said anything, anyways.
It's a pretty big deal this morning, as in I was on the bus going to school this morning, and legit everybody kind of went around. Like in the first 5 minutes I heard LaFleur died, like you could tell like everybody in a little bit kind of like starting to like, oh, well, like it's a pretty big deal here anyway.
Lets us know our own mortality is as we're getting older and our stars are dying off. It gives you a little grounded reality there. So
he's in that line with the Montreal Canadiens, I think. Like he's with Maurice and Jean Béliveau and Guy Lafleur there. Like there's a whole kind of
Morenz, yeah.
I like that as I plugged in the headphones, Bobby was getting existential on us. It's like it does make you think about your immortality. He's right though. It is a reality. As if you live long enough, a lot of people are going to die off. Celebrities and friends and family and the whole 9 yards.
That's the scary part.
Plus, I'm older than all of you.
Well, I wasn't going to say, but
didn't have to.
We had 1,000 combined years, and I can only account for 30 of those.
So
yeah, exactly.
so Bobby being the older here on the 4 of us,
the eldest.
Well, on that note,
here you go.
Oh.
What's
cheers to you, sir.
And as a Leaf fan, what's your best memory to watch like the Flower playing against the Habs, against the Leafs? Or
I'd have to say the early 70s. I remember opening the packs, getting his rookie cards. But mostly I remember him flying around with his long hair. So a few years in, because he didn't grow his hair out until 73, 4, somewhere around that time period.
That's when he grew up. He grew the hair. That's basically when he started, because the first 3 years.
And then he started to lose it after.
The first 3 years he played, he wasn't what people thought he would be.
No. But him flying up the side reminded me of Bobby Orr a lot. Like that, he'd do that run up the side, and Frank Mahovlich did very much the same. They had this run up the side where they just blow by the other guys like they were standing still. So he had that about him that I really liked. And his hair is flying around because, it's the 70s long hair, and he's kind of a little bit of a rebel, kind of like that about him. Being a Leaf fan, it's one thing being a Leaf fan, but it's also being a hockey fan and respecting the players. Not, I don't hate the Canadians completely. No,
that's Eric's job.
You have to remember, I'm half French, and I got relatives, Richard's in my family tree, Belleville's in my family tree. That part of it, they're just good players out there. You have to give them their respect. And I'm documenting stuff. I have all the respect for these players. I want my team to win. I want you to lose. Yes. But when it comes to the hockey in general, Henry Richard, one of the greatest players, Howie Morenz, we can go through all the Larry Robinsons, the Serge Savards. I can name more of them than I can name great Leafs. Funny.
Brad, you mentioned, funny enough, your train ride. I just watched in the last month or so a 2-hour interview that LaFleur had about 10 years ago. But he was interviewed on the train ride.
Really?
Yeah, like basically the old days before him, like he said, they never really traveled and trained back in his years. But, just how things went in his life and all that.
I think it's fair. So real quick, I went through some of your guys' comments here just so we could get through. One thing I'll quickly say: Cracked Card Co. Be respectful. I have a short leash. I'll keep an eye on that. Just letting you know. Did you see Hasbro and Fanatics are bringing back the starting lineup? I did hear about that. I actually want to see what they did. I'm curious if they look the same or if there's something else. Like I would think you'd have to reimagine them. The old starting lineup figures are kind of plain for today. The McFarlane figures are much better looking. So I hope your plan isn't to bring back the same old, because I don't think that'd be very exciting.
Yeah, that's hard to retroize and bring back. It's
but because really it's just a plastic mold with some, they paint on it. The McFarlanes also have that, but they have some texture. They have a little bit more. They have more detail. Like they actually look more like the player. So there is a little bit more going on with that.
A lot of guys doing customs out there too.
Yeah, well, that's what we talked about that earlier. That if you got the nice looking figure, and then you've got some room on the base, the guy can sign it, and then there you go. You got a cool looking thing with the player and the whole. I think it's a good looking combination. A starting lineup at this point feels like a step backward. You can bring back the brand, but you better elevate the actual figure. Otherwise, it's like you're going to be falling behind. Like, I don't know. It's kind of ugly.
Stickman kind of drawing-ish.
Well, the Funko Pop figures are very popular with some folks. But it would be like if the Funko Pop figures were popular and then somebody came up with a more interesting version of the Funko Pop that was more detailed, more realistic, and then suddenly we tried to retro the Funkos like the old style. I don't think that you can't go back. You can't go backwards now.
No.
Brad's got something up there.
We're not going. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, completely agree, Tom. There you go. Okay, so who is the Funko of there? What do we got? Oh, you're lucky I don't toss you for that. You're lucky I don't toss you for that.
Ooh.
Like Brad likes to live dangerously. He likes to live very dangerously.
I've got about 10. I got some pretty cool Funkos.
There you go. I was watching CBC's Challenge 7s, finally remember LaFleur smoking ciggies on the bench. There you go. There you go, Baz. But yeah, no, for sure. I think especially any player like that has offensive flair is going to be remembered fondly for the hockey style. Became a legendary player. Was on that Montreal Canadiens team that won a ton. So they were always in the mix, and some all-time great teams. And there's a lot. But it's one of those things. It does tend to happen in groups. Unfortunately, there are a lot of guys around that age. Probably a lot of them have health problems. You just don't know about it. So it's like, it happens sometimes, unfortunately, but it is good. It is good that people have some fond memories and can talk about them a little bit. That's why it's good. That's why I wanted to kind of create the opening. It's like, no, share your stories. If you got some good memories and stuff, do it.
One of our good friends in our group, he passed away when I was 20. And, some people don't even get a chance to get the 50, 60, 70. So take it for granted that he got that many years and had a great life and a great career. I look forward to that part of it, whereas other people and, people who die early in car accidents suddenly. So,
there's one thing I'll mention too, and I don't know if you can share this at some point, but there's Adam Martin has started this cool little, well, anyways, not little, but he's pledged to give away large sums of money to people in the hobby that need it. And it started now with their first episode. It's called Cards Matter. The Giving Arm of Dave and Adams, but it's on YouTube and you can see. So like the first one, I think they gave $25,000 to this woman whose husband passed away, who actually got shot by a random bullet in a drive-by while he was sitting in his living room. Super sad story, but this guy he had a card shop and so forth. So, and I know how much it would mean if someone in the card hobby is if someone's struggling or whatever, you can click on the link and you can tell your story, and that will go directly to them. And like he's pledged a big sum of money to give out to people, which is it's just very cool. And I think it's someone, if we or anyone that's listening knows somebody that's part of the hobby that is going through a rough time or a tragic incident or anything like that, you just email the story over to them, and they're happy to contribute to help. It's really cool. So
That's amazing. Wow. Adam's a great guy, man. I know him for so many
Yeah.
years. He's always
That's
been friendly and nice, and yeah.
That's really good. Brad, if you send me some of those details later, I can throw them in the description later on with the link and stuff. So that if people want to check it out, I always go back. You guys know, I always go back after the fact and add links and stuff to the description. Where if somebody checks out the replay, it'll be there. So I'll throw that stuff in there. You just send me some details over and I can take care of that.
yeah, perfect. I'll email it to you. And I just want to, again, I think he's giving away $1 million this year. Like, you know, it's a big thing, and it's just super, because everyone
That's
needs
good.
help.
Pretty cool.
Oh, that's very good. Very
See,
good.
then why haven't we heard that on the other content? You know, no, that's the truth. Honestly,
I agree.
this is
I
a
agree.
super moral thing here. It's not even just,
Yeah.
hype. It's wow. I'm surprised I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
Shows you
No.
who I'm watching.
There you go. There you go. Fair enough. I'm with you. But no, it's a very good call out, Brad. So thank you for that. It's one of those things. Like I'm happy to promote stuff like. Now, to be fair, I like the negativity. It's fun. Steve made a great point earlier, where like and he's right. For him, he'd ignore some of that stuff. But I'll kind of throw in a little thought about this. This is, like I said, we're gonna touch on the theme throughout the night in little pieces here and there for the rest of the night. But one specific thing I'll say, for me, when it comes to doing this and doing the videos and everything, I would still do, if I was just doing a strictly collector channel and that's all I was doing, 100%, I could still do it. But that means I do maybe one video a week or a couple of videos a month. Because honestly, yeah, it's fine. It's good for documentation purposes. It's good to keep track of where I've been and what I'm doing and all that. But that's not engaging to me. If somebody wants to sit there and talk about the intricacies of a set, if I happen to be collecting the set and I'm doing research, that's great. If it's just general discussion, okay, maybe I'll listen to it in the background, maybe I won't. That's not interesting to me. The debate and the discussion, the themes that can be brought up, that segment there opened up the possibility to go in a bunch of different directions. That stuff is more engaging, interesting. The reason I even did the response video is, yes, I know people get attention to it, but it's also more interesting for me. I'm sitting there and I'm analyzing it. I'm breaking down the piece into it. That's where I get actively engaged. So when I'm making videos, I want to be actively engaged, because if I'm bored, it's not content I'm going to want to make. Why would I want to do it if it bores me? That's going to come across to anybody else listening to it. If I'm just not interested, I'm not that interested. So that's why when they look at a lot of this stuff, it's like, well, you could talk about, this set and that set and that. Here's the thing. I've done research in a bunch of these sets and things. I can do it. I'm actually well-versed in a lot of these things where I could do it very well. It would bore me. And that would come across to you, and you would realize that I'm bored, and it wouldn't be that interesting, that exciting. I'd give you a bad delivery because I am not engaged in it and I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, I just finished working a week on the 1974 Loblaws. They had these cards, little stamps. So there's 324 in the set. Now there's all these variations with the backs and what have you. And then there's some with printing that doesn't have printing. We're at 944 cards with variations. I'm looking forward to PSA looking all this up and trying to figure it all out, honestly. And just figuring it all out, it took a week, 1 week. I still have ESO and all the Eddie Sargents to do. So did we need that time? Yeah. But it's done right. No one's ever done this, and it can't be. It'll never have to be done again. So.
Are you going to tackle the 1991 Upper Deck
No.
hologram?
Stop at 89.
I know. I've got to be a little sarcastic, but this is a true fact, and I had no idea until Ian Day, who's one of the biggest Los Angeles King collectors of cards. He's from Halifax. There's variations of the hologram on 1991 Upper Deck. I don't know if you ever, Carlos, have you ever seen it? So
I have the Medano
Color?
checklist. I know.
Dude, like there's a whole bunch of different. There's a
That's
baseball.
a missing one, do you?
Here's the problem with them. So yes, I'm missing them, but let me kind of explain what the problem is.
Yeah.
If they're variations on the hologram itself, the card is identical to all the cards are identical to each other, but the hologram on the back, Upper Deck used a couple of versions of their hologram. I think one of them is like a Looney Tunes variation. One of them is like one of the baseball holograms. It's what's in the hologram. So the problem is, in order to figure out which version you have, you're looking at an identical card. You have to flip it to the back, look at the hologram, and see what's showing.
Yeah.
So there's the regular version that is common, but then there's these other variants. And the problem is, like, who's sitting there and actually looking at the stupid hologram to determine which one's which?
Yeah.
So yeah, but from a collecting perspective, imagine like I need basically a dealer. I need someone, unless I go through a stack of them. I basically would need someone who has taken the time to actually look and identify that this is one of the variants and mark it off as such. Because otherwise, you could sit there for the rest of your life looking through auction after auction after. So they exist. They're out there, but they're not easy to identify because you actually have to go and then look at that hologram in the light and determine which version there is, which is atrocious. They're on the checklist, but that part is miserable.
Now you know why I stop at 89.90.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the silliest thing. Yeah, there's a Texan logo holograms. Yes, absolutely. And it's one of those things. It's like the dumbest thing. And like I said, there is like a Looney Tunes variant, and I forget what's in the hologram, but like there's something specifically with Looney Tunes involved, and I was like, why? I'd be like, why? I don't know. But yeah.
Some people like that chase though.
Well, the problem is though, even if you like the chase, it's like the problem is how do you chase it? Like you want to find the card, you actually need someone else has to have figured it out. Yeah. It's not like oh well, I'll figure it out. It's like you're gonna look through 50,000 of them because that's about the only way you can do it. You got to look for everyone in creation.
Wow, I see what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's cool that it exists, but they could be sitting in boxes like normal ones, and nobody knows, and there's no way to know unless you check them all.
Well, I think that was a good excuse for. Let's get into pre-war for half a second here. Yeah. With pre-war, it's not like anybody have 10 sets of C55s or 10 sets of B145s. They didn't have those. You get one here and one here. This is why this information was missed on the back or wasn't really documented because actually reading some of the backs, they shouldn't have missed that. But any which way, there's all those things that we don't have ones to compare at our hands, and then you try to search it out on eBay. And every month you go by, it could be the same card recycling. So you don't really know. And this way, yeah, you'd have to find 10,000 of those cards just to go, oh, there it is.
And you'd have to flip through every single one of them, look at the stupid hologram. Nope, that's the normal one. Nope, that's the normal one. Nope, that's the normal one. And maybe one of them is one of, and I think there's 2 or 3 variants. Yeah. So it's like you found one. Oh, great. Then there's the other one. You got to go look for the other one.
Yeah, well, chase is fun. It's fine. So I'll give Beckett a break on this one because he couldn't catch everything because he didn't have 10 of everything's in his hands at one time. It's the only break.
There you go. Yeah, they included that one, and as soon as I saw it on the checklist and I did a quick piece of research, I'm like, I hate you. It's like I'd rather have not known. I'd rather not be on this checklist.
What just came to my mind too is a guy came up and said he had a double stamped Wayne Gretzky rookie card. And I was like, a double stamped Wayne Gretzky rookie card. He goes,
double printed?
So it was, so he called it double stamp, but it was double printed. So anyways, I was like, he goes, yeah, and PSA graded it. And I was like, huh. And he goes, so he brought the card back, I think the next day. And when I looked at it, it was like, it was so printed twice over the top. Like it was double the, like when you looked at the color, it was thick and it was like, it almost looked like a Topps times 2, right? It was that color different. And it was graded a PSA 3.5. So his question to me, he goes, do you think I can get this labeled as a double stamp? And I was like, yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen it. PSA graded it. So I'm like, I think they might do that. It might be like a 1 of 1.
Well, you know what's funny? What you're referring to is very common for the coin division. Because what happens is they would have variants, like different variations, like double die strike. Yeah. There'd be a spot or something like a small variant, but as soon as it's been documented and acknowledged, and and scholarship, the scholarship has been established on it, you can then challenge them and say, "Hey guys, it's this variant," and then they will validate it. And if that is correct, they will update the label to reflect that it is this variety. Morgan dollars are infamous for a bunch of variations and different things like that. So PCGS can do it.
Yeah.
They're owned by
Becomes more
collectors too.
valuable, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, because I said to him, I would have thought, like I said, well, PSA won't grade that card. It will be like a misprint. Like there's no, and he goes, no, they already graded it. And I said, well, now you've got a great case. Now it's graded. It's clearly different than every other one.
Yeah.
And I think PSA would want to correct it and actually put that on the label, double stamped or double printed or whatever terminology, right?
It'll get to a certain point where it is identifiable, or because I've had to contact Joe Orlando about adding sets and what have you. And you give them enough information, they'll do it.
Was that a Topps or OPG, Brett?
It was O-Pee-Chee. And you like it was so unique looking. Like if you just seen the card, you'd be like, well, that's not real. Like it was so deep. Like it was, I mean,
Might have been a
yeah,
test
especially
run
the
at the
Gretzky.
beginning.
yeah, it's super cool. Anyways, the guy's going to send me a picture. I thought he was a little bit off his rocker when he was first explaining everything to me. I was like, I don't understand what you mean. And,
So you got a 0 on registry.
yeah. So we'll see what
Non-graded higher.
Was it a blue line?
if Bobby,
No, like,
if you would have seen how many people I explained the blue line to, like in the last, I was getting.
should you maybe just put a sign on your table about the blue line? Like,
At that point, you need a pamphlet. You need a
Yeah,
pamphlet. It's
that's
like,
it.
all right,
Yeah.
here's everything you needed to know about the blue line and didn't think
Like,
to ask.
you got 2 lines, and you tell people with the ones with the blue lines, you go to the right. We got a video for you.
And it's funny how you have to accept when you're wrong and you tell people. I was explaining to.
Oh, I
some
never
guy-
have to accept them wrong, Brad. We just changed the narrative.
I clearly did it on this one. So I told the guy that the blades get dull and they're not cut with wires, but at O-Pee-Chee. And he's like, oh no, it's all wire cutters. It's everything. And I was like, and then a guy next to me, he goes, my friend Corey goes, Brett, he goes, about 10 years ago, you told me they used wires and cut all the cards. I said, well, that's what I was told. So that's what I thought 10 years ago. Now
Beckett published that.
I've been informed by veteran hobbyists that that's not true, right? So
Well, I got a picture of the slither.
yeah.
Eric has nightmares about those cutters.
Yeah, the problem is the cutters are going after him in the nightmares. Did I mention the drugs thing earlier? I mentioned the drugs, right?
Yeah, it is funny about the blue lines. I know that everybody's been discussing that lately, and I remember Jeff Wilson. Me and Eric were sitting there, and I said, Jeff Wilson. I said, what'd you buy? He goes, oh, I bought a Gretzky, Rick. And I said, oh, is it blue line or not? And he went, oh, I'm gonna have to look into that.
Nice. Yeah, exactly.
Funny.
Exactly. Good evening,
Doesn't
C.
matter,
Absolutely.
anyways.
Yeah. Good evening, C. Absolutely. Blue line, first printing. Yes. Good evening, Will. Good
I
evening, Will.
sent I pushed sent home my order from Comsi this week, and in 5 days it went from 21,000 in line to 3,000 today.
Oh, good. So it's
Wow.
progressing. That's good.
Yeah, like
That's good.
17,000 orders this week or so.
Good.
So I was like, wow, different from last time when I hit Sant and it took 8 months, something like that.
Nice. I like that.
Mm.
I like here. It's like hashtag scholarship, man. Hashtag. Come on. You got to get it right, Dakota. Actually, we spent the first chunk of the show talking about your interview with Chris and Christina. I do have a couple of questions for you, but I know it's late. So, but if you want to hop on, I can always throw a link in the Discord. Let me know. Let me know if you want to hop on for a couple of minutes. I got a couple of questions for you. Good evening, Wes. Absolutely. Yep. There you go. Yeah, we just have cookies. Yes, it's important about the cookies. Yep, sure wasn't Dakota's live. Yeah, exactly. No scholarship over there.
Mm-hmm.
We spent more time doing scholarship talking about his live stream. There you go. Not for me, but probably for Dakota. And he started. It's like I'm less concerned about myself. I'm trying to think of others.
Morning for Carlos right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Brad, what did you see that was so unusual at the show? You're always looking for different stuff, anyways.
Yeah, no, I love.
Wasn't the Captain and Crunch? I know. But
No, that was the same. I don't
you
know.
didn't
Like,
get around much.
yeah, I looked at everything. I feel like I looked at everything at the show that I could. Everyone's tables. Like a guy had a PSA 8. You'd like this. This is up your alley. It was a full set graded PSA 8 with a few nines of the foreign ones, the panels from 68. Is that 68?
Sorry, repeat that.
69,
69. There you go.
70. Yeah.
But that was cool. And I said, oh, I think I'd like to maybe pick that up. And I said, how much is that? And he said, he told me 12,000. And I said, oh, no, that's great. Thank you. And I just continued my way, which 12 grand it maybe, but this wasn't on my radar.
Yeah, those are very expensive. A lot of registry issues with those, like the ore especially.
Yeah.
He's either right out of registry or right in, and yeah, and the centering is weird because of the way it was printed in there's print lines. There's printing down the one side, so it kind of shifts it off, but it is center, but it's off center. It's a weird issue, but they're so cool. It's one of the coolest issues. You got a little booklet. You take out the 4 stamps and put them in your book. Yeah, great issue.
Nice.
I got a vending box of
Less
85
precise here.
Opeachy wrestling. That was cool.
Oh,
85 Opeachy Wrestling? Okay. There you
Yeah.
go.
Which was awesome. So some of those cards are making their way to PSA.
so how was that sealed? Was that shrink wrap?
No. Well, it might have been at some point, but
But the one you had
Yeah.
wasn't?
yeah, no.
Gotcha.
He opened it. He could have shuffled it around, but it was more or less. I got five complete sets out of it. So.
Nice. All right. That's fair.
There's my pickup.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
So it's all shrink wrap, that heavy duty shrink wrap from so it's 88 baseball with the albums and 2 sticker boxes and an advertising sheet. I want to see, but I can't get it up. And then there's some stickers in here, but it talks about hockey here. I don't know what
But those are baseball sticker, aren't they?
Well, it talks about the hockey though. It says the hockey is what's it say here?
I thought they're 88.
It says May
Baseball.
88 hockey pre-pack. And then I can't see what it says under there. But then there's a special promotion in here, which is, what's it, 4 packs of these at 30 cents each? I guess, because it you can feel it. And there might be like an advertisement or something I never seen in there. So
I think we'll be fine as long as there isn't G.I. Joe inside.
If you were a convenience store guy, whatever,
It's
back
not
in the day, that's what
certified.
you get to sell it with.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like, are we sure we don't want Steve Hart to look at it? And he's like, no, not again. It's like, there's G.I. Joe, isn't it? You're trying to trick me.
well, this has to be pretty rare because I've never seen a pack like this in hockey for sure, but in baseball I don't really know so much. But it's so peachy,
Right.
and they're usually consistent about having all this packed in one. Like end of this. Well, it says May, so baseball's just starting. Weird.
Nice.
Anyways, unusual pieces.
Fair enough.
Who's in the '88 baseball?
Delino DeShields.
That's probably about right. Yeah.
Oh,
So this was a question for you, Brad. What do you think the Canadian market is for tickets and Marvel PMGs? Actually, you know what? It's a good part of the question. I'm curious if any of the Marvel stuff is carried over to this side of the fence. I really haven't heard too much about it. I know the stateside folks were doing craziness about it, but I haven't seen too much.
Yeah, we didn't take in too much, to tell you the truth. For Marvel, very, very limited. Now, back last year, before the shutdown, I took in an absolute ton of the 90, the Impel 90, just like the base cards and the Silver Surfer holograms and all that stuff. And tickets, we took in a lot of tickets. I actually have to process all them. I'm taking them to PSA on Sunday. But some cool tickets, some like really, really cool thing. One guy had 4 unused games or full tickets from when Gretzky had 1851 passed out. Another guy had tickets from every milestone, and he went to all these games himself, and they were actually stubs. But of every Gretzky milestone you could think of, I think there was like 15 significant ones that happened in Edmonton, and the 50th goal and 39 games. He had stubs for all of them, which was very cool. So yeah, there was lots of tickets, that's for sure.
No, I think that's fair.
Everybody's going crazy on those tickets.
Well, right now that seems to be the thing. It was very funny because remember we had that discussion on the tickets. I'll wait until it arrives. I did buy a couple of tickets. Not graded, but I did buy a couple of tickets. But more will be revealed when the package is incoming. I will discuss it at that time.
Without saying much, like event that you witnessed or you
Nope.
were, or nothing related to that.
Nope, but it is related to one of my player PCs.
Okay, there you go. Hang on. He's an American guy, right? And
Allegedly.
2 AMs and played for the North Stars, right?
I've heard of this. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
It's possible.
Make sure we're the same guy.
Yeah. Could be.
See with Bobby, that's why I assume they were baseball, sorry.
Yeah.
88 yearbook stickers.
Yep. So let's see here.
I got it too, Carlos. I know it's one of two things.
Yeah. Scholarly advice, avoid F1 like the plague, right? Yeah, I don't think Bobby's going to open that. He'll be fine. 90K Marvel PMG is like $43 Canadian. Facts. I'm convinced 1990 Marvels will shut down PSA in the first place. It could have. There was a lot of it. Luca killed PSA. Probably the C3PO cards. Facts. 88 Baseball, Glav and Mark Grace. Here you go. Sam Horn. Look at that. C3PO. Yep. Alamar. Nice. Oilers just clinched a playoff spot. It's a Christmas miracle.
Wow.
Nice.
Paul is a happy guy.
Yeah, you're on the right track, but not a debut. But I did actually look to see that, because if you look at the dates, you can match up certain things to it. Not the biggest one, but I did see a couple, and the price was very fair. So I was happy with it. When I get it, I'll also mention what the date significance is with it. It's not one of the crazy milestone ones, but it's some fun stuff when you can date it to a specific thing that happened. That's where doing a little bit of research will help you a lot. But you're on the right track. Soda debut, that'd be nice. That'd be kind of fun. But then 500 goals, that would be a good milestone one. That would be a real good milestone one. The problem is it's not like they're not out there, but it's not that easy to be like to get the specific, because you can get the date, right? Like you can pull up the date and be like, okay, looking for this date. Okay, what arena were they in? Okay, so this would be the home team. There you go.
Hey, if they played in Arizona, you know the tickets are rare.
Yeah. It's like they only made like 6. Pop 6? No, that's it. That's all there is. Pop 6. It's like for the game, for the season.
For the season.
It's like that's it. Everybody else is like they work there. That's
There you
just
go,
all they
Bobby.
get.
Oh, there we go. Some baseball packs. Perfect.
Nice.
Wanna buy a box?
Look at you.
Hockey, no.
Yeah.
It was baseball.
It's baseball. That's what's it.
Yeah.
Hockey, no. It was a sticker week. I bought a box of albums. Gretzky still hot?
Oh yeah, stickers.
I was trying to argue no, but it's like it's coming as dirt. Gretzky, psh, Palfy, man.
I'm going to a show tomorrow, Bobby. I'll keep an eye. I'm seeing Scott.
Even got the insert in the top of it too, which is kind of neat.
There you go. I like that.
Original stuff.
Yeah.
82. It's pretty early.
Basil
81,
McRae
first year.
reference. Love it.
Basil McRae. Oh.
Yeah, that's a Basil McRae reference, of course.
Did I tell you I was getting Corey from Show My Slabs to build me the pack holder? Did I mention that to you, Bobby?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
I'm pretty excited to see. He said he's got all the artwork done now, so
That'll be good.
that's going to be a cool piece.
There you go. Bob's coming up with some good obscure ones. Mighty Ducks film cell card of Medano. He was in the movie, so that would be a more unique. That would be a more unique
Autograph of
a more
Emilio
unique.
Estevez.
That'd be a little bit of a different take, yeah, because he did make a cameo in the film. So
Gordon Bombay.
a film cell of Medano making his quick cameo would be kind of a unique one. Yep, the
there it is
Bombay,
there.
exactly. Yep, yep, exactly. Pop 6 for paid tickets, 84 comps. That's right. Exactly. That's fair. I like that. Yeah, no, Brad's got a lot of stuff on that shelf. That is a fact. That is a
Lot
fact.
of cool stuff too.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's not about lots of it. It's how cool is it.
that's right. It's not about volume. It's definitely about uniqueness to me, more so than.
Big news, Bobby. I forgot to tell you.
Oh yeah.
I sold my motorcycle.
Oh no.
I first time I think in my adult life I don't have a motorcycle.
Oh, okay. Reason?
Time, fun, just moving on to other and better. A bike, I can always get another one.
Yeah.
But that one was tough to let go.
Well, I think that was Carlos Senior's thing. But mind you, he liked rebuilding them. He liked projects.
Tinker
Yeah.
guy.
Yeah. Well, he would always find one that was like he basically found one that was borderline scrap, And his whole deal was that he would be like, all right. And then he would spend time rebuilding it, taking it apart, fixing this, fixing that, getting it all the way to fully functioning condition, making it look good, making it run good. And then he'd ride it around for a while. I goes, all right, time for the next project.
40-year-old bike. I'm the second owner, and
Oh wow.
it's actually staying in the family in a way. It's going to one of my old brother in arms there, so it's I can always go there and take it for a spin. So
There you go. Nice. There you go. Buys Mike Trout's first return from the DL. You guys get it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah. Spent years railing on Trout. It's all about the long con, the long game. I was saying to folks is that the key is I just I keep dragging on Trout to bring the price down so that one day they'll realize I have more Trouts than anyone else. It's the long
Probably.
game. It's the long game.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yep. Looking at signed Brad Marchand, first goal NHL ticket. There you go. Well, it's very specific. Look, if you are going to get into a ticket, and if there is some meaning to it for you, or if it's attached to a milestone or a milestone season, like there's a lot of angles you can take on it. It's just a matter of if you find something that is kind of fun for you. I think that's the important part. That's kind of the fun of it.
I picked up a couple of baseball boxes too. Anybody know the year?
I've actually seen that box, but I don't remember the year. The 15 cents would actually also be helpful because they had a couple different
70s.
prices over time.
Okay, what year is it now?
You're going to want us to see it without being on screen?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I was going to say, I kind of wanted to let it sit for a minute. It's like you're not going to get it that way. Top chewing gum in Canada, Mado Peachy. Okay, in London, Ontario. There you
70,
go. All right, I like that.
26.
It'd be somewhere in the 70s. I just don't know when.
It's look at the last digit.
Okay, so hold on. Is it a 6? Sorry, it looks like a 6. Yeah, that's a 6.
So 76.
Oh, okay, very nice.
All those codes have something to do with the box size is a 37 because it's 24 count. The one hyphen is a box. A 0 is a wrapper. A 2 is a insert. So I broke the codes 20 years ago on all the Tops boxes. They started in 67 and ran until 91 or 2.
Nice. So
That's
let me bring on an invited guest. So, coming off his live stream for the earlier in the evening, Dakota, how's it going?
I'm doing all right, gentlemen. How's everybody here?
It's going well. So you're still alive? How'd the live stream go?
Live stream went well. I had to go check on my baby. She's doing all right. So
It's good. Yeah, he had a little bit of a scare with the baby a little earlier. So
awful.
yeah, it almost threw off the start of it. And he also came back to try to do a simulcast because he went live on YouTube and on Twitch at the same time.
There we go.
Wow.
Yeah,
So-
we're doing things.
Yeah, but I saw people threw money at you. They were like, "Here, have some money."
Yeah. $20. Hey, we'll take it.
Hey, look, they wanted to see the animation. So
Yeah, it was a misspelled animation. I'm an idiot, but hey, it's all right. We'll come back better next week.
there you go. So I had a couple of quick questions for you that I wanted to ask. We spent the first chunk of the live stream kind of chatting on the live stream itself, the video I made on it. You'll get a chance to check it out later, but then we also took it into the content thing. Talked about kind of what we thought was good content, some of the important stuff. So that was good. But let me ask you a question. So a couple of things I'm specifically curious about. When you were doing the
Dakota out there, so I had
Hey,
there you go. He's got some football.
Love
Some
it,
football.
Bobby.
What year is that one?
It's got a 6 at the end, so
Yeah,
86.
76? 86?
66.
56.
76. I think that's Steve Largent on the cover. I think.
Yeah, it's got that old Tops logo. I love that 70s Tops logo. It's so good. Early 80s.
Yeah. It also helps it's a 15 cent, so it'd be right around the same era. So that helps you out with the pack prices a little bit.
74 did the same with the hockey, and I like this box.
Gentlemen.
I love all boxes.
Have a good night, Yannick. Take her easy.
You as well, guys. Thanks for having me.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
Okay, we'll talk.
Cheers. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So actually earlier tonight I shared that blow up post that I showed you earlier. I did a nice dramatic reenactment with the reading and everything. It was I felt it added a little gravitas.
I will have to watch that. that is much watch.
It's like I'll see if I can clip it. It'll make it a little easier for folks to enjoy it a little bit. But anyway, I said now that the guy kind of outed himself, it's like, well, you did this yourself. So now it's like, well, I got receipts in the back. But I also wanted to make the point. It's like it isn't a personal thing because I don't have an issue with Chris one way or the other. So it's not a personal thing with me. with other people a little more so. I did poke some fun at them too, because I said, well, if you weren't such a lazy bastard, you could have Googled this shit yourself and figured it out and actually had new material. But one of the chat person is like, oh, you gave him a gift. Yeah, it was a gift. Next time, do some hashtag scholarship and learn how to Google. Idiot, it took 5 minutes. But anyway.
You had a reaction video done of you, Dakota.
Exactly. Well, yeah. And
first.
And it was very well received. I was actually very pleasantly surprised at how positive the reception was. Like, it was a very strong positive reception. I was very pleased with that.
Yeah, I honestly, people have reached out to me to tell me how much they liked your video. It's been crazy. True story. Multiple people.
Listen, the content gods are kind, man. But I give you your credit. You basically created the venue, and then my job is then to sit there and analyze. So I was like, it plays right into my strength, right in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
So it worked out really well. But a question for you, because this is something I know is a challenge, because I've had Chris on here a couple of times. When he gives an answer and it's like 6 different things at the same time, and then you're trying to figure out where to go next. It felt a couple of times like it kind of throws you off, because you're like, maybe you have an idea where you're going to go next, but then you say another thing, and then you say a sort of another thing, and you go in a third direction, a fourth direction, a fifth direction. So how did that kind of feel from your end of it, trying to have this conversation?
It's a great question. It was honestly, it's not Chris's fault. It's just how Chris is. And like you said, it's not a personal problem with Chris. Yeah. It's not a problem at all with Chris, but my job was up there to run that show. And I let him answer the first question, and I immediately realized, oh, I can't just let him answer questions. Otherwise, we're just not going to get to what I want to talk about. And then so after that, I would ask a question, and, for the most part, he was the one responding. Mm-hmm. And he would basically, for the most part, anytime he gave me an answer, I could pick 2 or 3 things out of there that I would like to go back to.
Yeah.
I would try to make sure I cut them off after 2 or 3, because I'm going to lose track. And then I'd try to follow up on those. I know for a couple, like there was something that probably happened in the first 20 minutes that I ended, because he kept talking about the market going down. Mm-hmm. And we actually ended on that question. I wanted to make sure I got back to it, because I thought it was a good discussion to have. So it is difficult, but that's my job. I do this more. Hopefully I learn how to do it better, keeping them on the question and then moving on the next thing. But, at the same time, it's a discussion. So.
No, for sure. One of the challenges, hit the nail on the head. That was my favorite part. So I'll tell you kind of a side thing. My favorite part, so for me, it was a bit of an experiment. I was genuinely curious. I knew I could do the reaction video. I knew that was not going to be a problem. I did it almost in one take. That's how easy it is for me to do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I was genuinely curious, because as I started going, and because he took so many pieces and so many things I could object to, and I have the luxury of being able to play the clip, and it's like, okay, let me tell you why 1 is wrong, 2 is wrong, 3 is wrong, 4 is wrong, and 5 is wrong. So you're 0 for 5, and we'll move on to the next piece. But it created a scenario where as I was going, I realized it's like, this is going to be longer than the original video. So now it's going to be interesting. The experiment here is going to be like, I'm too lazy to really develop a lot of thumbnails. I was chatting with you about that. It's like, maybe I'll have to borrow some tips, because it's like, it'd be good to spice it up a little bit, just to make it more interesting. But I've got a generic thumbnail that's a response to a 1-hour live stream that is 90 minutes long, and I only ended up going through half the live stream in the 90 minutes. Yeah. And I bring hashtag real scholarship to it. Actual scholarship.
You just talked about, I only went for an hour, and I didn't do a lot of talking, and because for this, going into it, I didn't see that as my job. My job was to let them talk, right? To let them say their piece, because I do think it's an interesting discussion. I do think a lot of people are going to disagree with it, but Chris isn't. Chris is he's not.
I like he's trying to preserve the card ladder sponsorship for the last little bit that's left, at least for a month or two.
It's fine. I just mean that, he's a smart person. He's got a lot of ideas, and his ideas go against the grain. And so to me, it's interesting to hear those. Let's put them out there. Mm-hmm. And so we talked about it before, because you said you would have had disagreements and things like that. And I really was not focused on trying to think about counter arguments or agreements or anything like that. I was really just trying to say, you've said this publicly. Let's put this all out here. What does this mean? What does this look like? And what are the thoughts?
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. And that's why I said, I think the approach you took worked out well. Obviously, it worked out well for my reactions. But just in general, but it left a lot of room. And in reality, now I'm not saying this to be mean. it gave Chris an endless amount of rope to hang himself. And he just seemed intent on like pulling on the noose as hard as he could, kind of because I don't think he set himself up very well to be received well by a lot of folks. And it was a self-inflicted wound that he just kept, hammering away at to make it worse and worse and worse.
Probably the most interesting thing to me because, I don't know how, look, guys, I don't do this for a living, or I don't know what I'm doing. But like when he basically said like, I'd rather have one Michael Saylor than 50 bots and 50 people, I was like, that's not good. And I literally at the end, I went back and said, hey, you said this, you want to reword this because like it's not great. I said that. I literally asked him, and he was like, nope, I'm sticking with it. I said, I'm trying to help you here, and he just went with it, and I was just like, I don't know that I would have done that, but oh well.
No, for sure. But that's why I thought like now that it had played out, it was a good opportunity to dig the additional context. I had that forum post from before. But I'm like, I'm not going to taint what you're doing. And this is kind of the approach that I like to take. I have receipts for a lot of things. People don't realize how many receipts I have in my back pocket when I need them. But as soon as you have created the opening, you have decided to enter into this realm. And I'm like, now you're just going back to ground you've been on. I went back to 2019. This is an established track record and a pattern. I just keep it in the back of my mind, file it away. It's still there. I'll come back to it if I need to.
Do you think I'm going to call it intellectual work. The intellectual work Chris has done in this space do you think it's been good? Do you think it's been beneficial? I mean, what do you think about it?
I think it's net neutral. I think it's fine that he's doing it. And this is kind of the approach that I took when I talked to him. I said, it's fine that you're doing this experiment, but you're putting a lot of emphasis on it. And I don't think it's necessary. I'm not telling you not to do it, but I'm saying that, and that kind of plays into that post. That post hit on that tone that I was talking about. Like, I'm working on this algorithm because this is early days. This is before Card Ladder. He hadn't developed he was working on this algorithm going back to 2019, and analyzing how statistically accurate it was compared to final auction prices and all that. Working on it back then, even from the House of Jordan podcast days. So it tells you how long he's been working at it. So for him, it's clearly very important. But his comeback to the person that he was talking to in that specific post was basically like, well, I'm doing this. What have you done? And I'm like, well, technically you've done nothing. Like, yes, you're coming up with this thing, but what are we using it for? What does it help us with? Does it actually help us make better decisions? That's debatable. And that's kind of played into and I remember having this conversation because when I was talking to Chris directly, I said to him, it's like, so for you, this seems like it's more of an academic exercise. I don't remember if I phrased it exactly that way, but it's basically the point I get at. It feels more like an academic exercise for you. It feels like it's more important for you to develop this predictive model, work on this algorithm, do this. When a lot of folks that are using this tool just want eBay comps. Mm-hmm. They want to be able to figure out like, okay, so how much has people paid for this? I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to offer in my auction when I'm going to make a bid. I don't want to offer double when the last one went for 100 and the last one before that went for 100. I don't want to suddenly offer $500 for no reason. I'm sure they'll take it, but that isn't what I'm actually trying to do out here. I want to have an anchor point. Even if I'm not going to adhere to it perfectly, I'm still going to ask you to go for 90 or 85 or whatever the case is going to be, and maybe negotiate you back close to 100. But that's all I need you for. It's like the Beckett price guide. I'm not going to follow this price religiously. I just want an anchor point, so I'm not offering you $500 on a $10 card.
I like the analytics. I did the white paper review. I liked what he built, from an analytics perspective. I like Card Ladder, the tool. I like everything about it. We disagree with some of the things about how the hobby needs to trend and things like that and how it needs to grow. I do agree it needs to grow. I do agree my content needs to get better, but we kind of disagree, how it gets there. But, it is what it is.
No, that's fine. But the thing is, you can like the analytics. The question is it doing anything? So you look at the analytics, you see it. Are you using it for something? Is it actionable? Right now it's information. It's there. It's on the screen. But my statement to him at the time was, it's like, okay, great. You want to play around with this? Do it till the cows come home, man. Have like an advanced version. Knock yourself out. Have a good time. But if I'm the average user, this is useless to me. What information is it providing to me? Because I have very specific things I'm looking for. And they started to lean into technology more and more as time went on because they started de-emphasizing the profiles and saying, well, we have, 3 million listings or 30 million listings. I forget what the number is, this crazy high number. But it's basically because they built up a beefed up version of the final auction, completed auction search. It's a nicer version of it, a cleaner version of it. You can make profiles off of it. That's cool. But it's not the same. The full-fledged profiles are actually more usable because you can actually do more things with it. The other ones are tied to the index, which is fine sometimes. It depends.
I use them. They're data points. I use them as data points. So,
Okay, but what do you use them for? Do you actually base any offers based on those data points? The theoretical, the pricing on some of those.
Yeah, I definitely look at some of the stuff that sells a lot less often. If it's there, it's a little bit more difficult, obviously, in the football space because a lot of that stuff is more basketball based. But some of the slower moving, like, I want to say the 65 Namath, the 81. Honestly, looking at for selling to see how the stuff's kind of trending. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I look at it. It is a data point. I'm not saying I'm looking at it. I'm like, oh, that's gold. I look at the sales more than anything. But there's a point there. I like it.
Well, I think that's fine. But I think the contention isn't whether you use it or not. You're welcome to use whatever you wish. You can go to the Magic 8 Ball if you want, and you're welcome to use that as a data point. But the point is that Chris believes it's this panacea, this like magical thing where it's like, I think the problem is that Chris at some point got the idea in his head that because he's working on this thing, and obviously you enjoy it and some people will, that's cool. But for some reason he believes it's this magical contribution to the hobby that we should praise. It's like, no, use it if you want. I think that's okay. I like that Bobby has Magic 8 Ball. But I
That's
think
the 8 ball answer. What's is Chris good for the hobby? What's the 8 ball?
There you go. I like that. Ask the 8 Ball.
Apparently not.
I prefer the non-committal version of that response. I like
Let
that.
me get that. Let me.
Give me another go.
It is decidedly so not.
En inglés, por favor.
I'm not giving an answer to that.
There you go.
I have no control over this thing.
Sounds fair.
they
So
say.
let me ask you kind of this. Do you feel that this is more of just an opinion question? Do you feel that sometimes Chris do you think he's sincerely trying to answer your question, or do you feel like a lot of the extra directions that he suddenly takes mid-flight, like in the middle of an answer, is partially intentional? So I'm curious if you think that his answer is disjointed just because he's stream of consciousness thought, or do you think he realizes that if he throws enough word vomit at you, enough big words at you, it kind of throws you off to decide which area to kind of counter back with? So is it
That's
intentional, or is it just kind of the way he responds?
To me, it was genuine because I could see where maybe in the first two answers, I'm not saying he did this, but I could see where like someone came in there with that thought, like, oh, I'm going to throw them off their game. I'm just going to talk a lot. But, my goal was to let them talk.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he kept doing it. He didn't change up. If he came in with a strategy like that, he didn't change it. So to me, it was genuine. I thought he was not ingenuine on that, discussion. I thought he was completely genuine and honest about his thoughts. And I don't think he had nefarious reasoning behind how he was, discussing things.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sounds fair. Yes, the ball of jabs is good for the hobby. Look at you, John. Look at you. The Magic 8 Ball is getting work today. I like that. But no, I think that's fine. I think that's fair. That's why I say it's an opinion. It's an opinion, serious questions. The other thing I'm kind of curious about, and this is always what's kind of fun, you did run into it a little bit. So let me change directions on the question a little bit here. Do you think if Chris's goal was to try to convince people of kind of the position he's trying to take, do you think it's wise of him to avoid, because in the end you did kind of challenge him on it. We're all pretty convinced that he's trying to take basically a direct, shot at sports card investor Jeff Wilson, because that's really kind of one of the few people that fits kind of the criteria he kind of set into. But by not doing so, obviously it cast a more broad brush. It created that problem for him. He doesn't want to kind of just own it and accept it and be like, this is who I'm talking about. But at the same time, so then what hope could he have possibly had of setting himself up to a good argument then from then on.
None.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with Bobby. Like I think it was a mistake being so broad. I think he didn't want to piss, he didn't want to rub people the wrong way. But the problem is he went too broad, and then it was everybody.
Mhm.
And so then it's like, are you just talking about these people? And you start to narrow it down, and it's like, okay, well, I mean, clearly you're talking about Jeff. This is what this sounds like. Everyone in chat sees it. I hear
Yeah.
it too. I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
You're saying this content in particular, right? I mean, that's how I got there. Because I didn't want to put him on the spot. I went in there saying I'm not going to do that, but then he made some comments like, top 5 content and things like that. And it's like that.
Yeah.
is
And
literally
silly thumbnails and like,
well, we all have silly thumbnails. That could have been Dustin, but like,
and frankly, I like to think it was. I like to think it's like there's few content that I think is like, I don't know, is that hashtag scholarly? Is it though?
yeah.
I
so-
can't even believe cartoon sports card dad. That's a lie. Just the beginning there, it's a lie. After that, the credibility is just shot beyond all belief.
Yeah, it's gone at that point. So.
I've told it to Dustin's face too. It's like I called him out on his own live stream. It's like your beginning intro is a lie. The whole thing's a lie. This is false pretenses.
That thing being so buff, and so
It's like you've
thin.
never been that jacked in your life.
Yeah.
And why does sports card dad miss leg day? Explain.
Yeah.
Explain.
That's not proper. That's proper bodybuilding. Outrageous. But no, that's fine, and I think that's fair. But the I think what like I said, I think what struck me is that if I was to build a masterclass in how you're going to try to present an argument and set yourself up to come off worse in every possible metric, I just watched it and react and gave a 90-minute rebuttal to it.
I can't. I was surprised by the things that they said, and I was surprised they didn't back off of them. When I offered the lifeline.
Sure. Okay. Let me ask you this then. Let me pick something a little easier. Do you think it maybe would have been wise for him if he's so hell bent on going down this track, which we agree was probably a bad idea, but if he wanted to go down this track, wouldn't it have been a good idea to maybe establish why we supposedly need these serious people? Because that was never really established. And then also, and kind of tie into that. So you're trying to say we need these serious people, and he's also saying he talked to some folks that gave him this opinion. But we never really get that fleshed out. Like, I talked to some folks. That's great, but that's not very helpful. That's not very useful. It's like, hey, I talked to a guy. That's why that's why you'll see later when you see the video, I make a joke. It's like, hey, I talked to a guy. It's like, that's great. What does that mean? But the problem is when you go down that route, that means I'm believing that you went through all this trouble to prove this point because you talked to some folks who said they were turned off by some content with no specifics on anything. You cite studies that you never actually cite. Oh, we have private studies. That's cool. What private studies? What are they concluding? Are they published somewhere? I made the joke. We have this ridiculous white paper. Can I see the studies? Are those published somewhere?
Look, I was trying to pick my spots, and I didn't. The private studies, when he said it, that was a decision I had in my head at the time. Like, should I push him on this and ask him for details? Because I was curious. But I think I made the right choice not doing that. Where after, talking to you afterwards, where I think I made a mistake was I should have pushed him more. It's my fault that we didn't talk about why we need Michael Saylors.
Sure.
I should have pushed on. I just didn't think about it, getting started. And again, I'm not used to this stuff. So I should have raised the question, why do we need Michael Saylors? Why is that the future of the hobby versus my basket of deplorables?
Yes. There you go.
There you go. I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
Good one. I think everybody kind of lives in their own little hobby vacuum. And when you start discussing things amongst those people, be it breakers, be it whoever, and when they get in that vacuum, they really can't get out of it sometimes. And I think that's what sort of happened here. Is you get in your own headset and you start talking to, bigger influencers in the hobby and what have you, it takes you down another road, and maybe your opinion gets slighted. I'm not sure. That's what appeared to me. And he's on a different path right now, thinking that he has to be the savior of the hobby. I have no idea if that's his inclination to do so, but it sounds like it. The hobby is the hobby.
But you know what? At the end of the day, too, when you look at it, Dakota, by the way, I think you did a great job. You're and even saying you're new to this space. It's not like you're Diane Sawyer giving your 8,000th interview and you know exactly what to say. And You know what? You did a hell of a job for that. But I think if anyone believes that someone that wants to invest 10 million, 50 million, 100 million into something, that YouTube is going to influence them, and I said this at the beginning, you're completely wrong. You know, if you want to see a goofy video on, and I said it earlier about, I didn't use that term, but I love Dustin's videos because they make me happy. They amuse me.
Don't encourage him.
No, but
Don't encourage him.
I do. The positivity when it's raining, I'll click one, I'll be driving and I'll listen to it. The kapows and the sounds, and I just get a kick out of it. I think it's great. But there's no way that and I know it wasn't directed towards him directly, but there's no way someone's going to base their investment strategies by what some guys do on their iPhone having a great little conversation about it. It's just never going to happen, right? It's not.
Well, Brad, you're wrong, because I talked to a guy, and he said that all the billionaires have turned their back on the hobby strictly because of Sports Card Dad videos.
Yeah.
As soon as they saw that cartoon, I was like, "This is a lying son of a bitch, and I want no part of anything he's doing."
Or Dustin.
Yeah.
It's awful. It's truly awful. I refuse to let Dustin get off unscathed. That's half my fun.
One thing I did kind of struggle with their argument. Well, it was hard because Josh couldn't make it.
Sure.
Josh originally was going to be on, but he got tickets to the Suns game, 100%. Like, got it. You know, I knew like 2 or 3 days in advance, and we offered. You know, I said we can, reschedule if we want, but it's already been out there, so we had the guys on.
Quick side question. Do you think, though, given that the impetus on this was Chris's Instagram post and all this, Josh being there would have been interesting because they would have created an interesting dynamic. No. But it would have been kind of weird for him to be like, I'm not against this, but it's like, I didn't make the statement.
You have to watch their most recent podcast. Josh might be more into this than Chris is.
Really? Wow.
I had a lot of notes ready to go for Josh because I was holy shit. I mean, he was saying some stuff. I was like, oh man. I mean, like I quoted Josh on the thing, and I mean, Josh went on probably like a 15-minute thing there talking about stuff. And to me, it was like very like anti-flipping, anti-making money. But then when we had Chris on too, and they're two different people, I guess. So it is what it is. But like it one time, in one way they're telling us like you need collecting content, and in another way you need investment content. It's like you need these two, but you can't have flipping content. That's the bad one. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I can see someone saying you're either in it for the money or you're not, and one's bad, one's not. I can see that. To me, we everyone should be able to get along. But I do think that's something in their argument that I would like to hear them flesh out a little bit more and talk a little bit more about like why is investment content okay, but flipping's not, kind of thing.
Well, hobby and industry are definitely divided here. But you can do both. And, those worlds aren't as separate as we think they are. Carlos, you've been flipping the baseball player.
Vlad Jr.
Yeah. So, diehard collector, flipping some stuff, happy to do it. Who cares? Who cares? Do we think he's any less of a collector? No.
I think I'm less of a collector.
It's good to do that.
But if the Fanatics money comes in, then I'm definitely I'm foregoing all the collecting.
Yeah,
that'll be the time. It's like, Carlos, but you have more money. Yes, now is the time to get out of this nonsense. Now is the time to cash in on all those Trouts. The long game is in effect.
$10 million collectors. That doesn't help that hobby. It's just like the upper echelon. That's fine. Somebody paid $7.8 million for that card. Fine, but the 99.99 keep going with the 9% of us that don't have that money are in this other part of the hobby. So,
I also think, to your point, Bobby, I mean, I think it's exactly what you're saying. Like those guys like Michael Saylor and that amount of money, like those guys should be part of the industry as a whole. Like those guys should be invested in Fanatics or PSA or SGC or whatever.
Probably are.
It's also easier to make money being on that side of the equation because again, just thinking logically for a second, you say he's got $500 million that he wants to put into an investment. Great. $500 million in cards would be really annoying. Because it's like, well, how do you divide it? What are you going to do? Like, are you just going to ridiculously overpay for some stuff? Because the more stuff you have to manage, managing stuff takes time. It requires, okay, you want to offload it. The whole thing with Bitcoin and a lot of these cryptocurrencies is there are mechanisms to hold it, put it somewhere, and offload it if you need to. You can convert it. It's actually less friction sometimes to offload some of the stuff if it's not like crazy amounts. Even if it is crazy amounts, there's options on how you could accomplish this, as opposed to if I give you $500 million worth of cards, how many cards is that? How are we going to get rid of that? How are we going to get our value out of it? Even if it is great stuff, like, so an auction takes months. It can take weeks to months to set up and then get paid. That's not efficient.
It's the Bet David versus Joe Rogan and the Mickey Mantle conversation that went on. Like Joe Rogan says, who cares about cards? You know, there's so many other things, and he's got so much money. Who cares?
Yeah.
And, you know, finding that right guy to do that, and what do? Oh, Joe, you got some money. Get into the card. That, like, why? Why would you want to?
Yeah, it's actually more difficult.
Passion is a leader that helps bring people into this hobby.
Yeah, but I said, but even if you're just trying to be strictly about the money, it is actually not an efficient market to be in if you're trying to put in a ton of money. Can you put some money in and get good value and buy the good stuff and make some money? Sure. Yes, of course. But Chris used the example of Tom Brady. If he invested in Tom Brady, it's like, cool. You're going to buy $500 million in Tom Brady cards?
Which ones?
So your plan is to own all of them.
Yeah.
and then who are you going to sell them to?
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean. It's like, just from an efficiency standpoint, we're trying to apply some logic, some hashtag scholarship here. Let's use a little logic in this. The argument doesn't make sense. That's all I'm trying to say, like, for that. So real quick, I'll get Blessed Breaks once. It's like, I'd be more inclined to give Daps. If I have a badge, I'd rather give it to Daps because at least he entertains me. The other one, not so much.
True enough.
Yeah, like Daps entertains.
Content.
I got content value out of Daps, okay? I got some fun out of Daps. Daps man is a thing.
Yeah.
All right.
He's the funny without being funny guy.
Exactly.
Do you know, it'd be good to see if you could. What do you think Michael Saylor would think about this? Like, has anyone thought about that route?
Well, Brad, jokes aside, part of me, when Chris kept obsessing about freaking Michael Saylor, every part of me wanted to be like, I have to get in touch with this guy.
Yeah.
I have to get a conversation with this guy. And all I want him to do, and I will just play the clip on loop, is I just want Michael Saylor to go, oh, sports cards are a fucking garbage investment. And just play it on loop and just mail it to Chris. It's like, what kind of an idiot would waste his money on sports cards? He's like, all of a sudden Chris is like, no.
No, it's not going to work, man. Chris is going to be like, see, that's why we need better content.
That's right. There you go.
Touche. Good one.
No, he would, but I would have already thought of that. Yeah. First thing I would say is like, so do you care about content? It's like, no, I'm not going to watch stupid content. It's like, what if it was a research paper? It's like, on sports cards, it's arbitrage. You buy and sell. What are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
It's not that complicated.
Yeah, but I think his reaction would be, I never watched anything on sports cards on YouTube.
Yeah, it's like, I don't go on YouTube, bro. I got other things to do.
I think I own it.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it wouldn't work out there. So just scrolling through here. A publicity stunt that will ultimately draw people to the platform. I doubt that. It could be a publicity stunt, but the draw people to the platform, that's a tough one. I don't know if having kind of incoherent answers that kind of meander around is gonna sell people, but that is an interesting tact. You could try that.
My affiliations have gone up over the last few days. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, nice.
Probably.
I don't track those things. I mean, I just get an email every time someone like subscribes or whatever, and that includes when they resubscribe. So
okay,
but I've noticed a lot this week for whatever reason.
Dakota's there. Elon, yeah, fuck Twitter. Come on.
Bro, put your money into this. This is where the money needs to go, buddy. Come on. So so let me ask you this then. Do you think at this point, I'd be curious, because we talk a little bit about how some of this stuff circulates. So that's always going to be kind of the question. Do you think at this point, I'm not saying he'd hide anywhere. I think he'll be around. But do you think Chris continues down this tact and we see another Instagram story storm at some point? Or do you think he maybe sits back and kind of thinks through what he's going to do next?
Yeah, this is a good question here. I'd like to know a few opinions.
I'm just curious what your thought, based on you had the conversation with him. And I don't know if you talked to him before or after the stream ended, but I'm curious if you get the sense that his plan is to continue down the campaign.
We exchanged pleasantries after. That's about it. To me offering him the rope, saying, me offering him the lifesaver. Hey, don't call these people deplorables. Everybody's okay, right? No. Okay. He's going to stick to his guns, And, I mean, it's my opinion that was a bad answer. It's my opinion that people wouldn't like that, but, by him sticking to it, it's hard for me to imagine him really backing off at this point.
Can he be told?
Well, only if you've
Somebody
accomplished it.
else.
Only if you've accomplished enough in the hobby. Did you build an algorithm, Bobby?
I know. Well, he answers to other people too, so just saying.
Well, that's actually been though the kind of question. Man, let me kind of pose you this question, because this is still what I'm sticking on. He is an employee of collectors. At some point, does Nat get wind of it and be like, "Would you shut the fuck up?"
I'm sure Nat's already aware at this point.
No, I understand, but like
It's all
it's a
the Dakota's
situation.
fault.
Nat can pull rank on him if that's his desire, if that's what he wanted to do, because he is his boss. He's got a couple of bosses, so
Cool it down on the
yeah, it could be like, because here's the thing: collectors is a company. They're a corporation. And normally, so I'll give you a real simple example. I work at the bank. I've worked at banks for the better part of the last decade. Us peons at the lower levels are not allowed to speak to the media about anything pertaining to it. It's literally in our policy. It's specifically in our policies. If for some reason anybody reached out to you, for any reason, you are to reach out to this department, who will then, if for some reason you're the only person uniquely qualified to speak on this, no problem. Let's talk about what you're going to talk about first, and then you can say something. Or, no, this person is going to speak on behalf of the bank about this, whatever. If you're a little higher up the chain, you actually still have to reach out to the same group. They have people in that department. It's human resources and PR. They got to communicate with each other and make sure that you're not going to say something stupid that'll make the organization look bad. I don't know if Collectors has that, but as they get bigger and scale up, they might have to have that group available.
And that's information will be leaching out there anyways over time. Dakota's getting bigger and bigger, like you said.
It goes viral. All of a sudden, it's like
It's almost viral.
it's the Barbara Walters moment. It's like this gentleman here asked you this question. What do you have to say about that?
ESPN hires me as their sports card investigator or something. I shouldn't say investigator, news reporter.
So does that mean that if the time comes, you're going to start burying some of the more questionable takes and be like, no, I want to emphasize these ones. These ones are good. Ignore that. That was not me. That was Neo's idea.
Yeah, Stegum Neo, man. Yeah, I do agree though with like the overall. I do like. We even touched on it a little bit there because we don't know the agreement that PSA and Car Ladder have or what they have there or anything like that. But I do wonder if some point, I don't think he sees that. I mean, because the hobby's such a unique space where it's a professional thing and also a hobby, And so I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to see if anything happens.
I can see Andy typing, investigator, what are you talking about?
It's like, I wasn't involved in this. I've been going through the comments, guys, so it's just so we've been chatting. May I have another chance in the spotlight? No. You literally had your chance last week. Man.
Blew it.
Help me out, chat. Chat isn't going to help you. I'm sorry. In this fiefdom, I rule. You can pray to the sun god as much as you like. I think that's fine. This is kind of playing into the question there. I would be surprised if eventually they do kind of have to go in and be like, all right, you guys
see that.
It's not even muzzle them. I would think it's more along the lines of, hey guys, the next time you're going to have a conversation with somebody, talk to us first and let's see what you're going to talk about. Can you tell us what your planning is to talk about? I'm just curious. Like I said, for me, if it's a company, again, ironically, you want to be a professional, serious company in a professional, serious space, then maybe you're going to have to be a little bit more careful who says what, who indirectly represents your company. Even if their plan isn't to represent collectors, they do represent collectors.
Very good point. You know what? Hockey 99 trying to always get me to say certain things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you always have to have that in the back of your mind. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm careful what you're going to say, what you're going to put in writing. I mean, don't we all teach that? I teach that to my 15-year-old daughter. Don't put things in writing. Don't put things out there. Don't say things on camera. Don't say things on video because they can always come back. Guys like Carlos can reach back to 10 years ago and pull experts, from pieces from all this and say,
there was no video before 10 years ago. Come on.
I was going to say, Dakota, can you confirm or deny that before 2016 there was no content? That was the rumor I heard.
Before what?
Before 2016, there was no content. My understanding is that content didn't exist before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure before 2016, the only content that existed was Beckett. That's my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I read it on the homepage of one of the site that
I feel strongly then when you do get around to watching my video, your mind will be blown. I have a scholarship section on this.
I went back and watched some of your earlier videos. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I wrote 3 books before 2015. Come on.
Yeah. There you go. But that's kind of the way it is, though. Is that it's I understand it, but it's ironic that Chris decided to take this tact when his background in the hobby is actually a very short run. Between his return and now, it's been 6 years, which sounds like it's a long time. It's not nothing, but it's like a lot of people who were around prior to that are going to like look at you and go like, so what is it you think you know?
Yeah, I mean they're both very open that they got back in at 2016, you know, and like, yeah, I mean that is kind of a shorter time, and I don't know, man.
It's difficult to make the pitch it's difficult to make the pitch though. You're basically speaking, you're not speaking an opinion. Because I think maybe the key is the verbiage used. And Chris did graduate law school, so he knows about the meaning of words and what they mean when you say it in a very clear way. He didn't say, I didn't see too much content before, prior to that. I was looking, but I didn't see too much that caught my eye. That's an opinion. That's fine. But it's like, there is no content before 2016. There was none out there. It's like, no, actually there was. But he also didn't define what that constitutes. And that was one of the things I questioned. It's like, well, people were having debates and things on message boards and forums where they would talk back and forth. And there was research happening. I used Net54 forums for vintage baseball.
Yeah.
Those guys actually did research and published it on those forums, including PDFs and documents they created from research they had done. Actual hashtag scholarship, legitimate scholarship. But that was that message board goes back to 2001. It predates a lot of this for years. It goes back a long ways. So like research has been done. People were conversing about ideas and passing these things along. That technically is content. Blogs and people chiming in on the things of the day, that's all content, man. All of that.
I got a few more just a couple more minutes, but
Yeah.
I want to go back to something Bobby said. I thought it was interesting to me. I actually led this discussion off with saying like, hey guys, you were just at the Mint and you came out with this like take. It's interesting to me, like Bobby, to your point, kind of maybe you were getting to like an echo chamber that they come out of the Mint and they share this perspective.
Mm-hmm.
The Mint's got all your big influencers are there. They're all, talking it
Making
up.
big
just like-
moves,
yeah.
right?
Yeah. And then so the timing was just, again, I'm not saying anything nefarious, no, nothing. It's just the timing's interesting that we got back from the Mint and then boom,
Yeah, there's a couple other things that went on with the Mint and we got a little bit of feedback with, just saying.
Yeah.
Nothing specific. But like I said, there's good lawyers and bad lawyers. Like Better Get Sal. He was a bad lawyer. He was a great lawyer.
Look at you bringing the references. All right, fair enough. So Bless and Breaks. Chris was likable, but Josh's smug introverts, don't stick personality started rubbing off on Chris. You'll need to go back in the live stream. I got Chris going back further than that. Moving on.
We have algorithms to prove it. That
I got algorithms to prove it with at least 88 to 95% certainty.
Mm-hmm.
It's important. You need to know that. I think that's good. Let's see here. I'm scrolling through. Trigger finger's on fire today. Look at this.
Hey, I don't hate 83% or whatever his number was. I don't know. The market is so not specific. It's hard to prove any of this crap. Unless you're going back and talking about, print runs and math you can really do. But when you talk about prices, it's pretty difficult. I don't know.
I think that's fine. My contention was, if that wasn't available, would it really change what you do? It is a data point. That's great. That's true.
Oh, no. Well, I don't know. Well, let's just say in my buying experience, if I'm going to buy a bigger card for me, their little data point, it depends on how rare it is. If it sells like once a week, it's going to be 0%. If it sells once a year, it might be like 5% or something.
I get it.
Based on a cumulative total of what you look at. Like it's not one thing, right? So, maybe it has a little bit to do with that, but maybe a small percentage. But
it's small either way, and it's
that's basically what I'm getting at. It's not like it wasn't. I cited a source 3 years ago where he was working on this whole algorithm thing, at least working on it. He was kicking around the idea. He was referencing experiments and things he was trying to do to try to establish this thing pre-Card Ladder. Card Ladder accelerated the process because Joss created a platform for him to start to experiment with these things. But he was kicking around this idea going back years now.
Yeah.
So we can establish that. So we have an established track record of this. My thing is, it feels like an inordinate amount of effort, an inordinate amount of energy for marginal gains. And my statement at the time to Chris's face was, look, man, you want to do this and have an experiment with this? Knock yourself out. But I wouldn't expect the majority of users to see a ton of value in it because you put it front and center. It's not like you didn't. A lot of research tools are there, but the researchers go to the research tools. You don't stick it in somebody's face and say like, well, it's here, like use it. It's like, but I don't know what it is. Well, here's a white paper. I'm not going to read the white paper. I'm thinking of the average rank and file user. People who really want to use it are always going to be able to use it. My idea back then was like, well, why don't you have an advanced version of it if somebody wants to flip this on? It's just not a great user experience to have a bunch of extra data points if the user doesn't know how to use it or isn't comfortable with it to the same degree.
Yeah,
You're forcing it on them. You're not giving them a choice.
I think you reviewed that one time on one of your videos.
Yeah, that was always my issue. It's like, I'm not telling you not to do it, and I'm not saying nobody's going to look at it. I'm saying the percentage of people looking at it is very small, and you're tailoring to a very tight niche. And on the content point, he even went into that tight niche, the one versus many, the one microsailor versus the 500 bots.
And like Brad was saying earlier, like the people that he deals with don't even go on the internet for a lot of the times, right?
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. Like it's a huge percentage like that just don't. And I've got to see it even more side with the PSA side over the last 2 years. Like even in Nova Scotia, all of a sudden I was getting submissions from guys. Like I said, I know every card collector in our small little province here. Like that's how I thought. And then all of a sudden I'm like, I don't know these people. I don't know these people. They're sending cards and I'm getting them. And I'm like, how's this possible? Where are all these collectors at? Like, how do I not know these guys? So it really made my eyes open up where I looked and said, man, there is so many collectors that aren't on YouTube, that don't do anything, that are true collectors. Even they're investors. They're just buying stuff. Some of them will do other things, but I think that number is one. And it's nothing against YouTube. I love YouTube. I like all the shows. I love the content. And if I don't like it, I just don't watch that. Like I said earlier, but there's so many people out there that just do not care. With respect to you, Dakota and Carlos, obviously, but like they just don't. It's just they're hobbyists, right? So
But does it at least make you feel good that at the very beginning of the live stream, Chris pointed out that present company accepted? So you were like immediately immune.
Yeah, you were.
He has declowned you.
Yeah, I have ascended. You know, I'm at the top now.
I was going to say,
You were
so
anointed.
are you at the top of a step stool? How's it look? How's it looking? Can you see the top of the shelf now?
Yeah.
It's like I that's why I kind of have fun with Chris's thing. It's like your ascension isn't worth much, buddy. I'm getting step stool up here. Okay, so let me kind of and you're more than welcome to take off after this one. But let me kind of pose this question to you. So do you think do you agree with his note? Because one of his key notions here was that we need to reject, forget about the censorship piece, forget about the gatekeeper piece, but just we need to reject the face of the hobby. One of my contentions is that we don't have a face. We have people that have popularity. We have people that have, some following in certain categories, but we don't really have a de facto face. So even if you thought you wanted to remove a face, who's the face?
That's like Billy Idol, eyes without a face. It's a good one. Carlos.
Yeah, but I'm posing the question because the entire premise here is that we need to remember referendum, right? We need to decide if we like the direction of the face leading people in the hobby. Mm-hmm. Do we have anybody who actually qualifies for this?
No.
That
wasn't my
to me, like the hobby is just this. It's this network of a million different highways, and they all go to some route, and some route probably has somebody that most people look to. But to say there's one over, I mean, just to Brad's point above, like, all these people, he thought he knew everyone in his AO, his area of operations that was doing the same thing he was doing. Then he was like, well, shit, I don't know any of these people, and they do something that's completely different to me or completely different to, Bobby or you, Carlos. Like, I don't know. There's no face, I think there's probably small segments that kind of have faces for what they do, but yeah, there's just no, the face is fanatics. The face right now is PSA. The face in 5 years will be fanatics.
Mm-hmm. No, that's fair. But that's a company, right? That's not, and the irony of if PSA is the face, it's like, Chris, are you working actively against your employer? Because that would be problematic.
Well, yeah.
Just saying.
Nat's the face. Nat Turner's the face of the hobby.
So we need to dethrone Nat. He's trying to instigate a coup?
I think that's what's happening.
Well, this has gotten more controversial than even I thought. Brad is PSA Jason. Now maybe time to back up. This night of the long knives is coming. The night of the long knives, led by the Hoj.
What out.
Well, it'll be fine as long as he doesn't build his entire battle plan on algorithms, or we're waiting 35 years.
It only took him 2 years or 3 years or something.
Well, to take down the emperor, my friend, takes more planning.
I'm gonna pop smoke. Carlos, thank you for having me on. Brad, I love that background. That's awesome. Bobby, it's always a pleasure, sir.
Sounds good, Dakota. Take it easy. Thanks for popping
Cheers,
up.
y'all. Y'all have a good evening.
You too. Good night.
I like this comment, but I wanted to make sure we got through the pieces we were talking about. Dakota's like the words F1. You're gonna have to pose it to Dakota on his own live stream.
Oh, yeah.
It's a valid question, though. It's a valid question. We did establish you can like F1. That's cool. It's not a sport. It's not. It's just not a sport. Look, I gave you all the conditions under which it can become a sport. I will repeat it for those who are new to this. I will allow motorsports to be a sport, NASCAR, F1, even though NASCAR is the official motorsport of the Confederacy. However, I will allow it to be a sport if first they will acknowledge the North one. Second, if they drive all but 1 mile. They must stop their cars on the last mile and carry at least a tire across the finish line. I expect the driver to do something physical to earn this. Otherwise, it's not a sport. It's the car doing the job.
Just to add to another addendum to Brad's statement about people coming out of the woodwork, I'll look back just 20 years. There's so many people I discovered in the hobby that I never knew were there that were huge, had amazing collections. And every year, probably 2 or 3 guys, less in the last couple of years, but 2 or 3 guys, amazing Leaf collections, amazing North Star, St. Louis. I'm going, where are you guys? You know,
Yep.
and they just come out of the woodwork because they like to share stuff with me because, you know, I'm looking for something and they'll see a post and they'll go, hey, Bobby, I'm this guy, I do this. And then I go, oh, cool. Yeah, I got a nice Leaf for him. And then they show me their stuff and I go, what? Where have you been?
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's stunning.
There's lots more to find, you know, lots more guys that are out there and you never knew.
No, absolutely. And I guess at the end of the day too, like, you know, this was kind of did I think I was going to be on here for 3.5 hours even talking about this kind of segment? You know, like I didn't plan on that, and you got to be careful. I always want to speak the truth and shouldn't say I have to be careful what you say.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't know Chris. I don't know Josh. I don't know who they are. I know personally. I know who they are with Card Ladder. I subscribe to Card Ladder. I have a subscription to Beckett forever. I think my subscription, I bought the 7-year package the last time I renewed it. I have a Sports Card Investor. I subscribe to that app. I subscribe to them all.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they all bring in some ways, they bring good things to the hobby. I enjoy it. Some things more than others, but I think it's when the more we talk about it and the more I think about it, and it comes back to the first statement, it's like, people just have to relax. And even like when you talk about it, Carlos, you say, it's like, if you don't want it, just don't watch it. Just do your own thing. Like, just stop with all the whining. You know what I mean?
I think we are doing our own thing, but
Yeah.
they're trying to force something in. And that's the part where you have to sit there and say, hey, okay, let's back up a second here.
Yeah.
If you don't dominate the airways with that kind of talk, we're going to talk back. We're not going to sit back, but otherwise, leave us alone. We're in our own lane, having fun.
That's it. And this show on Friday night, like Carl, when you did I'll go back to the Tom Brady on me. Like, I loved that as much as I was sitting there, and I was like, that was awesome. Like, that's good banter. That's fun back and forth, and it's proven by facts. And just let whatever people want to do. Some people say, "Oh, you watch the Carlos show? What do you guys do?" It's a social aspect of it. Plus, it's a whole bunch of what's the other guy? I almost said sprinkled in. I think that's a sports card therapist. Some hobby love sprinkled in with a little is his tagline. But no, you base everything by facts. You can say, oh, yeah, maybe you can be a little hard at times, which is awesome, but that's who you are.
And there's tenure here. Understand? You know, they don't get that anywhere else. 2006, I've been around. You know, no, I've been around since a long time. So,
and you're the exact same person, right? If we're having a beer, like you summed that up at the very beginning, Carlos. If we're having a beer, you are who you are. It doesn't make any difference.
Some people would prefer I wasn't, but it's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah,
we know who you are. That's fine. That's better.
Look, but I think consistency is a thing. I'm a big fan of consistency. I would rather see, like, look, this is what it is, man. Like, take it or leave it. It's fine. I'm not going to give I'm not going to change up to put on a front just to make certain people happy. It's not going to work that way. That's why I say I will critique Chris as hard as I will critique Jeff Wilson, as hard as I will critique Beckett, as hard as I will critique any of these other guys, because I don't, and this is going to sound really mean, but it's not. It's just meant to be honest. I don't care about them as people. It's not about, oh, I like this guy, I don't like this guy. I don't care. Doesn't matter. And I said it before. Some of the people I like the most are the ones that I will tear to shreds if they say some dumb crap. I will destroy them, and with a smile on my face and a song in my heart. And they will learn to live with it, because that's how it's going to be. And if I don't like you, I'll also tear you to shreds with a smile on my face and a song. Carlos, wasn't that what you said? Yes, it is. It's exactly what I just said. It's the same. It makes no difference. But everybody's got to figure out their own way. They got to do it. Been ever interested in F1? I'm going to say, yeah, I know there's a little bit of F1 talk here. Collect what I'm interested in. Bottom fellas out and to shores and look at shinies. Completely fair. That's fine. JJ Bama here. I know you had a bunch of comments, JJ Bama. Some of it, I know you guys were chatting with yourselves, so I let you do your thing. SCI's credibility got thrown out the window every time he says the annoying "Hello, sports car investors." He's trying to braid you how to be clever with that. Now, here's the thing, though. I get your point, but that's his shtick. Some people do like it. A lot of people don't like it, and that's okay. Some people like shtick and don't like shtick. So it's one of those things where, like, he has chosen, with the understanding that that's going to turn some people off, he has still chosen to do it. It's a decision. He doesn't have to be the face of his own brand. He can actually decide, oh no, I'm going to get somebody who's a little more personable, a little more likable, somebody who doesn't have the same controversy that I do, and let them be the front face. He could do that. He's always had the option. Imagine how much less crap he would take if he let somebody else be the permanent host, the sports car investor, and he just faded off into the background and just counted his money.
You know, it's funny you say that. If you take a commercial, you take the best commercial and you take the worst commercial. Those are the two commercials that will do the best together. All the rest in between is mulling. It doesn't do much.
That's true.
Because you don't forget the horrible commercials because, oh, that's such an awful, yeah, you'll remember it. And obviously the best ones will obviously get the recognition. So it's funny, bad news sells. It's all, yeah. So his hello is just like, let's get ready to rumble, that kind of same thing. It's all.
And I guarantee you there's some people who hate the let's get ready to rumble.
Yeah.
I love
But
that.
Michael Buffer has literally made his career, his living out of it. And his brother, Bruce Buffer, he goes, we are live.
Yeah.
It's like, or it is time is I think it is time is the one that he does right before the main event. It's the same concept, but it's a different phrase because he can't borrow his brother's phrase. But he's got his own. It's his shtick, and he does that. And then if you ever watch like the main events of UFC, he would do that, and then he won't just point at whoever he's talking to. He'll do a big dramatic thing, and that's like his deal. That's his shtick. Again, it's shtick. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's on camera. It's go time. He's going to do this thing. He knows what he's doing.
Everybody's got their thing.
Yeah. Some love for Brad and Dustin. Gotta love that. The hose just went live. The crossover is the thing. They do it.
Oh,
I get a lot of material from the crossover. Again, whenever I talk about these things, if you guys notice, everything that I talk about with these folks, it's always, always, always public domain. I went and I pulled for you a post from Blowout Forums. If you go and do your own research, you can find the exact post I just showed you. It's there available for anybody to look at with a Google search. You are a Google search away from finding it yourself. I'm not going to point you to it. You got to do the work on your own. If you want to check it out, if that's what you're interested in. I gave you the pertinent pieces. If you are interested, you can find it yourself. It is there. It is posted for all to see. Anything related to those Instagram, those were posted for everybody to see. They were public. They weren't like hidden Instagram messages. I didn't have a secret source. I got it right from the public posts. So that's why I feel open to comment on anything that's in the public space because you put it there. You go on a live stream for an hour and you talk about it and you put questions on it. Well, guess what? I got the tape. Roll footage.
See, most people don't know how to put all that together. People don't research in the right areas. I know that from what I do. But, you search out the different parts of the internet and you bring this together for people who don't, because some of us are just finding our way through the internet, So it helps. And it's nice to have that come together. And the information is great.
Yeah. I do think, though, that there are some folks, and that was why I was very clear on my preamble on that show, on that episode. I said, I'm not here to be a watchdog. And I'm going to reiterate it now for the folks in the chat. And right now we have the highest amount of folks in the chat that have been here all night. So thank you all for popping on. I appreciate you. If you haven't already, if you could hit the like button, we'd appreciate that. Again, it's free. But here's the thing. I'm not a watchdog. It is not my job to sit here and find all the bad actors and call them out. There are people that seem obsessed with this idea, like, oh, you got to call everybody out. Look, man, if it's something that I feel is egregious enough, if it's something that, by the way, even when I think it's egregious, we had the great discussion for an hour about Jeremy's thing. But I didn't just spend the whole time making fun of Jeremy, even though it would have been fun for me to do. I would have enjoyed it. But that isn't what we did. We spent the time discussing the situation, and we took him out of it and said, what's the responsibility of the seller? What's the responsibility of the buyer? Eric represented the buyer. We all discussed it from the perspective of the seller, who says, man, tough luck. You got to price it right. And we had a debate, a real debate. Everybody got a chance to talk.
And 10,000 vlogs that's been done, that has probably never been covered.
Yeah. And it wasn't focusing on the man.
No.
I personally made fun of the man, and I got my fun out of it. But after we moved on, then we said, hey, let's have a real conversation about something useful. And when it came to the shilling thing, we got the YouTube creators out there complaining, oh, there's not enough people talking about shilling. Shilling's been around forever, you idiots. So you know what I'm going to do?
Shilling, don't worry.
Instead of just complaining about shilling for the 1,000th time, how about I give you something actionable you can do? Let me give you some information that maybe you can use if you don't know how to counter it. This is your only counter. Bid at the last possible second to minimize the impact on you, and bid only what you're comfortable bidding. That's it. That's all you can do. Otherwise, move on with your life.
It really shouldn't even affect your life, shilling.
It shouldn't. No, it's not a big deal. Live with it. Live with it.
If you paid a few extra bucks, oh well. You know.
Have you guys listened to? I mean, Rick Probstein has put himself out there in the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've used their services, but I think he's done a great job, and I think his points on when he explains the shill bidding thing, and he keeps getting. Think how annoyed that guy must be to.
Oh yeah.
On the shill bidding, and he goes, it's the most annoying thing in the world. Like he does not. There's no way he partakes in it. And I completely believe what he said. It's the biggest pain in the butt for his business and the non-payers. And he explained all the different scenarios and what they're trying to do with eBay. And I think there's a guy that he decided from being the guy that was behind the screen with just the name to come out. And I think it was one of the best things he could have done from his business standpoint. He was very personable. He had his own sense of humor. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Sure does.
I've really enjoyed him. I've watched probably 5 of them. I thought it was great. So.
Yeah, he's interesting for sure. I'd say he's interesting to watch. His take on a few things I agree with, a few things I don't, but for the most part, he's all right.
Oh yeah,
he's just another figure in the hobby.
And he's a collector, and he does a huge business, like massive business. How many Jordan rookies did he say? I think someone said in one interview, they said, "Well, you got 15." He goes, "Oh no, way more."
He said he was a collector. I don't think he said he was such a collector. I think.
Oh yeah, no, he's been a collector all his life. Yeah.
But he says he just has stuff. He doesn't really collect. You know, it's possessional more than it is collectible to him. I think that's the way I got my opinion from what he said. Because he said, "Oh yeah, I have this stuff, and yeah, I got 15 Jordans and this." You know,
but I think he is because he even talked about it. He's like, you don't see me without a sports magazine. You don't see me. I think he's more of a sports guy than I think his whole life is sports.
I think his business is for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think that's fair. So I just left Cards and Comics comment on here. We've definitely, I'll be honest, this show has definitely had its fun making fun of Ken Golden. But it's one of those things. It goes back to what I said earlier. I feel like at a certain point, I can't spend all my time being like re-educating everybody on stuff that is available. If you want to know a little bit about Ken Golden's background, you can find it. It's out there. The information is still there. But he's been accepted as a hobby goat. He's been propped up to this high level. He was bought out by collectors. So now, and this is why I say, like, I find the obsession with some of these guys weird, because they'll be like, oh, we got to take down so-and-so. You realize that at this point, a lot of their stuff now is jaywalking compared to some of the issues that we actually have to deal with. And on top of it, they have diplomatic immunity. So even if they committed real murder, who cares? They're off the hook anyway. So, but then you want me to complain about jaywalking? You want me to? I got bigger fish to fry, my friends. I just do. I've got bigger fish to fry. This is not worth my time. If they say something stupid, will I make a reaction video making fun of it? You damn right I will. That's different. I'm going to have my fun. But I'm also not taking it so seriously that I'm thinking, oh my God, this is going to change the hobby. Look, we got to tell people. Tell them what? Ken Golden's done a bunch of shady shit. Here you go. I've said it. Ken Golden's done a bunch of shady shit. You want to know what kind of shady shit? Look it up.
Yeah, and he hasn't really, he was really prevalent in the marketplace before. Now he's kind of just kind of out there. He's not even.
Yeah, but that's what
big announcements, no big nothing anymore. And before it was super hype, and he was building, and then decrescendo.
But here's the thing: he's made his money.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I can't not look as shady as he's been. I can't knock the fact he has successfully made money. Like he's done it. However, you may not like how he did it. He had Scoreboard. There was some shadiness going on with Scoreboard. There was some shadiness going on with the business earlier. He did his stuff with Dunn West. Like there's a lot there.
Yeah.
But it's not hidden. But nobody cares. Nobody's looking up. Nobody wants to do the legwork. Nobody wants to do it. So it's like, okay, fine. Like, why is it my job then to then tell you? I got other things to do. To me, it's not a big deal. I don't care. I'm not doing business with the guy, so it's not my problem.
Yeah.
I'm not here to protect you. I think Will is kind of behind, so I've noticed he's commenting directly to Dak. And so it's like, it might be, he just might be on time delay. It's all good, Will. So there are tens of thousands of collectors collections. Yes, absolutely. That's fair. Okay, I like this one. Let a player in. To be a player, you got to know how to play.
Yeah.
As a questionable man once said, but as accurately said. Shield betting is much more an issue with auction houses than let employees bid. Yes, PWCC was caught. And even our good buddies, Sports Card Radio. No, sorry, no, not Sports Card Radio. They have done a couple of things recently. Although they did take another shot at Sasha T. I'm going to let that go for now, but they did. Because of course they did. Okay, but here's a good one. Rattle Pokemon did a video recently. I don't know if it's the most recent. I don't think it is. I think there was another one. But Rattle Pokemon did a good one that was very fun because he included a floating head at the end of it. And he finally caught on to the thing where Eric Myers basically admitted that other people bid on stuff and sold it to him. I was like, well, it's kind of old news, but thank you for bringing it up. And by the way, Eric Myers is back on that PWCC show now. So it's like, I guess he finished getting his wrist slapped and he was, you can go back on. Just don't say words.
Yeah, I think some people maybe shouldn't be in the public talking about certain things.
But that goes back to what I said earlier. Do I have an issue with Eric Myers? I do not have an issue with Eric Myers. I'm fine with him. I don't mind him. I think there's a misunderstanding that I have to dislike somebody to mock them and or point out their stupidity. I do not. That's not a prerequisite. I don't have to have that. If I happen to have it, it makes it more sweet for me. But that's two different things. No, I can still do it. But the fact is, if you say stupid shit, I'm gonna point out that you say stupid shit. I'm not. There's no biases on that. No, you said a dumb thing. I will not mock you for it. It's cool. Whatever. Race, creed, whatever. We're equal opportunity here.
No, that's good.
Yep. Al Gore's already stuffed the whole internet. Thank you, Will. Good times. Probstein got cred drinking a beer while Canadian was sipping water. Love it.
That's right.
Yep. Gold's like the steroid era. Yep. Meister went to jail for fraud. He did. There was shill bidding involved in some of the charges. I forget the exact combination charges. There was a lot of stuff.
It was shill bidding. Shill bidding. The whole thing really was based on that.
Yeah, and also as part of the conversation, that's where he had also admitted to trimming the T206 Wagner. So it's all part of an investigation and a lot of like a plea bargain deal to get him a lighter sentence and all that good stuff. So there was a lot. He was involved in a lot of stuff, to put it that way.
Yeah, he admitted it later after the card, that book, The Card, came out, and that was out for 5, 6, 7 years before he even admitted it. But he finally did admit it, which was...
It was important. It was still good.
I wonder why he did.
Well, I think at that point he was like, "Look, I'll tell you whatever I need you to do for you to take it easy on me. Like I'll give you a bunch of the dark skeletons in the closet, okay?" Yeah. So it's a decent bargain play, but I hate the damn Hello Sports Card collectors. No, I get it. And so that's a situation where that's a turn off for you. Totally understand. I get it. People want to be spoon-fed information. Yes. You want classic Justin? You got him tonight. That sounds like a threat. Hello is an age-old intro. Sports Cars and Fox used to use it. Yes, that's true. The fact Jeff Wilson has that many viewers tells you all you need to know about the intelligence average. That's a completely different discussion. Completely different discussion.
Jeff's pretty smart, dude.
I like that the chat is trying to take up for Justin. I think this is the night Justin should come on. There is no night Justin should come on. +1 for Justin. To get a lot of votes. Get a lot of votes.
Have you seen it? Like his production at Sports Card Investor. Someone mentioned it earlier, but it's awesome. Like I watched the video today or yesterday. I forget which day it was, but like it set up. It looked like you're actually watching Sports Center or CNN or whatever.
Oh, you're talking about the little debate show, the debate program version?
Yeah, like it was awesome. It was really.
I think that's the better one. I think that's probably the right format for him. I think the whole top 5 thing is played out. I think he'd be better off just doing that debate show. It still gives you a chance to promote the product anyway. You can still do it.
Yeah.
I would think that's a better call as far as, again, I'm not in charge of his media. My opinion is that he should lean into that because he's got a good production job, right? He's got a good production situation. So,
and that's good. Let that market, let the people that want to watch, and I still watch it when I want to. But is that a place for Carlos, me, you, Bobby, Derek, or whatever to sit here and talk about? It's a completely separate audience. It's not necessarily for us. Let it be. 100,000 people are watching them, or 100,000 views, or whatever it is every time he posts something.
For our space, it's a lot of views. For our space, it's a lot of views.
Yeah, crazy, man.
It really is.
All the bots.
It's all the bots. That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
Look at this, guys. I like what it was. Free Dustin, free Justin.
Oh.
It's your job. Classic Justin, so drunk, probably.
No.
Free Justin. -1 for Justin. Thank you, Bob.
Oh, there we go.
Make sports great again. Justin B for the face of the hobby. Wow, the groundswell. The groundswell. I don't know. Listen, guys, I don't know. Should I give in to the will of the people? I don't know.
The will of the people.
Well, it seems to be the will of some people. The will of some people who like a train wreck. All right, guys, look, I'm going to give you one more chance at this. Is this really what you want? I have a question. I'm asking the chat a legitimate question. Brad, prepare yourself. Is this what you want? Do you want me to bring Justin on?
I was just going to say I got to take off, but I can hang tight.
You can hang for a minute. You can just hang on. Just hang on.
Yeah.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Is that what it actually says, Bobby, or is that conveniently what it says?
That actually what it says.
Here we go. Friedman says, peer pressure will prevail. Justin to the moon. Take the over-under bets on how long he lasts. I think it's easier to place the blame on others for taking their advice. Waiting for the bated breath. Praise the content gods. Ooh, he's invoking the content gods. You know I love the content gods.
Damn.
Bring on Justin. Ooh, man. All right, kids. We're going to wind her down soon, but let's see. I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I'm going to pin it there. And let's see what happens.
He probably fell asleep.
No, he says, I'm firing up the computer. You weren't ready?
Oh, my God. Again.
This worthless son of a bitch.
No sense of hope.
Like, he's like, oh, please, let me on. Leave me on. I'm firing up the computer. Hold on. I'm turning it on. Oh, my goodness.
For it. I didn't think they fall
Oh, my God. I can't believe they actually, after all the begging and pleading and whining. My God, man. This is terrible. Justin Verlander Hall of Fame for sure. There you go. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. See what happens.
We all need a Justin.
Oh my God! Is he got like what has he got? What is he running like? Is he running like a first generation Pentium, a 286, a 386? What's going on here?
Yeah, it's the Windows 7. Not firing up fast.
I might have to fill up my beer. Like for goodness sake.
Go for it.
God damn.
Go. You got time. Brad and I can talk.
Mathematically, Justin, only because he's tried longer. Just because of sheer, time.
Pure begging.
Yeah. Ziggy does more begging in the comments. Equally pathetic, but it's the same from that perspective. There you go, Bob. That's good shit, pal. True. Rub those sticks together faster. I know. I'm wondering if he's like using like a bike to power the computer. Like, does he need to charge it up?
Workout
Get,
one, yeah.
get a little electricity going. You know.
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not questioning Jeff's intelligence. The content isn't separate nonsense. That's fair. I'm with you. I get it. AOL dial-up taking forever.
I can see him sitting there going,
Look,
fire up.
hold on. He's saying, hold on. We're holding. All right. You know what? I am going to refill my beer for a moment. I'm going to refill my beer right now. I'm going to do it. Guys, please regale the people with tales of glory or woe. We just need a moment, but please do.
Okay, Brad.
All right, I'll hang.
So we'll go back to the shows. So
Yeah.
what did you see that was unique and unusual in the trinket department?
Um,
Like, was there a nice jersey there, or was there some something, an old display box, a wax pack, an old display from
no,
Maple Leaf Gardens, or was there?
it was more honestly like to tell you the truth, there wasn't a lot of that. There would have been more of that in Edmonton for sure than there was in Vancouver.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Yeah.
Yeah, Vancouver, I think, would have been overall more modern, more things changing. But I don't think there. And I know this is terrible to say, but yeah, nothing really caught my eye. And I look for
Okay.
that. I look for those things. Like I pick them up when I graze it.
Look
When I
behind you.
graze.
I know.
When
You
I
are
graze.
grazer.
it.
You're a grazer for
That's
sure.
It just made me. I was talking about my 66 top set to a guy, and there's like 30 people in front of the PSA table. And I was showing a guy some pictures of my 67 or 66 tops. And I said to them, yeah, not even thinking about it, just wearing my PSA Canada badge and everything standing there. I was like, and I said, oh yeah, part of my collection is too, like I've graded them all myself. And a guy looked at me, he's like, you grade your own cards? And I was like, no, I don't. I meant like I sent them all in and got them graded and built my set that way. And another guy looks over, is like, man, this guy grades his own cards for PSA. And I was like, no. Then I instantly was trying to cool it. And the guy's like, so I'm sure that probably got brought up somewhere, right?
Oh, no doubt. Somebody walking by hears that and goes, "Oh shit!"
Oh yeah,
I like it. I like it.
Rumors.
I like here Paul's comment. There's 50-50 chance this guy's internet's slower than that Paul guy that shows up in Dakotas periodically. It's facts. Okay, so for the record, in all seriousness, this moron begs again to get on the goddamn show. I leave the stupid link on. He's like, hold on. How long has it been?
Forever. I
Like,
thought we weren't going past 4 hours, but
like at this point, I'm just interested. Like after the chat was so content, they had the little hashtags, they invoked the content gods and all that.
I tried.
fell asleep.
Yep. Oh, it's very possible. We'll give it another minute or two, and then maybe the show will just end right at the time he shows up. And that's all we had time for.
He tripped and fell asleep on the couch.
Could be. It would be a very Justin thing to do, where he like begs and begs and begs, and then pretends like he's trying to come on. It's like, okay.
Oh,
I see someone mentioned I'm going to go down to the Probstein autograph show.
Mm-hmm.
That's May
This one here?
13th to 15th. Yeah.
I think Probstein is making some moves,
All right.
and I don't blame him for it. He's an interesting
Oh, well,
character.
No, absolutely. I think it's great. I think that show is going to be great too. Like, and what he's doing, like, so Summer, me, Sherry, maybe one of her friends, we're going to go down to New Jersey. It's incredible to see that mall where it's at, and it's going to be a big display. And he said he's going to make it the most interactive, fun family affair. So
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
and that's kind of good because we've always relied on everybody else to do shows, and we just kind of go and we always not complain, but we do definitely talk a little bit about.
People in the hobby complain? What? Is that a thing?
No, it's nothing really, but the price of the booth, the size of it, they should restructure. We all want to say something, but I think them going forward and doing something new and different. Hey, bring it. Bring it.
Did
And
you
we'll have
see?
some fun.
Did
Just don't
you
have
see
the show in June.
the interview that he said I thought it showed his personality a little bit. It was hilarious. They're talking about shill bidding and how he always got accused of shady things or whatever it was. It was around controversy with him, and he was just like. Then someone asked about his guests at the autograph show, and he's like, "Oh yeah, this is great." He goes, "So I got Mike Tyson, obviously some more trouble, Allen Iverson, Latrell Sprewell." Who else did he? He starts naming off these guys, all like every person that he was naming, and they kind of said, "Oh, so shadiness in the hobby with Probstein and shady autograph kiss," and he just said, "I never really looked at it that way, but yeah, it's interesting."
That's
That was
right.
hilarious. I'm trying to think who else there is. Like, it's every guest like they name. You can name 10 guests that all have some major controversy. And in no way was it planned that way, but
somehow it works. Well,
I think so.
what
Yep.
do we have?
No, but here's the thing.
Oh.
I wanted to have a little bit of fun with this because here's the cool part. Remember, there's a rapper. The name escapes me, but one of his lines is like, it's like, "Congratulations, you played yourself." So I want to have a little fun. So Friedman is like, "Trolling is payback." It's not much of trolling. We usually just chat about stuff anyway. But if that's true, here's the key piece. If he doesn't show up in the next minute, he will never make it onto the show ever again. He is perma-banned. He is excommunicated from the kingdom. So his only chance of ever getting on the show again is to move his ass. If he's trying to troll, it's not going to work the way he thinks it's going to go. He's playing himself. Because I actually don't mind reading the comments, so I'm going to go through those. And then we'll wind her down right on time.
Then he'll be bugging Dakota all the time to get on.
That might have to be what he has to do. He might have to move on. That'd be terrible.
Sorry.
String up the 10 cans, sacrificing brain cells to the content gods. And you see the chat. The chat was begging for these things. I tried to give you what you asked for, but Justin again did not deliver. He failed again.
Yeah, so close and so far.
Yep. AMG Autograph Show with the Trailer Park Boys. There you go.
Yeah.
Definitely
Have you seen the list of autograph guests though, Carlos, for the show?
I haven't looked at it. No. What?
Okay, so this is where it gets good. Just think about him sitting there talking about shadiness, and then
while you're reading those, I'll scan through them.
Perfect. So we got Pete Rose, Allen Iverson.
Okay, sure.
Lawrence Taylor.
Okay.
Dwight Gooden. Roger Clemens. Mike Tyson.
Mm-hmm.
Goldberg. Mm-hmm. Ric Flair. Michael Vick.
Mm-hmm.
Latrell Sprewell. Vinny Testaverde.
I like this one.
So good.
Banned for life. Excommunicated from the kingdom. From the kingdom.
Yeah.
Hashtag time's up. Wow, the chat turned on him. They were counting down. The timing was on. Oh my God. And look, here's Justin saying, hold on.
Hold on to what?
Oh my God. I'm holding. Wait. I'm holding. And user is now hidden. He's gone.
Yeah.
Justin has disappeared into the ether.
He's gone.
Oh no. Maybe I'll reinstate him. Maybe someday. Doubt it. He had his chance. The boy had his chance. How many minutes did he have? How many minutes?
So I'll give you the last three guys. Plaxico Burris shot himself in the leg.
Well, speaking of guys who shot themselves in the foot in this case.
And Jose Canseco.
Josie? Josie?
Can you honestly though, think about just I don't know. I think it's so ironic. I think it's hilarious.
Yep.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
A great family fun event.
It really will be. Yes, I agree with that. Here you go, Baz. It's like decreeing a Bastion Justin, excommunicating young Cardinal Justin. These are facts. Yep. He gone. How does he not show his face? He didn't learn. He did not learn. He will come back with a different name. That's not going to help him. That's not going to work. No Carlos Colon, yeah. Yep. You have to sign up with the guards to get computer time. That's true.
Yes.
On that disappointing bombshell, that's very disappointing. It's very sad. I'd say it missed Justin, but I think he's outlived his usefulness. He's fired as court jester. I shall find another.
Yeah.
All right, boys. It's been a pleasure. I got to take off. I got to get up early. So
Sounds good, Brad. As always,
early.
thank you for popping in and joining us. Thanks to everybody else, Bob Lewis and Dave and Steve, and everybody else that popped on tonight. We had a lot of folks on.
Oh yeah.
oh yeah. It
And
was
good evening to Yannick, and hopefully Eric feels better, and we'll catch him, and it'll catch him the next time around.
Awesome. Okay, boys. Thanks again.
Have a good one. Take it easy. All right, so I'm going to wind her down here. Let me quickly scan through the comments. I think I'm most or less caught up.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. The link is already pinned, Baz, and it's too late now. The time has passed. It was really good conversation. Actually, a lot of really good stuff. Thank you to all of you in the chat for hanging out. I do appreciate you popping on, so that's always nice. Actually, Bobby, you want to have a little fun for a second?
Sure.
So, Bobby, you want to? Nope, he's gone. And that's all we have time for. This is so sad. What a shame. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Hold on. You got anything to say for yourself? No, too bad. Have yourselves a good night, everybody. Have a good one. Take it easy. Chill out. Get another drink. Are you getting another drink? Nope, too late. And we did what we could. You know, it was so sad he couldn't find the link. It was tragic. It was really sad. And on that note, I bid you all adieu. Good evening. And enjoy the rest of your weekend.